where you would get everything under the sun that you would need. So, yes, I think the reality of the situation.
Stream is back up.
I never even told people it was down. Stream's back
YouTube
up.
and Twitch is back up. Go to 95.7 The Game. Please subscribe while you're there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dude, I need a drink. I mean, if you're right, man. I mean, this is sobering.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? See, I think the whole year was sobering in a way. It was. They
got hot.
They were telling us who they were all year long. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
Yeah, I want to say something heavy and then something heretical. My first feeling is one of deep gratitude. 2015, my father died during that season. The next year, 2017, my mom died during that season. 2018, my mother-in-law died. So these guys got me through that stuff, and I am eternally grateful.
Wow.
And it was a beautiful thing, but now I got to say it. It's time. It's over. Get rid of everybody, including Curry. You got to go Sam Presti here. They have zero chance of making this happen again. Curry's going to play in the Olympics. He's going to be shot. I think next year might even be his last year. If he gets that gold ring, then what else does that guy have to do in basketball? He's got $1 bazillion. He's got a bunch of kids. He's got tons of stuff going on. And I'm a Warrior fan as much as I love each one of these guys. It would be madness to bring any of these guys back. Draymond's a disaster. I don't want to see him again. I love Klay, but unless he's going to come back for $10 million or maybe 15, something reasonable, I don't want to see him either. Chris Paul, Wiggins, forget it. Play the kids, Go Presti. Who knows? If you could get Giddey and a bunch of picks for Curry, I know that doesn't work out for money or something like that, then I would do it. I mean, because they are done. Realize it and move forward. I thank you, but it's time. And that's all I got to say.
God bless you, man.
Appreciate it, Matt.
Wow. And the rat on the table, and I brought this up yesterday, you're my witness. So you're telling me our superstar is tired, and it happens. We don't make the playoffs. And Steph, if you're listening, I love you. But you're about to go expend energy for a gold medal? That's start next year off in the wrong, to me. Like, let's sit down, Steph, and talk about it.
What do you mean?
You going after the gold medal, is that the smart thing to do?
You can't do this.
I'm paying you double five, double nickel.
I'm gonna be the voice of reason here. You can't do that. It's bigger than that. It's the one thing on his resume he doesn't have. So what do you like? So
you're advocating Steph's personal agenda over the team.
Joe Lacob has never, ever told a player he can't play in the Olympics. And you can't sit here and rail about it.
No, I'm scared about it.
With no consequences. If you don't want him to play, say he's being selfish. You can't. It's Steph Curry. He's going to the Olympics. Like,
he's
period.
Tired.
End of story. Okay, so what do you want to do? You're going to hold it against him?
No, I'm just like, think about 24. Think about the team, bud.
So you want to, like, what? Come on,
I want him to go hibernate and rest.
Come on, good.
What about LeBron? What about KD?
Come on, good.
What about every other player on that team that's also going to go deeper in the postseason than the Warriors?
They all made the playoffs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they're going to have less rest.
Yeah, he's already getting rest. Because he's not playing. He's not going to play in May.
I said what I said.
Yeah, I just don't think you want to be that guy. Trust me.
Oh, boy.
What you don't want is USA not bringing back the gold.
Yeah. We got Wiggins. You want to listen to some Andrew Wiggins? Let's listen to some Andrew Wiggins real quick, and then we'll get back to calls.
This is from earlier today in his end-of-season press conference at Chase Center.
Hey, Andrew, last night, in your eyes, what went wrong in that game?
They came out, as the aggressors. They were all over us. Played harder. They deserved to win that game.
Have you allowed yourself to process the roster potentially being shaken up this offseason?
Yeah, you never know. We never know what could happen. Who's going to be here? Who won't? You never know. That's the NBA. All you can do is, take care of what you can take care of, what you can control.
How would you best describe your individual season and your guys' season as a whole?
My season was not too good, not great. I feel like I started picking it up the second half of the season, but the first half wasn't too good. Team-wise, I feel like we were really good the second half of the season. We were figuring stuff out. But it's unfortunate that it, had to end this way.
What maybe changed or flipped in that second half, and what can maybe you take into the start of next season as well?
I feel like our defense started clicking. I feel like we can always score with anybody, but that defensive side, being connected, and just even having the full squad together.
You guys went 22-32 against winning teams this year. I think you only had 4 wins against the 6 teams in the Western Conference playoffs. What do you think were the biggest differences between you guys and some of the top teams in the league?
I would say just, it all starts on the defensive side, being the aggressors and being connected defensively, which I think we did the second half, of the season. But we got to stay consistent with it. That's it. I feel like once we settled in and figured out what we needed to figure out, everything was a lot better.
And you're someone who has you've been in trade rumors before. Mm-hmm. That's something that could happen again this summer. How do you compartmentalize something like that? How do you manage it?
I mean, I take care of what I can take care of. When it's out of my control, I don't worry about it. All I can do is, work hard, train hard, and do what I can do.
Anything else?
Where'd you maybe see Jonathan Kuminga take a leap this season, and what do you think maybe could be next for him next season?
You said when did I?
No, just like how did you see him take a leap, the biggest leap? Oh
yeah, he took a big leap. JK, he's very talented, very competitive, and hell of an athlete. Not a lot of people more athletic than JK. And the sky's the limit for him. His potential is out the roof. Was like 21, 22, 21. Yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit for him. He's going to keep getting better and better and better. And, all-star season's coming soon for him, for sure.
You've been kind of in that shoes where you've been obviously a high lottery pick, super athletic young guy like that. What makes somebody go into kind of the consistency mode for Jonathan Kuminga?
Just, staying with the process, just believing in yourself and staying aggressive, and I think those are things that he has no problem doing. So I think he's going to be so special.
All right, that's Andrew Wiggins meeting the media after Warriors have been eliminated by the Sacramento Kings.
Stinks, man. Just does. Asking the wrong guy about consistency, huh, Steiny?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying it.
Oh, you are.
Yeah. I stole it. What up, E?
Let's go to Ryan in Pleasanton. Hey,
E-town.
Ryan. How you doing, man? Hey, Ryan. How you doing, man? What do you got, buddy? No, Ryan. Let's go to...
I got some trivia for you and Evan.
What's that? Go ahead.
Draymond Green had the fewest field goals made this season. Do you and Evan know how many he made?
Oh, well.
If you had to get the fewest.
Well, there's no way he had the fewest field goals in the NBA.
I'm sure he means of players that qualified for, the field goal title, if that's a thing. But.
Because Quinones had less field goal attempts.
Garuba. 86.
Field goal attempts?
Field goals made.
Oh, field goals made? 190.
All right, I'll get back to you guys. Because
Wait, what?
I just saw it on the screen, and it said the fewest field goals made, and it was 33.
Well, there's no way he only made 33 field goals.
Yep, just saw it.
But he played 55 games.
So it may be 33.
No, I'm sure he averaged more than 0.5 field goals a game.
Maybe
We'll
it
get
was-
back to you on that one, everybody.
No, but-
Let's go to Andre in New Jersey. Hey, Andre, how you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny? You remember me?
Sure. What's up, Dre?
What's up? So I want to shout out the listeners on 95.7
Yep.
as well as playback. I just need a couple minutes here to get my thoughts off, and then, I'll let you guys respond. I just want to start off by saying that this is 1,000% on Joe Lacob. Sometimes the pain of losing has to exceed the pain of change for change to happen. So I ask, what do they have to show for this two timelines plan? Who in this front office is holding Lacob's feet to the fire? Who is pushing to pick a direction and go all in with Steph Curry? He's not getting any younger. At 36 years old, if you're increasing his workload instead of building a balanced roster with a true second option and two-way role players, then be prepared for his career to end like Dirk or Kobe. Because this fan base is going to have to also begin tempering and resetting its expectations, especially if Lacob decides not to make significant win now moves this offseason. And I want to be very clear, shedding salary is not a move. All that does is kick the can down the road further and waste Steph's prime. Instead of addressing these issues
not his
years
prime
ago,
anymore, but go ahead,
being
keep going.
proactive, being prepared for what's happening now, Lacob decided to lean further into his two-timeline approach after winning the championship in 22. What did they do when they had OG on the table to improve the roster last season? A two-way force who's in his prime, who helped vault the Knicks this year to contending status.
He got hurt.
And you saw how Anthony Davis how the Lakers traded for AD in 2020 and set themselves up for an AD LeBron James. They were proactive.
Evan, should I let you handle this one?
Let him finish.
Valuable roster spots, unconditionally investing around the core after 22, and that's not forgivable. We cannot forgive that. We don't need young players. We don't need old players. To win a championship, we need players in their prime. And I can't even use my full hand to count how many players this roster has in its prime. It's time to pick a direction right now because time's running out. And I just want to say, this dynasty doesn't have to end this way. But if the Warriors do not commit to maximizing whatever's left of this window, and if we're unable to acquire a two-way second option, then at the bare minimum this offseason, at least add positional size and two-way role players in order to extend this run and prevent this core from going out sad. I want to say that this is on Joe Lacob. Thank you.
All right.
Wow,
And so are the four titles.
He had a lot to
The
say.
four titles
Young
are on
man.
Joe Lacob.
Boy.
Not a bad job, Andre.
Man, Dre, man, not feeling good today.
You're going to have to go from scripting to ad-libbing, though, at some point in your career.
Well, I'm
There's
curious.
a lot there.
Well, just off the last point, and maybe we can use this question because we got to hit a break in a minute here. But like, how do you want it to end? Like, how is it supposed to end? He said it's not supposed to end like this or in this fashion. Like, how? I mean, it's gonna whether it was yesterday or it was Friday or it was 2 weeks from now. I mean, they weren't gonna all of a sudden just poof the Magic Dragon turn into the 2022 team.
Well, you know what, Evan, to that real quick, and I know we're up against it. I feel like Michael Jackson and his band. You got the guitarist, he's off. You got the drummer, he's off. You can go replace those guys, but Michael's still got the voice, and that's Steph. There's slippage, but Michael's still an all-star. So, Evan, to that point is, you kind of feel like, go find me a drummer.
There are 24 all-stars.
What if Michael can only play with one drummer? What if he only wants Tito in the band and he only wants to play with his brother? Like,
that
how do you
great
tell him to
comeback.
kick rocks?
I mean, I don't remember greats, whether it's Bird, Magic, whether it's
Kobe.
whether it's Jordan, whether it's Kobe, whether it's Duncan. Oh, we know they're past their prime. Like when Bird was 32, I wasn't like, boy, they're doing Larry a disservice.
Well,
boy,
he was hurt more, though.
They're doing Bird a disservice. Well, even if somebody's healthy.
Yeah. Well, Dirk is a good comp. We don't want that.
I'll remind Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
When it comes to your business, time is...
I was going to call him Stumpy. I mean, Steiny.
He deserved it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors eliminated last night by the Sacramento Kings, and we're talking about it today.
Yeah, I'm good now.
I guess
I'm not.
Can I,
Sure, it's our show. Do what you need.
Okay, well, I'm tired of people spouting things off that are wildly inaccurate. We just had our guy, Andre from New Jersey, called, and everybody's this line right here. And you can blame my parents for this.
This is from Andre.
Because they've made me a very literal person. This isn't supposed to be how dynasties end. Yes, it is. This is exactly how dynasties end. Your core gets older. They can't carry the load anymore. You don't have enough young players because when you were a dynasty, you played the veterans and relied heavily on them. Stop saying this is not supposed to be how a dynasty ends, or this isn't how a dynasty should end. Wrong. This is how they all end. And this is the price of the 4 titles. There's nothing unusual right now to me that's going on with the Golden State Warriors. Now it's how do they try to get back up on top?
Yeah, and I'll say this to that. You just made me think of the San Francisco Giants. And we saw the guys get older. It felt like all at once, fast. Guys, Posey had things going on in his life, and there was a downtime, and then there wasn't that young stud, that bridge. They got boring. I want to fight anybody, Steiny, because I feel like I know it's a team game, but we're going to differ. It's okay. I just think Steph has a lot more left than a lot of people think. Or I don't even got to say that. It starts there. But in reality, they're financially, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy are in straitjackets. They're like the mummy. They can't do anything. This didn't just happen
last night.
Yeah, you're right. I'll give you that, but that was not the game. That didn't play. That people are like that was a wound. That is not what we thought was on the marquee
Friday
last
would have
night.
been a wound against the Pelicans. And a 5-game loss to the Thunder would have been a wound.
But you would feel different if you got to the playoffs.
No,
I told you. I know you say I'm grading with a curve, but that would have been okay.
So it's okay just to get, so that makes you, so everything and anything for Steph. Got to win a title with Steph. Everything for Steph. But there's really a big difference between losing to the Thunder in 5 and getting beat by the Kings. I mean, to me, you're still a long, long way from a title. Let's go to Jordan is in Georgia. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I don't want to help Andre, but I want to say what Andre really said. He was saying it's up to the front office to. He didn't say that this is not how a dynasty is supposed to end. He said it's up to the front office if they want it to end this way or not. And he's right. We could do so much this offseason. Come on now. Wiggins, we could flip Wiggins, we could flip Kuminga. We got assets. We got cap space now. There's no excuse.
You'd have no cap space.
What does he mean by that?
You have absolutely no cap space, Jordan. And you also don't have a draft pick, but go ahead.
CP3 is gone. He's freeing up cap space.
They're in cost cutting mode this summer. I mean, they might be able to get creative, but they're not. It's going to be hard.
Currently, without Klay on the books, they are $2 million over the cap or the tax.
Without Klay,
but that also includes Chris Paul, GP2, Kevon Looney.
And no Kuminga contract
well, Kuminga's wouldn't kick in until the year after next.
All right.
So this is just an extension period that is available now.
And that's where and I'm telling you right now, that's what Joe Lacob's not going to do.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, if you think they're going to get a player in here for 30 plus million and pay Kuminga a year out 30 plus million, I would be shocked if they did that without losing. They got to lose Wiggins or Draymond, I think, if they do that. I mean, that's the other thing. We've never seen Joe Lacob have to go about an offseason like this one. When they won 2 years ago, they were in the luxury tax in a big way. They just re-signed Wiggins and extended Poole. Then a year later, they said, you know what? Now we got to get some financial constraints in here. Let's go get Chris Paul, who's an expiring essentially, for Jordan Poole, who's got $125 million.
Yeah.
So now you don't even make the playoffs, but you're expecting Joe Lacob to invest more money into the luxury tax. That's where he's not going to do that.
Man.
And his shareholders aren't going to allow him to do that.
Okay, there you go. And I'll say this, and I want to hear from everybody, Steiny. I know today is what we call them, exit interviews or whatnot, but damn it, I want to hear from the owner himself. He's got to be seething.
He shouldn't be. Like, see, this is where
he said to Kawakami, if we flame out,
okay.
and he didn't see that happen. That was a flame out yesterday. The world's calling your team with the big three in their pedigree old, unathletic. And now you got
didn't just get old last night.
And I got to share something.
And again, they were 20. Like, again, I don't know the answer. But before he said, if we flame out, then they went on a run and they won 27 of 39. They just did. So again, that's to me the big conundrum with this team. Are they 27 and 12 like they were over the last 39? Or are they a 10th seed who just got exposed by a younger team? I don't like, this is where it's like, I don't know what the answer is and I don't know which direction to go in, but I'm just here to tell you that there's no escape hatch. Right. I don't think there's an escape hatch
and
for
I
the Golden
appreciate
State
you
Warriors.
telling everybody you don't have all the answers. Like, there could be 10 possibilities, and you're on record as saying, Goo, I don't.
I mean, I wanted to re-sign Draymond last year, but they did.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, and it's Steiny, they're a better team with Draymond. You got to have Draymond. Yeah, you're right. You're better with Draymond. There's no doubt. You're still not a playoff team.
Well, what's bothering me is I came in this morning telling you and Evan, sometimes you just get beat and you tip your cap. And we asked Mitch Richmond yesterday about not being able to guard the three-point line. Is that effort? And we asked a few people this week about that. And there's a TikTok video. Yeah, I'm citing TikTok videos, Steiny, showing back-to-back defensive lapses by the Warrior players to where it almost borderlined on effort. And, that's what that looked like last night when Keegan Murray, you go in the game, who can't beat us? Fox, Keegan Murray, and then he's just getting wide open looks. But now when you see this video.
So is there an effort issue? Because then how can you bring it back? After watching this
video, I'm scratching my head as to that wasn't 100% effort last night from the Golden State Warriors, to me.
Well, that's a bigger problem than if it were. Like, if they had an effort issue, I don't think it was an effort issue last night. I think it was an age issue. And then you found out
what the Kings shot from deep, and it was 42%. What was it? 46% from three. And they were just talking about the getting back on defense, going under or over the screen. Guys just getting wide open looks. And the Kings did that all night, and they made them. But I don't believe the Sacramento Kings are better than the Golden State Warriors, and that's what's really gotten.
What are you crazy? Seriously, are you nuts?
What do you mean am I nuts?
I mean,
they were favored last night, Steiny,
and they lost
for a reason.
They lost by 25.
That's the result. But going into that game, and right now I don't believe the Kings without Malik Monk are better than the Warriors.
They're not.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they both played an important game last night.
Yeah.
They both played a game that was equally important. It was an elimination game. The Kings were without their sixth man, and they beat the Warriors by 25. Like, I get it. Like, hey, you want to say I'm two-faced? Say I'm two-faced. But, like, okay, if you want to chalk that up to another one-off, We can chalk it up to a one-off. But they lost that game by 25 points. They didn't make a run. They didn't even make a run in the second half. They didn't pose any resistance. Now you're saying you might have seen some effort issues, and maybe there were. Okay. Well, then you're answering all the questions that you're asking. I do not think it was an effort issue last night.
I get you.
If it was an effort issue, it's because they're gassed. For the second straight year, their veterans are gassed.
But this was one game. This wasn't 6 against the Lakers.
How did they play Friday in their game that was extremely meaningful? How did they play this year against good teams?
They played bad.
All right. So bring them back. Bring them back. That's where I'm out.
It's pretty sobering, man.
Let's go to who's been waiting? Aaron in Indianapolis. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
Hey, Stoney. Hey, Goo.
Hey.
Hey. I've got the key player who's going to solve all of our issues. When I say his name, just give me a second to explain. All right, drum roll, please.
Here we go. Hold on, it's coming. We got Stoney.
Here we go. Bronny James is the man, and I'll tell you
why.
Where's
the flush?
I tell you why. Give me 1 second.
Next question.
We don't draft him to use him on the court, but we use him and hold him as ransom.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate the call. I mean, I'm not like there's the call that acknowledges we have no answers.
Cobb's Comedy down the street to the corner. Come on.
Let's go to Chucky's in Oakland.
Chuck.
What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm still laughing off of Bronny James, man. Come on, man. Hey, I'm calling, man, because first I want to say, we say we don't want the players. We don't put the player over the team.
Yeah.
I just want to say, we don't. You asking Curry to put the team over his country, man. That's a one-lifetime thing, man, being able to play in the Olympics. So, I don't have no problem with Curry trying to get that gold medal. But what I want to say is, man, I appreciate, like Vontae and Shasky and you and Steiny, man, and Willard and Dibs, man, you guys been getting me through this whole hoop season, man. We start off with you guys when we had that little celebration at the pizza parlor in San Leandro. Had a real good time out there.
Mm-hmm.
I just love enjoying you guys' critique, man.
Thanks, man.
You guys' wealth of knowledge, man, and you guys really be completing my days because I listen to all you guys, man, throughout my day, man, and I appreciate everything you guys do, man. And I wanted to say that got to be real fulfilling, man, when you guys go home, man, at the end of your days, man, and knowing that you touch a lot of individuals, man.
Wow, man.
Doing the work that you do. And, I just want to end it with Klay, man. I do think that Klay played his last game with the Warriors, man. It's time to move off of him. But when he went 0 for 10, I think he wrote his own ticket. That's why they didn't re-sign him at the end of the year. Him and Lacob had that little silent deal where, let's see what go on. And he wrote his own ticket when he went 0 for 10. Maybe that has something to do with him not being able to perform. So I appreciate you guys taking the call, man, and have a good day.
Hey,
appreciate it, man.
That's a lot of love. And, Steiny, if we were in a bar, I'd probably get in a fight trying to defend Klay. He would never know. But you're telling me last year's season was one of his worst shooting performances. It's just specifically for Klay. You lose, you come back this year, you're in a game 7, a winner, lose, you win, you continue, season on the line, and you're telling me, Steiny, you go 0 for 10? I don't wish that on anybody. 0 for 10. That's cold. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's Wild Kingdom.
Damn.
The NBA's Wild Kingdom.
Wow.
Klay Thompson, 7 for 48.
What is that?
In the last 2 years in Warriors elimination games,
Ooh.
he's 7 for 48.
Wow. But what? No, those are the numbers.
Right, but it's easy to say, well, those are 3 games, but those are 3 elimination games. And he shot 4 for 19 against the Kings in Game 7 last year.
All right.
He shot 3 for 19 against the Lakers in Game 6 when the Warriors got beat.
Wow, man.
And last night he was 0 for 10.
I hope to God that is not his last game in a Warrior uniform. It can't be.
Okay, well then bring him back.
No, I'm just saying it's just it can't end like that.
That's how it ends. That's how it ends.
And you know what, Goo? He might say, what if I would have made 12 and we still would have lost? We would be going home. I get that, but the for part, man. I was rooting for him.
Okay, what if he goes 1 for 10? Who cares? Same thing.
You ever go 0 for anything in a game?
2 for 11.
I remember I went 1 for 14.
Yeah, it was 2 for 11 one night.
I got 14 shots.
And that's how it ended.
Is that?
Yeah, that was my last game. Like that's how it. Like that's
not your last
That's why people they don't get it. Like that's how. This is how it ends.
You never told me that.
What do you think? They win 3 titles and ride off into the sunset?
I don't know why I'm laughing.
That's not how it ends.
Boy, wow. That's like your last golf swing. You hit the rough.
Ryan's in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a couple things. First off, if this was a normal season, I feel like all we would be talking about is how Draymond blew the season. We would be the 8th seed. We'd be in the playoffs. But now it's kind of getting swept underneath the rug. And then my other thing is, why was Kerr playing 10 guys last night? 10 guys over 10 minutes. We were the only team out of the 4 teams last night to do that. Shorten up the rotation in an elimination game. That's just common sense. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you ain't shortening up anything with those guys.
But Steiny, he's on to something. We thought.
Oh, so you wanted Klay to play more?
No, we didn't.
Most people are saying Klay should have played less.
Moody last night.
No,
we thought we weren't going to see Moody.
We were absolutely going to see Moody once Gary Payton II was out.
I get that. But Looney got up there and.
Well, actually, I don't know if we were supposed to see Moody because if Wiggins played well, then Kuminga's the backup wing, and they play well together. Like I think Moody came in the game because the 2 guys in front of him weren't good enough.
And J.K. started the second half.
Yeah, they got down.
Yeah, I know. They were down 4.
Every time Kuminga played with Wiggins, they took a step back. Eric's in San Francisco. Let's talk about Klay Thompson. What's up, Eric? How are you, man?
Hey, Sonny and Guru. Yeah, so I just wanted to give my 2 cents as from a perspective of a Warriors season ticket holder since 2000. And that is, like you said, all dynasties come to an end. Just look at the Bulls. And, I really think if you look at the last 5 seasons, over the last 5 seasons, the Warriors are a total of 197 and 186. If you strip out the COVID season and you strip out the good, the 18-2 start and the 15-5 finish, they're just 149 and 129 over the last 5 seasons. They've missed the playoffs 3 of the past 5 years. And this year, even with Draymond missing as much as he did, Draymond, Klay, and Steph missed a total of only 40 games over the course of this season. If you really think the Warriors, if you think they're going to get 74 games from Steph and 77 games from Klay next year when they're older, and Steph hasn't played this many games since 18-19, I think you're just being unrealistic. And so I love the big 3. I love our guys, but I'm a fan of the team. And realistically, we're capped out. There's no way to get under the cap without basically trading away everybody. If we stay in the luxury tax, especially if we go to the second apron, the draft picks start getting moved to the end of the first round or docked. We can't trade our pick this year, which also has an extension of if we were to get our pick this year by going into the top 4, we wouldn't be able to trade picks further out because of the pick getting deferred the following year. So we don't have trade assets. Mm-hmm. We don't have cap space.
Come on, Eric.
We've had a
sound like baby Steiny
over the past. we haven't had a good performance over the past 5 years. The team is getting older. Like, it's okay to just say, like, it's a natural run of the course of the team, and that realistically we should strip it down and do, like, just, I would just blow the whole thing up. But I know that will never happen. So
Appreciate it. All right, Eric, thanks. We got to get some other people in here.
All we needed was funeral music.
The bottom line is, too, if you want to look at it this way, is the Warriors last 2 years are in the worst spot. They're in the middle. They're a mid-40 win team. It's the place where Mark Cuban always said it's the worst place to be. You're not terrible so that you're going to get a great pick that could, in theory, change your franchise, but you're certainly not a contender. This is one I do want to get into a little from the 415 and the Xfinity Mobile text line. Why did Kerr go away from the better lineup of late and barely play Trace Jackson-Davis, especially when the Warriors needed energy and athleticism? I think he decided that Trace Jackson-Davis couldn't guard anybody in that game. They don't really play a center. Sabonis doesn't play inside, so he couldn't really hang around the rim and be the rim protector. Yeah. So I don't think he saw.
He threw a ball out of bounds. He thought TJD did, Snotty, and that was the end.
Yeah, like they put him on Barnes just because he's the least mobile of their five.
How's he feeling today?
Worst play of the game.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Harrison.
Worst play of the game was Draymond trying to save that ball and step on the line.
He went up with his left hand, though, Dre did. Hey, Snotty, that's when it was like, it's not your night.
I mean,
Steph dribbled it off his foot out of bounds.
Yeah, that happened.
He's under duress, though.
The worst play of the game was Keon Ellis taking that ball from Wiggins, and Wiggins had no idea.
Yeah, you got it from Curry, too.
He did.
He picked Curry clean.
Fox also picked Curry.
I mean, Fox picked Curry.
That just is a cold.
No, there's a lot
Rest in peace, Mr. Steinmetz.
There's a lot of pickpockets.
Just because you can pick them, save it. But, man, Pelicans beating Sac, even with no Zion.
Great.
I'm rooting for Sac.
Good.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're playing right.
No, I don't want the Pelicans to win.
Future home of the A's?
Yeah, it didn't factor into my mind. But now that you mention it, yeah, I really want them to lose now.
You know what?
God. Tell me, get it off. Let it loose, man.
I mean, I'm trying to put... This is why,
incredible, man.
Being a fan can suck.
No, this is bigger than the fans.
You know what would bother me most?
Yes.
Not bother me most. You know what would be one of the things I'd be like, geez. Draymond Green has 3 more years left in his contract.
But you're the reason for that, though.
I'm not.
Oh, the fan. I hear you. You said from the fan. I thought you were talking about Joe Lacob and Mike.
Well, last night we heard from a lot of people, and maybe we do this the next hour. I know we got Kuminga coming up at 1:20, but I feel like a lot of people on postgame last night, the last 90 minutes of the 2 hours were thinking about how great the last 10 years have been. Like,
reflecting.
You're pissed right now because of the unbelievable highs that you've experienced as a fan, right?
So, sure. Evan, are you telling me, because I'm fighting that, I'm not saying it's wrong, then you're saying it's over.
It is over. Are you ready?
If you were going through 44 win years every single year, you'd be like, oh, well, this ain't bad. You would just build on it.
Exactly.
But we haven't been.
Boy.
I'll let you celebrate the last 11 years. All you got to do is say, it's officially over. They'll be fine next year. They're going to win 43 games next year. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by In at the Tides.
Sports, man.
Relaxing days, stunning sun.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors season is done. They lose last night to the Sacramento Kings. 118-94.
Got blew out. They didn't lose.
They got blew out.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Yeah. Watch them all this year.
Nothing worked. They looked overwhelmed.
Warriors were 5-21 against the top 7 teams in the West this year. I mean, that's the one thing I was thinking about yesterday before the game ever started. Yeah. I said the reason that I love the playoffs and love elimination games is because you finally get more of a realistic view of the kind of team you have. Were the Warriors good enough to win a couple play-ins, make a run? They were 27-12. They were playing their best basketball this season. Maybe they got something going. Well, they got their clock. Like that's the other thing. And I get it's just one game, but why did they get their clock cleaned by that team last night?
Because it was younger. And that team didn't have a lot of guys that could create their own shot.
Team was 4-7 going into the playoffs.
No doubt about it.
They were playing their worst basketball of the year.
But they also had blown leads too, Stoney, so they were good enough to get those leads on good teams.
Well, and the Warriors did the same thing. So why the Warriors had won 9 of 11 coming in. The Kings had won 4 of 11 coming in. The Kings had stumbled to the finish. The Warriors played them a year ago in Game 7. And if you look at the plus-minus on that game, every Warrior starter, Steph, Klay, Dre, Looney, and Wiggins, all had at least plus 20. So the Warrior starters demolished the King starters a year ago.
And that happened to Kings.
Last night, the Warrior starters got absolutely, positively demolished by this King starters.
All plus 20-something.
How does that happen in a year?
I don't have that answer, Stoney.
They get older. That's the answer. The Warriors are an older team.
Easier to guard, you're saying?
Much easier to guard. In other words, and here's the other thing, like for Steph, how do you use him? How do you use him going forward? What's his role?
Well, I'm gonna say something to that. I'm really scared about this new officiating rule. If you're going
I thought it favored the Warriors.
No, now it's about Steph. I'm just honing in on Steph, Stoney. He's easier to guard if you can use more muscle and tussle. And last night, I'm not saying that's why he didn't get off, but they were blitzing his ass.
They're right.
And who are you when you throw it to Dre? Dre ain't gonna do nothing. They got too many guys out there that can't create their own shot.
And you know who's among them now? Steph. Steph can't create his own shot like he could. He can't.
Well, you give him the room, and it ain't 1-on-3, he can.
I don't know if he can either. I mean, can Steph break down a guy by himself like he used to? But that's irrelevant. Yeah. Is that even how you want him? That's not how you want to play anyway.
But sometimes you can't just settle for the 3. We see him,
Okay.
We see him a lot of times go to the basket.
But he can't do it consistently. You can't go to the basket consistently at 36, especially when that wasn't the foundation of your game for your entire career. The one thing I saw last night with Curry, and
I'm gonna watch the game again
kind of agreeing with you on one extent is we've seen I think we've kind of seen Steph come full circle with like the high screen and roll.
Oh man!
So early in his career, when Steph ran those high screen and rolls, he would turn the ball over. Early in his career, Keith Smart used to get mad at him for live ball turnovers at the top of the floor. All right, then they started winning, and one of the reasons they started winning was because he started giving it up a split second early. And it let the Warriors play 4-on-3, and that's kind of when they had Durant. And they played 4-on-3 because he made the ball get out of Steph's hands. He passed it to Draymond, and Draymond made great 4-on-3 decisions. Then after that, Steph became a player who could just dissect that. He would just dissect the high pick and roll. He'd make the right decisions all the time. He'd get rid of it a split second soon to let the team play 4-on-3. If they didn't close up the trap, he could split them and make you pay. If you went under, he made the 3 to make them pay. Like he dissected it the last several years. But I think right now, because of his age, we're getting back into the territory where it's just harder for him to make plays at the top of the floor when there's 2 defenders there who are long, 12 years younger, athletic. And yes, an extension of it is Klay's not Klay, Draymond's not Draymond, and the other guys aren't Durant and Iguodala.
So they're not threats.
He's going to turn the ball over more in those situations the older he gets because, that's father time. Elijah is in Oakland. What's up, Elijah?
Hey, guys. I said at the beginning of this season, it's going to be a miserable year. The Warriors are going to miss the playoffs. I've been listening to you guys all year. And, Steiny, I feel like in many ways you've been the voice of reason about being realistic about things. Every time they start doing a little better, it's temper that. And the reality that right now there's nothing they can do. But you know where you're so wrong is that this wasn't inevitable. It didn't have to go down like this. 2 years ago, I was saying you got to play the young guys. You got to develop the young guys. You can't let Draymond punch his teammates and there's nothing that happens. I said they weren't going to contend that year. They got whooped by the Lakers. They had decisions to make in the offseason. What did they do? They got older. They went and got CP3. So they made their bed. They decided not to develop Kuminga, not to develop Moody, to not load manage Draymond. This is their fault. They decided to extend Steve Kerr instead of getting a new coach who has a vision of how to play young guys with Steph instead of doing the same thing over and over. They're got the loss they deserved last night, and they're gonna run it back next year because they got no moves left, and they're gonna lose again, miss the playoffs again next year, and it is what it is.
Thanks, Elijah. Appreciate the call.
Well, let's hope he's wrong. And I'll say this about last night. Shout out Rob Lowe, Steiny. I'm not blaming somebody, but that was the game that I thought Chris Paul could come in and things were going, water was on the boat, and he could get the water off the boat, and even he couldn't stand that onslaught that was the ball pressure from the Sacramento Kings. That was what was so mind-boggling. The Warriors were swarmed.
The minute
they were going fast, they were just...
we can acknowledge that youth has now superseded...
Oh, man.
So-called pedigree, I think we can move on. It'll be easier to move on. All year long, they're championship pedigree, championship.
I thought that would win him the game alone last night.
And you know what? Youth won the game. And length and athleticism. Just like it won Friday's game. Just like it won all the games against Denver and most of the game against OKC. It's like this league is young, athletic, and long.
Okay, so to Evan's point before the break, and I'm being real here.
How can you get better with... How can you, in a league that is young, athletic, long, and getting more experienced, how can the Warriors' big 3 continue to compete with that?
There's an asterisk next to that. It shouldn't be the big 3. They had a chance. They had a lottery pick that was going to be a part of that.
Right.
And you struck out. So let's not all just act like, that didn't happen. They had some Pac-Man pills to help them, and they struck out.
So if
and
one
Jordan
of the
Poole got punched and he's gone. But
okay, so that's the other thing. I keep hearing how
you made
Joe
some decisions.
Okay, so why do you it's so funny? Everybody's like, oh well, Joe Lacob won't let him get. Joe Lacob won't let him get bad. Joe Lacob wants to win. Joe Lacob's not going to. Okay, but you're telling me that Joe Lacob made a terrible pick with Wiseman, and you're telling me that the Chris Paul signing wasn't a good move. So, like, if there's no sure thing that he can put this thing back together.
Well, and that's why I brought up Evan just a second ago. He said the last 10 minutes of his program yesterday, him and Grandy, people were calling in, reflecting on the 10 years. I'm with that. But let me tell you who's not doing that, Steiny, and who can't afford to do that. It's Joe Lacob. And that's why, like you said, we could all have 100 different opinions. The proof is going to be in the pudding when we find out what they do. But Steiny, everywhere I look, it's like, I don't think there's an antidote to what ails you.
There isn't. Like, I'm gonna help you.
That's scary as all outdoors in.
But we should have known that's coming because that happens to every team that's been in a dynasty. Like,
if Milwaukee I'm not saying Giannis is coming, but is there something that could happen in one of these series with the Clippers or Milwaukee or other teams to where something could fast track a guy wanting to get out of and you know what?
Well, you know how we did 6 months of shows of people saying they could make a run? We can do 3 months of shows saying they can get Giannis.
Well, they did actually make a run.
Who?
The Warriors. They had the 14-4 stretch. You know, I
keep trying to talk yourself into it. Sam's in PA. Hey, Sam, what's going on, man?
Hi, what's up? I'm from PA, and I was just mad about how I was mad about the Warriors and how they had played yesterday. I wasn't really what did I say? I wasn't really happy how the starters played beside Steph, and it was just a really bad loss. I blame Steve Kerr and I blame Draymond for messing up our season. He messed up our season. Got suspended for all those games. We could have had a better seed if he played, but he decided to act crazy, out of control, hitting Yusuf Nurkic, choking out Rudy Gobert, choking out so many people, and decided to ruin our season. I think he ruined our season, and he ruined our season last year too. The hit on Jordan Poole, so he was the one who messed up our season too. And yeah, you can blame Klay. Klay shot 0 for 10. I know that was bad, but I feel like we would have had a better seed if we.
Yeah, Sam. I think a lot of people. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate the call. I think a lot of people agree with you.
And
so, what do you do with that information?
Well, it's scary, and I want to say, damn you, because now you're telling me as I look forward now to next season. Okay, there is no Draymond suspension, but are you going to come up roses in regard to games played by Steph and Klay? And even Drake, now that that's hitting home now. Okay, just say there's no suspension. Are you going to win the health battle that you won this year? And you know what? I'm not, because I love this team and I grew up on them. I'm not using the word karma, and I can't because they've had so much success. But just think about it. Draymond gets rewarded with that contract. You punch a dude in the face, and that dude gets traded. You do what you did this year after getting your contract. It's like, that don't add up, Steiny.
No, but it adds up.
That don't add up.
It added up after
for him,
Orlando.
For the guy that did all this, and we got a caller saying he ain't the only one. He hijacked 2 seasons. He gets rewarded with a new contract. That don't seem right. And now we don't know what's up with Klay. Let's speak on it. Like, that's what's wrong. That you don't reward that behavior where I come from.
Well, most people signed off on it, have signed off on it, and continue to sign off on it because Dre, according to all the powers that be, the stakeholders in Golden State, he's worth it. Wow. He's worth it. He can't be worth it when he's shutting down Zion Williamson, but he's not worth it. Like that's the problem with this team. Their 3 older players are inconsistent now. Steph's the least inconsistent, but he's gotten more inconsistent. It used to be that when you put the big 3 out on the floor, at least 2 of them were playing well. At least. And most of the time, 2.5, 3. Now when the big three goes on the floor, one guy plays well. Like, who played well last night?
Nobody.
Well, then you're not going to win championships
I want to take
with
that back.
older
Moody
players.
Kuminga played.
Right, the young players.
Well, you're right.
You can't have Steph playing 3 good games out of 5. You can't have Klay playing 2 good games out of 4. And you can't have Draymond playing 1 good game out of 2 and think you're going to be a championship team. Like, that's the difference. Steph would play 4 great games and 1 so-so game. Now he's playing 2 great games, 2 so-sos, and a not so good. And there's just a toll that takes a toll in the loss column.
Wow.
Ron is in Hayward. Hey, Ron, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys, man? I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Hey. Hanging in.
Man, I have a different perspective that I wanted to share with you guys, man. So I grew up in Denver. I've been in the Bay Area for the past 15 years, but I grew up in Denver. So I'm a Nuggets fan. And, man, it took 30 years for me to get 1 championship. I was a kid when we had Melo, and we thought we were going to be great. And all we got was 1 Western Conference Finals appearance. So, I've been in the Bay this whole Warriors run, man. You guys have had one of the greatest dynasties that in all of sports history, and now obviously time passes. Time is passing, so it's like you guys thought it was gonna be that forever. Like it couldn't be that forever, you know. So I just feel like it sucks to hear all the negativity and the doom and gloom. I know this isn't the outcome for the season that you wanted, but you gotta switch the perspective, man. Be grateful for what you've been able to witness and try to change it for the future. But this doom and gloom is crazy, man. You guys have had such an amazing run and so much to be happy for, grateful for. So I know this is not what anybody wants to hear, but it's you got to be in reality, man. You guys had a great run. Doesn't mean it's necessarily over. It could continue depending on what changes are made or if the team changes their perspective, their mindset. But yeah, that's all I wanted to share, man. You guys are spoiled, bro.
That's a fact.
Well, easy for a Nugget fan. I get him. I appreciate him. But the worst part of this, guys, is we don't know what the end of the movie looks like.
I would say we just saw it. That
I would say we got an hour and a half left.
What's going on?
No, with their career, Steph is nowhere about to retire.
That. Yeah. But what I'm saying
Draymond's got 3 more.
And this is the other thing. The movie's over.
Maybe that's
the off season.
With.
The idea. Here's it. And I don't know. I mean, I guess the same people. You know what? I do think that most people were realistic about this team. But I do think there was some people that thought they were going to go on a run and they were going to win it all. And I think there's people right now that think there's a move that we don't know what it is.
Oh my gosh.
But there's a move out there that we're going to make, maybe in conjunction with another move. And we're going to be able to make a move or 2 and then do this thing over here. And when we come back next year, we are rolling and we are set to win 57 games and we're going to be in the postseason.
But isn't that why you get out of bed?
I don't know. Is Washington thinking that?
No, I'm just saying, Lacob, you're right.
I don't mean Washington because Washington's bad, but why? Why would you think that's going to happen?
Because the owner is nicknamed Joey Lightyears. And he don't like losing.
And that was in 2012.
I hear
I mean, that's just...
I'm not saying it's going to happen, Steiny. But you said the movie's over. Okay, so what's the name of the next movie about to come on? Because we're still in the theater.
The next movie is whatever's going to happen, but it's not going to be a 60-win team next year.
And what I was going to say,
I guess it could be.
No.
I don't want to rob them of that.
No, but
God forbid I robbed them of a championship run this year. When they were 19 and 24,
because
it's not catastrophic.
I'm about to tell you
why. The whole year has been leading to this.
But the bottom line was at least they were going to make the playoffs. Give me that.
Who cares?
That's why you brought in Chris Paul.
Don't talk to me in one sentence that you're a championship team and you can make a run and we're not done with the titles, but on the other, a playoff run would have been much, much better. Like, that's the problem with this team. Stop thinking of it as a championship team. The minute you stop saying championship or bust, you can start to progress as a franchise.
But can't you see we lowered the standards and said playoff, and we couldn't reach that plateau?
People didn't.
They
and Joe Lacob did.
They assumed it, Steiny.
Right.
We assumed the
Why?
playoffs.
Why?
Because we have Steph effing Curry.
Well, guess what?
And you got Chris Paul.
How's that worked for 3 out of 5 years? It's like there's now evidence. We have evidence. Go spit in the face of evidence if you want.
But if I can get a championship every 3 out of 5 years, who wouldn't take that?
Okay, well then go for it. Like, seriously. Again, I'm not here. If you're here to say championships are still on the horizon, then go down that road.
I'm just trying to tell you why people are flabbergasted. Like, you couldn't qualify for the playoffs.
Why wouldn't you? Like, this is the way I look at it. This is the way I look at it. Okay, last year and this year, you're the same team. You're the same team.
I'll give you that.
You won 44 last year, you won 46 this year. Okay, why last year did you get to the second round? I'll tell you why. Because you got a great first matchup. A great first matchup against a team that wasn't ready, against a team that was too young.
They were
last year, that's great. That's great. And you beat them. And they were 4 games better than you. They won 48 games. And you got a great matchup against a team that wasn't ready to beat you. Okay, you won that. Now you think you're a championship team again. Okay, fine. You want to think you're a championship team? You think you're a championship team because you beat the Kings, who made the playoffs for the first time in 15 years. Fine. You go play the LA Lakers. They handle you in 6 games.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, we didn't really see what we saw. I get it. Oh, Lonnie Walker, he'll never have a game like that. Okay, Lonnie Walker won't have a game like that. You're going to come back this year and you're going to win it. You're going to win it all. You're the same team as you were last year. Only guess what? Everybody else got better, and now you didn't make the playoffs. Like, the idea that this was inconceivable, I guess, to me is what I got to fight back on. They played terribly last night, and I didn't think they were going to lose by 25 points. But the fact of the matter is, it was going to end.
Yeah.
I didn't they were not going to win 2 road games.
We got to go. But you keep talking Chip. You got to understand real quick, you assumed playoffs. That wasn't a big stretch.
No. Why? You were a 44-win team last year on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Our weight loss program makes it easy to
It show fucks who the real animal is.
You're right.
Why would you ask?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors, they lose last night, 118-94 to the Kings. Their season is over. Off-season going to be very interesting for them, no doubt about it. And they don't make the playoffs.
If you don't mind me asking, who did you want to hear from? And I know they give you the typical standard, it's over, and, we had a good season. What Warrior player did you want to hear from the most today? Mine is Kuminga. And Steve Kerr, too, Stoney. That man he tried to coach his ass off you. He threw it. He knew. They got bombarded. And Wiggins said it, but my question is why? And if it's age, I get it now. I'm more inclined to be like you might be onto something.
I might be onto
But Wiggins and Kuminga are old.
See?
No, Pods is not old.
And listen.
TJD is not old.
Listen, I think their core's old.
Oh, no,
they're
I'm not arguing that.
But if you're just starting to see that, then you're not there. Then maybe they can turn the clock back. I would submit that we've been seeing it for a little while. I mean, let's go to Will in L.A. Hey, Will, what's going on, buddy?
Will.
Hey, Will, what's going on, man? How you doing? Let's go to John in Hayward. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy? What do you got, my man?
What's up, Guru? What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
Hey, after last night, I think Klay Thompson's made an easy decision for Joe Lacob to let him walk. That's the first thing I got to say. And also, too, Guru, I love your passion, man, but you got to get real, man. You got to, like Steiny says, you got to see this team for what it is. This team right now, it's a rebuilding team.
Oh.
There's no chips. There's no championships coming up within the next, who knows when.
What about a trade? What about a trade, though? What about a big trade if Lacob decided to trade an asset or two?
I don't think there's anyone out there that's going to make the Warriors any better right now. Who are you going to give up?
Wow.
You got to give up something. You got to give up something good to get something good.
Well,
that's the way the NBA works. So who are you going to give up? They're just rebuilding. They're going to have to just rebuild and let the young guys just play now.
Wow.
Because I just don't see the Warriors being a championship team. And Guru, man, you got to listen to Steiny, man. The Warriors are
Evan,
old.
please delete that.
Thanks, John.
Oh, you met one guy.
No, I just think I love shows like this.
You're smiling.
I
love my guy.
Now the Warriors are a little older today than they were yesterday.
I'm out.
And good Lord, let's hope you and some other good people are wrong about if that game did hinge on people staying or going. 0 for 10 ain't helping anything. I hate that for them. I mean, they hate that they did lost the game, but damn, Steiny 0 for 10. That ain't his last game in a Warrior uniform. It can't be.
Okay.
Huh?
Who's your favorite player of all time?
Jordan.
What was his last game with the Wizards?
I don't even have any recollection.
We won't remember.
Yeah. Oh,
we won't remember his last game.
Well, if Klay goes to somewhere else and is hitting buckets like JJ Redick.
Ask me about Bird's last game.
Bird's last game.
No idea. How about Magic? What was Magic's last game?
Oh, that All-Star game, right?
Yeah, right. I remember Patrick Ewing in Orlando. I was there.
The beauty is
I hear you, Stein.
We're not going to remember Klay's last game. We're going to remember the 4 championships. Jesse in San Jose. Oh, no. All right.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's go to Jocko. Jocko's been waiting longer. I made a mistake.
I like
there.
that name, Jocko.
Hey, Jocko, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. And hey, Guru, I love your passion. And you asked earlier if Steiny felt bad for Klay. And he said no because bad for Klay too. But one thing, Guru, is you can't hide from age.
I get that.
Jocko, you got a bad connection.
All right, you can't hide from age. I'm not in denial. I'm just saying, if I got a guy, the caller that loved you
are in denial.
He was wrong. He said we have nothing that could fetch you something. And I'm always said, Norm told me, in this world, you got to give up something to get something.
Right.
So I would think about Kuminga, who I don't know can get to superstar status, but if that could get me something already proven, maybe 30-year-old, I would do that.
How old's Lauri Markkanen? Do you know off the top of your head? I'm
playing up right now. I want to say 27. I'm guessing.
So you would trade? Well, let me ask you this: What would the Jazz trade Markkanen for Kuminga? And if so, my question would be why?
Because he's way younger.
Okay.
They don't want to pay Lauri.
Okay,
that'd be the reason.
So they'll acquire Kuminga. But they're going to have to pay Kuminga.
Yeah. So
they see. I don't
like Lauri Markkanen might be eligible for a max contract.
Right.
Kuminga is up for a rookie max.
Right.
So that would be the reason if they want it.
Danny Ainge is not paying Jonathan Kuminga.
No, but he could trade him.
He's 26, Donnie. Well, something's going to happen.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Positively,
I don't know.
That's all.
I don't know.
I do wonder if when we hear from Joe Lacobs, Donnie, maybe Kawakami or somebody. You know what? If Joe Lacob were Jerry Jones, we would have heard last night. And that's the one good thing. But Steiny, he can't be feeling good about his baby. And that's the Golden State Warriors. Unless he's using, real quick, the calculator of what Evan said, callers were saying, and I get it. Hey, we had a great run. But now I'm just a guy in the weeds saying, not so fast. Here, over here. We still got number 30. We got Dre.
That doesn't get it done anymore.
No, we need to go get
who was the best player on the floor last night?
Keegan Murray.
Or who else?
De'Aaron Fox.
Or Fox.
Yeah. That's the thing, Kevin.
I mean,
that was sobering stuff.
I don't want to, man. Like Steph Curry is a better player than De'Aaron Fox. Like he's had a greater career, he's got titles, but when Steph Curry in a game like that goes up against De'Aaron Fox, it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip now.
All right.
And maybe that has something to do with the people Curry's playing with.
And Steiny, I want to be real with you. I don't think that's an embarrassment right now. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be 21 forever. Like you said, Steph is,
but then
let's go to our next. Who's your Robin? We got Sabonis. Who's Curry's Robin? Fluctuates every night. One night it could be Wiggins, other night it could be Kuminga. But when it was all said and done and the dust settled, he didn't have a consistent somebody he could lean on to make his job easier. These are no excuses. And I've been hiding this from you and Evan, and I'm going to let it out right now.
They are.
There was a juncture in that game to where I felt like the Catholic school was playing the team in the hood, where the athleticism from the guys in the hood was 1,000 times more than the other team. And it felt like that.
And that hit you for the first time last night. That the Warriors' athleticism hit you for the first time last night.
I guess with the enormity.
It didn't hit you when they were 5 and 21.
You know what, Steiny?
Seriously.
I'm being honest. When they were 5 and whatever, you always had tomorrow. I always said,
they got next year.
This was a win or go home. I'm going to see your best version of you.
Well,
and last night, nobody showed up.
Well, then you know what?
Wiggins.
Hey, Draymond will play 70 next year, and we win 5 more games on 95.7 The Game. It is a Warriors Wednesday. That means it is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs for...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibs join us on 95.7 The Game. Warriors get eliminated last night by the Kings. What'd you guys think?
Wow.
Man. It's quite an open-ended question there.
I thought it was an absolute stink bomb. In a spot where you needed to play well, you didn't play well at all. And I'd be hard-pressed to find who the MVP was. Moses Moody? Yeah. Was it? I mean, the chef was shaky and careless. Klay Thompson literally couldn't hit a shot. Andrew Wiggins was a minus, 30-something? The Warriors were like that banner behind
That
Steiny.
was appropriate.
Totally.
Like, literally, you asked, what did we think of the Warriors season, and the banner fell 6 seconds later.
I mean,
wow. That's true.
It would have been more appropriate if the banner burst into flames.
Well, I think De'Aaron Fox blew by that banner, and it flew to the ground. But
he's got it. Thank you.
Talk to us, man. Was that embarrassing? I mean, we talked about it yesterday here.
So what I had said yesterday was a simple loss was not embarrassing. That performance sure was. Yeah. Wow. Of course that was embarrassing. I thought after a night of sleep on that we have used the word should way too much this season. All of the things that we think should have happened. They should be 5 games better in the standings. They should be more consistent.
You called that yesterday, too.
Yeah.
I was shooting it up all day.
I'm with you.
And I mean, Goo, like yesterday when you had said you're overly confident, and I was like, why? Like this team, man. And I'm not going to make the whole season about last night, but they are right now, today, they are where they should be. That's should. They are exactly where they should be, which is done. They're out. They didn't make the playoffs.
Go ahead, man.
This is the National Basketball Association. You're not real if you don't make the playoffs. You didn't make the playoffs?
16 to 30 make the playoffs.
So this team is exactly where they should be, and we're all going to have all kinds of opinions about what they should do next. But for me right now, there needs to be a period of time, and today is certainly one of those days. I know you guys took calls the whole time, and we will too. Steve Kerr at 5. We've also got the exit press conferences of Kevon Looney and Klay Thompson and Kevon Looney coming up live.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's going to be between 2:40 and 3:15. So I think you're certainly going to want to hear that. But today is more like let's take stock of who these guys actually were, and it didn't work, and we overrated and overstated,
and we assumed
all year long.
Bare minimum was the play. Me and Steiny just got it. I assumed the bare minimum was the playoffs, Dibs.
Yeah,
I can get the championship thing, but the playoffs. That's why you brought Chris Paul here. So we thought,
right, and this is where you are, and I've always said, and I borrow from Bill Parcells, you are what your record says you are. And you were a 10 seed, and you went out last night, and you played like a 10 seed. You looked like a 10 seed on the road against a 9, against a team that looked like they wanted it more. They played far better. Guys named Keegan and Keon provided more than you could handle with your championship pedigree and your 4 Hall of Famers, and that's the part that makes me feel like it's a level of embarrassment. And yeah, TJD was confused and overmatched early. That's fine. He's a rookie. Kuminga tried like heck, but he still is not quite to where you need him to be if he's going to be your 2. Wiggins was, ineffective. And you go across the board, and it was just a bad performance on a night where you needed, at the very least, a good performance. You didn't need to be perfect, but Sacramento was great, and Sacramento played. And I was thinking, you guys were talking earlier about when did you have that feeling of like, oh, blank. And I think Steiny said, or one of you said late third quarter.
That was me.
End of the third. And at that point, you could tell that the Warriors were not up for the fight.
Yeah. I mean, you had to, and I know everyone did. You felt amazing at halftime. I felt
like they were up 8.
You felt it, right? You're like, how are you down 4?
You're the king.
Klay hasn't scored. Steph looks meh at best. And you're down by 4 points. And then You walked out onto the floor in the second half and hit a three.
Yeah.
You were down by a point twice.
Yeah.
When the game was in the 50s.
Stoney will tell you what happened.
And you sat there, and you sat there and you went, okay, like you weathered the storm.
Right.
You did it.
Yep.
So we
and
thought.
then another storm hit, and there was like, honestly, by the end of the third quarter, we had already hit that sort of sheepish feel, which you hate, where you just are like, you're finding ways to chuckle if you can about it, where you're just it's like to throw your hands up. It's like it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I sent my end of the season tweet before the fourth quarter started. There was no comeback happening. And so, again, you never make it about one game, but the reason that the playoffs or the postseason or anything resonate, I think, with everyone so much is you're at your absolute best. Whatever you've got, you're pouring everything out, right? The kitchen sink mentality. And the Warriors were the healthiest of potentially any team in the NBA. And when you pour your absolute best kitchen sink out on the table and you don't even score 100 points, you don't even look like you were under control of the game for any period of time, that is incredibly demoralizing.
And Keon Ellis pickpocketing your best player and Wiggins, they just look faster and Stoney younger.
And more determined, honestly, and that's
they were
the part.
Just better.
And
they were better.
I kind of had the same experience as you after three quarters. I went from the 68-inch TV in the main room to the laptop.
It's over.
After three quarters, they're down 15. I said to my lovely wife, Supper, I said, you can put on something you want if you want. I'll go to the laptop.
It's Grey's Anatomy time.
Exactly, or something like that. I don't even know Vanderpump Rules, or I don't even know what she put on. But down 15, showing little resistance and little life, I said, I'll go from the 68-inch TV to the 12-inch laptop. And if it got interesting, I would have gone back to the big screen, but that thing never got closer than that again. It was over.
Well, that's the other thing. They didn't even make a run.
Nope.
I mean, they didn't even get it to 7 or something like that, where you thought, if they get a stop and a 3, then they didn't make one run. That was
the last gasp for me was on the Wiggins 3 where he gets fouled.
Oh, yeah.
And they upgraded to a flagrant. I'm thinking, all right, 5-point trip. And I can't remember what were they down 8 or 9
I thought they could have gotten it to 10 there.
It was okay.
Because he had 3 free throws and they had the ball, but they got 1 point.
I couldn't remember what the deficit was.
Clanked the first 2 free throws.
Yes, he did.
And then they did absolutely nothing with the possession.
Wow.
Like the takeaway,
that was the one for me.
I know we're going to spotlight the season, but if you just want to spotlight the game, that game to me boiled down to one thing on both sides of the court. It was incredibly easy for the Kings to get good looks.
We talked
and
about
it was incredibly hard for the Warriors.
I mean,
they could not get a look. That's not a great defensive team.
They couldn't get into their sets.
They couldn't get a look.
It was like, wow.
Everything was contested. And then when it would break down, you'd go, okay, Kuminga, do something. And he would just barrel toward the hoop, and it would throw it up to the top of the backboard.
Moody or Pods.
But he couldn't do it. Wow. He couldn't drive and get a look or get fouled.
I'm stunned, man.
The motion offense was not in motion.
No.
And that's, when they're at their best, it's passing and cutting and screens away and getting good looks. You're right, Mark. It was, just watching Steph get handcuffed like that.
Yeah.
Keon Ellis.
And I will say this about the officiating, because they were letting it go on both sides.
They really
I think
were.
Maybe we've gone a little too far. There was a 3-play sequence where it was like, ooh,
and you hit the body, hit the ground.
That's a felony.
I need to admit something.
Yeah?
It's out of control, Mark.
You like it?
I texted Kyle Draper in the middle of the game.
Whoop.
I texted him. And for those of you who are listening, you're like, what does that mean? Kyle went on a rampage at the end of the regular season on NBC Sports California. Bonte and Joe played it a bunch before they had him on yesterday morning. And he is losing it.
Saying it's not basketball.
About officials and not saying it was about the Kings or any team. He was just like, this is bully ball.
It's out of control.
This is ridiculous. You can't watch it. And the way that it played in that moment, they all made fun of him because it played as it's super sour grapes. Oh, the Kings, and we're the 9 seed. And
see, you seen the light.
And I watched that game, and I texted him in the second quarter. I go, brother, you are so right. Well, I didn't say anything about it.
Hear him hitting the ground.
You are so right. These guys are mugging each other.
Man.
Mugging.
And the officials are just like, cool.
There was a 3-play sequence.
Keep playing.
De'Aaron Fox goes down, and he got chopped, pushed, and
That's
then...
a foul, dude.
Clear-cut foul. Then you go the other way, and Klay gets bodied and then pushed into, like, the 4th row. We're going to go ahead and play on there, too.
Dude, play on. Like, what is going on?
I was kind of laughing, thinking about you in the back of my head.
How did that memo read to the refs that said, or emailed that said,
guys
hey, just swallow it?
Yeah, double body blows, flying underneath the hoop. I mean,
free throws are bad for viewership, I think is what it is.
Wow.
People don't want to see free throws.
But whatever. I mean, that does not, like, that has nothing to do with the Warriors' shortcomings whatsoever.
Agreed.
None.
I just had that moment, though, last night watching
I was like,
3 or 4 trips.
what is this?
I'm like,
real.
where's-
It is real. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I mean, I don't know what else to say about last night. It's hard to not skip ahead to the what comes next portion of it, but one thing that I want to talk to Mark and all the audience about today is some of the post-game sound last night and the idea of we can't imagine going forward without Klay Thompson.
And that's what it was.
Steve and Steph, and I'm not sure if Draymond said it, but I know that Draymond believes it. And so if that is the backdrop and this is the way it's going to go going forward, then I'm preparing myself to put aside the whole idea of championship pedigree or championship window. And it's going to have to be okay that you just enjoy these 3 guys playing basketball and maybe trying to be a plucky little 10 seed. Because for me, my opinion, if you have Steph, Klay, and Draymond still on this team next year, A, I don't think you can significantly upgrade around him, and B, that's not good enough anymore. So that's kind of where I am coming off of last night. Not only last night, but the entirety of the season.
Well, and I'll save what is no doubt to be a good debate to come for the next 4 hours because I don't see it that way at all. And in fact,
it's on.
What I would see it like Donkey Kong.
Thank you.
What I see, once we get through the emotions, and I know you're going to all want to throw something at me when I say this.
Hold on.
In the end, last night will have been a good thing because of what it sets up. You could have chased something that you weren't going to get anyway. You could have ended up in the first round and it would have muddied your view. There is absolutely no fog in your glasses today. You see that they're nowhere near, number one. And number two, Marcus Thompson said this, and I totally agreed with him. I was thinking the same thing, and I saw him tweet it. And last night, I think that performance ensured that Klay Thompson can stay. Because I do think that a performance like that, in a fishbowl like that, absolutely, even in one game, lowers your value.
Slashing prices.
Slashes prices. Wow. It's going to lower what he would seek. It's going to lower what other people would give him. It puts the Warriors in position to offer what they can offer. But more importantly, this is what I think the Klay conversation's about. It's not about can he stay or go, and it's not even about the exact dollar figure. It's about what's your role. And this is a question I will ask Steve at 5 o'clock. You say you want Klay back. You want him to come back and do what? If you want him to come back and be Klay, if you want him to be your 2, you're dead. You're dead. But Klay can be on this team.
Sure.
His role needs to be significantly downgraded. And last night helped that.
Okay.
I'm not
going to argue that you're wrong, but I don't
think somebody's going to throw 30 at him. I still believe that.
I don't think so. And I never thought that it'd be more than 25 anyway. But if you give him 25 and Chris Paul walks, well, now you're up against the tax line. And, Joe has said he's not going to go into the second apron, and maybe he turns out he will again. I know this. He spent a total of about, Joel Corey had it at $380 million.
I thought it was $400.
380, 385, Joel Corey, the great capologist or maybe it was Bobby Marks who had. Actually, I'm getting my my Cap people cross-pollinated. Joel Corey is the NFL guy, but 380, 385 for a 10 seed. I don't know if he's going to want to reload and spend it like that again. And yeah, Klay can come back and shoot 43% again and go 0 for 10 in an elimination game. Cool. I mean, I just don't think that Klay coming back makes you anything more than what you were this year.
Shooter. They're going to need shooters.
Yeah.
They don't need him to seek 17 shots a night. Like PJ Tucker time.
Oof,
just hang out there and knock down a three.
The Ray Allen.
Like hang out there and knock down a three. That's all we need.
Even his first shot, Willard, I told Stoney it was rushed.
Who's starting at 2?
I don't know that yet. There's a roster to construct. I'm not even 100% saying that he can't start. It's about rotations. It's about pecking order. It's about stop sets and plays that you set up. It's about responsibility when it gets late in the shot clock. I am
what if
not.
Podge is the PG and Steph slides the 2?
I mean, to me, they might be able to get Klay back at even a good number, but to me, the hardest thing this team's going to you can't transition if they're here, and if they're here, they're going to play 30 minutes a night, between 28 and 32, and that's the challenge that I see. They're always going to and. They're always going to be the most important players on this team.
Why does it have to be that way? Why? Why do they have to get 28 to 32 minutes a night?
Well, if they don't, because you're in a rock and a hard place. If they don't, you can't win. And if they do, you can't win.
Draymond played 28 minutes a night this year.
Right.
In 2/3 of the games.
Like, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
right.
They're already playing 32, 30, and 28. And you're not a playoff team. So if they come back next year, they're still going to play about that amount of minutes. Right. And if they don't, then you're playing the youngsters more. So then you need the youngsters to be better than they
were this year. A lot better.
I just think you got to expand our brain to people who are not currently on the roster being on the roster.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, like this.
And that's why I think I'd almost rather have Klay not here at all as opposed to making 18 and he's going to have to play 28 minutes.
I mean, so this is the Brandon Crawford point that Farhan Zaidi tried to make, and that's interesting. So you agree with that? Their presence,
yes,
their history within the organization is too great to have in a reduced role.
Yeah.
I don't know. You might be right.
I mean,
I don't
moved him to the bench,
but maybe maybe you can. I just don't like. I'm not saying the big three's done, because I'm acknowledging the less you play them, it's going to be harder to win. But the more you play them, it's harder to win too, just because of the nature of kind of where they're at right now.
Yeah. And also, the more you play them, if you're chasing wins like you were this year, and you look at what Steph's been over the last 10 games, where he's clearly been fatigued because he had to carry the load, and you got to the end of the season and he had a couple of rest games, and then still he wasn't fresh enough last night or effective enough to, quote, carry you in a spot he needed to carry you.
Yeah.
It's certainly going to be a lot of other questions. The Andrew Wiggins conundrum. And Mark and I talked yesterday, and Mark was saying that he's heard from people that there is, and I agree with Mark, there is a certain amount of still love for Andrew Wiggins, especially at his price point. There are teams out there who might want Wiggins.
I get it.
You have not only a Kuminga extension possibility, but also Moses Moody. We can't forget that he's in the same contract cycle. So you'll have a decision there as well. Questions or decisions about Kevon Looney. GP2 can make his decision, but all that will lead into exactly what you can do on the open market.
I think that, I mean, again, this is getting a little ahead of our emotions today. I would look for, if I'm the Warriors, option A is a package that looks something like Wiggins, GP2 having opted in, Moody, and draft picks. And that's my starting point.
Yeah.
That's my starting point on the open market. And you reshuffle the deck in terms of responsibilities. That brings you 1 to 2 additional players. I would target one of them being a real big time, like maybe your 2. Whoever your 2 is going to be, you'd love for Kuminga to be your 3. And again, I'm not talking about positions on the floor. I'm talking about responsibility. Yeah. Kuminga's your 3 next year, not your 2. And then, Klay and Draymond are somewhere down the list. And that's what I still see for Klay Thompson. You're not going to, if you need shooting, Steve Kerr talked last night about how they're too top-heavy in terms of how many guys can really knock down a 3. You look at a team like the Kings or all of the teams in the NBA, and they just surround the three-point arc with people who can knock down the 3. The Warriors don't have that. And Klay Thompson is actually one of them.
And they can't guard that either.
Right. So you the options will open life up for Klay when it's not, here's the ball and now dribble around a screen.
Why don't you add Steph to that too? I believe that's what's ailing him.
Well, he definitely needs less on his shoulders.
Man.
I don't know if it's necessarily less minutes.
3 dudes were running after him yesterday.
That's got to stop.
He couldn't get up.
That's got to stop.
All right, well, you guys got Steve Kerr at 5. I know Kuminga's coming up soon, and then
so
Klay Thompson.
And then Klay. And so, in the 3 o'clock hour, you'll hear exactly what Klay had to say. But anybody who wants to just sound off, get it off your chest, we'll be here all afternoon.
On 95.7, The Game.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, Steiny asked the question that is the question, and we will ask it today as well. And there's a lot to say. And Steve Kerr is going to be on the show, and you will hear exit interviews from a number of the players as well. But it's pretty simple today. What'd you think?
Yeah, 888-957-9570. What'd you think? I was, and again, if I use the word disgusted or embarrassed, I'm obviously doing that in a sports context. I was not physically ill. Watching that game and watching them fall behind early, I thought this can't possibly go that way. Warriors rally, they get it close at halftime. They go on a mini run to start the 3rd quarter, and I had the same thought. Here we go. Warriors going on a run. The better team, the experienced team. Warriors are back in this thing. They're going to turn the tides, and they're going to beat Sacramento. They're not going out against Keegan and Keon, and then Keegan was unguardable, and Keon Ellis was open, and he was knocking him down. And the one that kind of drove the stake in my heart a little bit, forget De'Aaron Fox, because he's mostly unguardable. That guy can get his shot in the mid-range, the midi mark. De'Aaron Fox, he can find his way from 18 to 10 feet. The dude can score.
He's a good player.
The one that hurt the most was a sequence of Sabonis. When Sabonis had a couple of, he had some rebounds.
He was good. He was good in the first half. He was kind of
foul trouble. And I was like, and he has his. Does he always have a black eye?
Yeah, you know what? Christy asked the same question, and I had decided the answer must be yes.
Yeah.
That must be a thing. It's become almost like a birthmark or whatever.
Kind of.
Or he's so annoying that someone always punches him in the face.
He's a physical player.
I don't know.
When he got into foul trouble and then the Warriors made that mini run to start the 3rd, I was excited. I was thinking, okay, here you go, Dubs. You've had Sabonis flummoxed a little bit. He's in foul trouble. Time to go on a run. And then trip after trip after trip, they couldn't stop anybody. And on the other end, it was miss, score. That thing got back to 12, and I was like, this ain't good.
Well, I think it's a day to find out what yesterday did to your brain. You know what I mean? Like, where does your brain go when you see something like that? And I think we've all been there in life. This is not to take some sort of a shot Like, I want this to be the first thing that we say, because it is possible that the era of Steph, Klay, and Draymond on the same team is over. It's possible. We don't know. But just because of that possibility, let me first say this. Thank you guys so much.
For what?
Holy hell. Like, and maybe you're just all going to be back in October. But oh my God, like, please let that be the first thing that goes out today. Thank you guys so much for the most epic thing I have ever seen in my life in terms of basketball. And yes, I was a basketball fan in the 80s and early 90s. And yes, I didn't watch Michael Jordan as a Bulls fan, but I saw that. I found this to be more, maybe not like more effective in terms of basketball. I found this to be more connected with its fan base. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like Steph Curry. I've never seen anything like the ball moving the way that it moves. So the number one thing that I want to say today is thank you. Thank you, Warrior organization. Thank you, Big Three. Thank you, Steve Kerr, for what has been the most unbelievable NBA ride of our lifetimes. I grew up with Chris Cohan as the owner. Thank you and Joe Lacob.
Right.
Thank you so much for what has just been incredible.
Yeah, I hope.
Thank you.
It may or may not be over.
And maybe it's not over. It's over in its form.
It's over.
It's over in its form.
And that's kind of what I was saying in the crossover, because if they do bring back Klay and Steph and Draymond are still here, and I think that they are going to bring back Klay Thompson, and I agree with you that his price probably, it didn't just go down last night, but around the league, if you're looking at a high leverage spot, and there's a stat, I think Grandy tweeted it out about the last 3 elimination games for Klay Thompson, and the numbers haven't been good in the last 3 elimination games, and coming off of 2 career-threatening injuries and all the rest of it. I do think that they're going to bring him back, but for me, the viability of those 3 being a championship trio, it's over. Well, unless you can somehow extricate a player who is actually a 1. So if you bring in somebody who's a 1, and then Steph is the 1A, or even if Steph's the 2, then now we've got some action. But there's only a couple, 3 or 4 of those guys who you could possibly bring in.
Totally.
And that's a conversation for down the road.
Not that far down the road, but yes, not today. Not today. I think today is about managing our emotions, processing what we've just seen, to understand where we've been, how we got here. This is what I meant a week and a half ago when I said you got to stop calling them the Big Three. It doesn't mean, a lot of people took that to mean I wanted certain portions or parts of them off of the roster. No, the Big Three are done, not necessarily in Warrior uniforms. They're just done because they're not the Big Three anymore.
Right.
They need to be the big 1, 4, and 7. That's what they are.
Well,
or something like that.
I get where you're
going. Do you
going.
know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, so that's number 1. But number 2 is, and I bet we've all experienced this in one way, shape, or form in our lives. My God, I sure have. And in recent years, we kind of got duped. And that's okay. That's not on the Warriors, and it's not on us. It's just the way that it all goes down. We have spent the entire year, well, if they just didn't blow those 24-point leads, if Jokic hadn't hit the half-court shot, I hope that last night showed that the Warriors are exactly where they should be. So if you want to use the word should, surround that sentence. I don't want to hear they should be the 5 seed. I don't want to hear they could be the 4 seed. I don't want to hear that if Draymond hadn't been suspended, they should, they could. My 10-year-old son, I drove him to school today. You want to know what he said? He goes, Dad, you know what happened this year? The Warriors just got unlucky. I said, oh, really? Why do you feel that way? He goes, because they had a better record than last year. If they had just done this last year, they would have been the 4 seed. So the Western Conference just isn't right.
It's the conference's fault.
And I said, son, That's the way it goes.
Did you stop the car?
Yeah, well, we were at a stoplight, so it was okay. So I could turn toward him and be like, so, this is a teachable moment. That's not bad luck. You have got to measure yourself against whatever is in front of you at all times every year, and it's a new story every day when you wake up. And the Warriors are exactly where they should be. They are not good enough. Ramona Shelburne said the other day, it did not work. She said it in a past tense. It did not fit. It did not fit. And so it is time to change this thing. We all have our own definition of what wholesale changes means. Is that a tweak? Is that a twist? Is it this person off the roster? Is it that person on? As you said, we've got all summer long for that. But my two messages today are A, thank you all so much for what has been absolutely incredible, followed by, I don't want to hear any more ifs and shoulds.
Right.
They are exactly where they are supposed to be, which is watching.
They went 5-21 against the top 7 in the Western Conference. And if you want to throw the Lakers in there, they were 3-1 against the Lakers, 2-2 against SAC. By and large, you were 10 and basically 27 against the teams ahead of you in the Western Conference. So yeah, you're the 10 seed because you didn't beat the teams that were ahead of you. And luck, good luck, bad luck. Well, Draymond getting suspended is not bad luck. That's bad acting. And it's a guy who's got a track record. And so that's the way that's going to go. Other than that, you didn't have a lot of bad luck. Steph was healthy. He missed a small handful of games.
The Kings did. The Kings had bad luck. Two of their best players were watching last night.
Chris Paul broke his hand.
Right.
Other than that, Andrew Wiggins missed only 4 games this year, or 5 games due to a personal absence, as opposed to 25 last year. So you actually didn't get much bad luck at all. And you wound up where you wound up. And now I'm kind of in your camp as far as the appreciation. I woke up this morning, the emotions had calmed a little bit, and I had that moment of reflection where if they do want to run this back, and by run it back, I mean keep Klay, keep Steph, and keep Draymond, I don't believe that that's going to be a winning formula under any circumstance. But at the same time, I'd kind of be okay with it because they've provided so much winning in the past. If this is the way Joe Lacob wants to go about it and re-sign Klay for whatever number and, maybe shuffle some of the pieces and still wind up being an 8 or a 9 or a 10 seed next year, I'll allow it. I won't be that mad.
That phrase, I think, is going to become a little bit of a trigger for Warriors fans. If I were Steve Kerr's advisor, and I'm not, I would have told him, don't do what you did last night. Don't use the phrase "run it back." That's something you do when you lose in the conference finals.
Yeah,
you don't do that when you lost by 24 in the 9-10 play-in game on the road. That you don't use the word "we want to run it back." That's not going to get people's minds in the right place, because you can't run it back. Yes, you can have a lot of the same names, but there better be some new ones, and their responsibility of this current group better change, because one thing was abundantly clear last night. There is way too much responsibility on the shoulders of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green because they can't handle it anymore. That is too much responsibility for them. I also brought up the story of my son because if you're out there saying that the Warriors got unlucky, I'm just letting you know, you sound like a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up.
And
he's 10.
It's fair.
He's 10, so
he's
he gets
allowed
to say that.
To feel
he's
that
allowed
way.
to. That's
yes,
right.
He was born in 2014.
That's right.
He was barely alive when they started this unbelievable run, which I'm glad you expressed your appreciation, because it took me last night and I woke up this morning and I had that same sort of feeling, because this has been amazing. And this is my favorite team. This is my Giants, related to you and how much you love the Giants. That's how much I love the Warriors. So I do feel this team at a deeper level than the other two teams. And so I've waited for them to even be decent my whole life. Right. And then not only were they decent, they were dynastic. And now it feels like it's over, but I'm trying not to forget how great the last 10 plus years have been.
888-957-9570. High priority today to get all of you and all of your thoughts on the air. It is that kind of a day, and I want you all to know that. That's what we're going to prioritize today. Yes, Steve Kerr is going to join us. We've got a ton of post-game and exit interview sound to play for you because it's important, and there's more to come because the likes of Kevon Looney and Klay Thompson are still going to speak today, and we know that you all want to hear that. But on an emotional day, we really want to hear from you. What did that feel like? 888-957-9570. Okay, Manny in San Jose, you're first up. Hey, Manny, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, so just want to say a few things about last night's loss. Right? Steve Kerr lineup for starting Trevor Jackson Davis, I think that put them in a hole. And he played Klay too much. Even when we were like 1 point down, he just kept him in there. Right? So Steve Kerr have to be responsible for somehow.
Okay, my only question to that, because I think Steve Kerr said last night, and he will again at 5, he'll tell you about some of his shortcomings this year, and even last night. You know, you mentioned starting Trace Jackson Davis, which is what this team has been doing for the last number of weeks, and it's been working very well. So I don't know why they would have gone away from that last night. But let's focus more broadly on your premise. If last night is Kerr's fault, then that sounds to me like you think that the players that need to be in place are in place. So in other words, do you feel like the roster is good enough?
I think the roster was good enough against Sacramento, not to win the whole thing.
Okay.
But they could have won one game against Sacramento if he would manage his rotation well.
Okay, and that's a fair opinion. It is one with which I disagree. Thank you, Manny. They got boat raced last night, manhandled every single rotation, every mix scientifically that you put on the court got absolutely crushed. So I'm not going to tell you it was a great night for Steve Kerr. I'm going to tell you that if you're putting all the blame on him, that means you think that the roster was good enough to win that game. And after watching the way that it looked, I mean, I was completely wrong with my pregame breakdown of the way that thing looked. Sacramento won that, could have won it by more, and if they were healthier, they would have won it by even more.
Well, and the Warriors were a step slow and a rotation slow all night on defense. And so you start TJD, but you don't put him on Sabonis because Sabonis plays away from the basket. And so I think TJD was defensively a little out of sorts. Then he had the ghastly turnover, and Steve took him out. So you can blame Steve for starting him, but I'm with you. It's a starting lineup that's been working over the last month or so. So you go with it, and you realize and I want to get it right here, at the 7 minute and 15 second mark. So 4 minutes and 45 seconds. You're only down 5. You take him out. You put in Pods, who wasn't terrific last night either. So what is Steve supposed to do?
It wasn't horrible
when he's got. Steve has probably 3 to 3.5 players actually playing well.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Our perspective got so wonky because if I asked you, who looked good last night for the Warriors?
Moses Moody looked good.
Okay.
Right?
He was all right.
I mean, Kuminga looked pretty good. There was times where...
I think we think those guys look good because of how bad everyone else looked.
Exactly.
I didn't think anybody looked great.
I thought Steph struggled.
Oh, God, it was not a good game for Steph Curry.
The turnovers, some of the careless turnovers, he's getting picked. And, Draymond was all right.
Fine.
He's fine.
He had that one defensive play against Sabonis. That was fun.
Incredible.
Yeah, that was a great play.
And that was another part of the we're not calling fouls portion of the game.
Yeah, a little bit, although that one
was clean.
It was clean-ish.
But it was physical.
Yeah, it was. We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department, and the Warriors are on probation. It's official. 888-957-9570. Manny wet our whistle, but that's what it's going to sound like. What do you think? How did last night make you feel? And it made your Warrior brain go where? Let's keep on talking it out. Steve Kerr's coming up. Klay Thompson and Kevon Looney's exit interviews are coming up. This is Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated...
can never see myself, not with those two guys. I understand this league changes and there's so many things that go into it, and we're not going to play forever, but, we've experienced so much together. And at the end of the day, again, I know they want to win, I know I want to win, and that's all I worry. That's all I'm worried about.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph, I'm going to have your back right here. I don't think he said yesterday what a lot of you think he said. Steve Kerr said what you think he said. We need Klay back. Steph said, I could never see myself without those two guys. Sure. Y'all have a spouse? Y'all have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Could you see yourself without them? I mean, in this moment, probably not. But spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Some of you will encounter something that you don't see coming.
Yeah, and some of us have gotten to that point.
Yep.
And have, in fact, been able to see life without that person.
And so Steph might too. I thought it was more important when he was kind of wrapping what he was saying at the end. He's like, I can't see myself without those guys, but all that matters is I want to win.
Right.
So if behind the scenes there are conversations going on and this offseason plays however it plays, or Klay gets an offer for $32 million a year from the Orlando Magic and he wants to take that, well, then guess what? All they want to do is win. And if they feel like with what unfolds, their chances of winning are better without one another than they are with, then they're going to learn exactly what it feels like.
Right.
Even though they can't see it right now.
Yes, and it might just come down to what you're talking about, which is money and role, because right now he's making $42 million, or last year we can now say he made $42 million.
Remember last year?
Right. He was the second highest paid player on the Warriors, and he did not play like a number 2 on a playoff team, and they were the 10 seed, and he was making 42. So if Klay comes in at a number that is more conducive to a guy who's a role player, doesn't mean he can't start, doesn't mean he can't play 25 to 30 minutes a night, but it probably would mean he becomes more of a designated shooter and more of a fourth best defender on the floor, less of a primary option than he's been so far throughout his career.
Agreed. So plenty of time for that, and that'll unfold. We do want to go to the calls. Stay right there. I want to play 2 quick pieces of sound for you. Do you want to know behind the scenes who the Warriors are picking? I mean, you're sort of going to know this already, but the whole Kuminga-Wiggins thing.
Gotcha.
Can they play together? Can you figure this out? We found something. They can play together a little bit. We love Wiggs. All the things that you hear all season long. Listen to these exit interviews. You want to know which one the Warriors are going to choose? All right. Here's Jonathan Kuminga when asked about his future.
I love it here. Like I said, I love it here, and the rest of the things going to handle itself. So.
Okay. 6 seconds, 3 times. I love it here. Once again, Kuminga, what do you think? I don't know. What about here? How's that sound?
I love it here. Like I said, I love it here, and the rest of the things going to handle itself. So.
I love it here.
And like I said,
I love it here. Okay, hey, Wiggs, did you know that there might be conversations involving moving you this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. You never know what could happen. Who's going to be here? Who won't? You never know. That's the NBA. All you can do is, take care of what you can take care of, what you can control.
So we got 18. I love it here's from Kuminga.
Yep.
And we got 18. You never knows.
Yeah.
From Andrew Wiggins. And now you know which one the Warriors choose.
Well, you also know which one they tried to move back in February.
Yeah.
And that's pretty well known. I don't know if it's a fact, but it's a sourced report from a number of different sources that they were shopping Andrew Wiggins and they didn't get the return that they would have liked. Otherwise, I do think they would have moved off of Andrew Wiggins at the trade deadline. And now you get to a spot where if they are players who duplicate each other too much to keep, you're going to side with the younger player who's got more of an upside as opposed to the enigmatic player who, had one great season all-star, champion, and has otherwise been kind of just okay.
I will be, is the word shocked? That might be strong.
Surprised.
I will be very surprised if Andrew Wiggins plays for the Warriors next year. I will be very surprised if Andrew Wiggins plays for the Warriors next year.
You'd be shocked if they traded Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
And kept Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, God, yes.
And you'd be very surprised if they both were on the team come October.
Correct.
That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would be, you can just put it this simple. I'd be very surprised if Wiggins is on the team. I'd be shocked if Jonathan Kuminga is not.
Yeah, I don't know what the stronger word than shocked is.
I would be shocked.
Right.
I would be shocked if Jonathan Kuminga is not on the team next year. Adrian in the city with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Adrian. What are you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I'm just, I'm driving over here. I'm just thinking about things. I'm a little heated, First of all, just to qualify myself, been a longtime fan since 1988, so allow me to cook over here real quick.
Go, Chef.
The coaching staff. I honestly, I blame the coaching staff. How can you not call a timeout? This is what I love about Greg Popovich. He would make things look so ugly in a game. You're in hostile territory, you're playing on the road, and then in the first quarter you go down big, and instead of being a pest and calling timeout and seeing that your players don't quite have it there, instead of you interjecting yourself to go and help the team win, you just let them ride this out a la Phil Jackson status and think that with your aged players that you can make this kind of move. That's number one. Number two, Trey Jackson-Davis was cooking for the last 20 games of the season. You had him in your starting rotation, balling. And then all of a sudden you want to go back to Kevon Looney, who hasn't really been playing much, and then expect that he's just going to turn on a light switch just like that? These things don't make sense to me. Then you go and you cut the lead back in, and then all of a sudden what happens next? Man, you get cooked. And you go down, you were as close as 4 points, and you go down 15-17, and you don't know how to call a timeout. What are you saving the timeouts for?
So, again, with full acknowledgement of your emotions, Adrian, your feeling is that the Warriors might have won last night had they called a couple of timeouts.
You know what? It's not just that they would have won had they had called timeouts. They would have won if they had been coached better and placed in positions that are better. Klay, unfortunately, was stinking it up. He's had a solid couple good games as of recent, but, man, when he wasn't cooking, you had to realize Moses Moody has been doing the damn thing. He's been cooking. Kuminga's been cooking. Paz has been cooking. These young guys have been doing well, yet you refuse to go to these young guys and you want to hold on to the past of what was. You're not doing anything at all to go free up Curry. And Curry's getting mauled. He's got three guys on him at every single point. And if you got three guys on you, guess what? Two other guys are open. But Curry can't find the other two guys because they're just gone. And that means Wiggins too. Because Wiggins has been playing like a bum. I get that he's going through personal stuff. I feel for him. I heard about what's going on for him. I feel for him. But you know what? He hasn't been right all year last year. And even this year, he's not the same guy. And Minnesota was glad to get rid of him.
Well, that's 1,000 years ago. So that's I don't even think that's not relevant because that's not why they were getting rid of Andrew Wiggins. Adrian, let me see if I can split the difference here because I know the way today a lot of these conversations are going to go.
A lot of Kerr in the crosshairs is what I'm forecasting.
People process at different speeds, and that's totally normal and fine. So I'm personally no longer, I left in the fourth quarter the idea of we could have won this game. Like that left in the fourth quarter last night.
Yeah.
For some people, it was this morning. For others, it'll be tonight. For some people, it'll be July. And that's totally fine. I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong. But every time, every one of you who is going to blast Steve Kerr today, what happens in my brain when you do that is it tells me you think the answers are on the roster. And I disagree with you.
Well, I think a lot of people think that the answer is in the coaching staff. So with a new coach, a different coach, then what you have on the roster would be better because you'd have a better coach. And so you wouldn't have blown all those games. You wouldn't have been in the spot to begin with. I'm playing devil's advocate because I'm not of that same mindset. And I look at last night in particular, you shoot 41% with 16 turnovers and you shoot 31 from three. you're going to lose, especially when the other team shoots lights out and they turn it over 7 times. And that, to me, there's not a coach in the history of the game who could have led you back. And yeah, maybe a timeout here or there would have stopped the bleeding, but you were getting run no matter if you called timeout or didn't call timeout.
That's what I mean by splitting the difference. If I acknowledge that Steve Kerr didn't have his best game last night, can maybe others, those of you on the Steve Kerr wagon, can you acknowledge that last night was a hell of a lot bigger than him? Like, boy, are we overusing the word cooking. No, not everybody was cooking. No, Trace Jackson Davis was not cooking. And by the way,
he was saying of late.
But right. And then he went out there and last night looked awful.
Looked like a rookie.
And you coach that as a game 7 situation, which every coach in every sport will tell you, we've got no time for you to work out your stuff. And I know you may say, well, then why is Klay out there? Fair question. However, I'll still go back to the same thing we've said all year. You want the Warriors coach, whoever it is, to be a psychic. You want them to know who's going to hit the next shot. Moses Moody wasn't really, quote, cooking. He was good. Could he have gotten 6 more minutes last night? Sure. But Moses Moody has been the backup quarterback of this team all year. You've always wanted him in, and every time a game doesn't go well, you scream Moses Moody. And the bottom line is that's not who Moses is. He's a good player. He's not that kind of a difference maker.
Right.
Anybody who thinks Moses Moody was the key to this team getting deep into the playoffs, come on. This is a rotational player who is solid, who we could argue should have gotten more minutes. That's all fair.
Right.
The idea that he was the key that unlocks this whole thing, come on. That's not who he is.
And if you want to criticize Steve Kerr for sticking with Klay Thompson as he goes 0 for 10 in 31 and a half minutes, you can do that, but just know that's what Steve did when they won championships, is he defaulted to veterans and he stuck with guys. And the thing about Klay Thompson that we've all said, when Klay gets hot, then that's great. And when Klay's not hot, you got to shoot your way out of it. And so last night was a spot where if he hits one,
you never know,
and he hits a couple.
That's what I mean by being a psychic.
Maybe he hits 5 of 6.
Right, like you all. It's as if in the second quarter you all thought Klay was going to go goose egg.
Right,
and none of us thought that. Well, he's going to hit one at some point.
You would figure.
He never did.
No,
he never did. I just don't put it this way. I don't see a way they would have won that game. There's no way they were going to win that game.
Well,
not with who they had, not with the way they coached it, not with the way they rotated, not with the effort, not with the nothing.
Well, and give Sacramento credit.
Absolutely.
Because
that's what I mean. They were
Keegan Murray was 8 of 13 from 3. And Keon Ellis was 3 of 4. And Harrison Barnes, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Harrison Barnes.
I did my 5 minutes on Harrison last night.
He was like a human Post-it last night. Stick it to him. Anything?
I had a feeling he was going to be good.
Yeah.
I had a feeling he was going to be good.
No, he was more than good. He was determined. He was focused. He was great.
He's a good player.
He was a plus 29 in that game, Mark. But even if the Warriors played better, Sacramento was fantastic. For me, the bigger issue is not Klay's 0 for 10. It's the fact that he couldn't guard Keegan Murray. That was a bigger factor, in my opinion, of the Klay Thompson part of the loss.
The Kings, this was an NBA thing. There's no matchup that if it's played that way wouldn't have gone in the direction of whoever the Kings were last night. In other words, I don't care who played. You could have played the Pistons last night. If they get looks like the Kings got, contrasted with the Warriors not getting looks, it was just about open shots. It wasn't even about who was hot. The Kings' shots were open and the Warriors' shots were contested. That's you lose.
Yeah.
You lose.
Especially when you turn it over more and get out-rebounded.
Kings outplayed them, severely.
Yeah.
Severely outplayed them. Alex in the city. Hey, Alex, what's good?
Hey, fellas, thank you. So, yeah, my first point was going to be the same. The Kings, from the coaching staff to the players, they were locked in. They came out ready to keep TJD from being a vertical threat. They were taking everybody but Steph win the game, and it just worked out for them. They were shooting, defending, rebounding, passing, very crisp. On the Warriors' end, I think it's just boiled down to we're vet-heavy and rookie-heavy right now. We don't have a lot in between. That's because we had some things happen. Poole and Draymond couldn't get along. Wiseman didn't pan out. So in conclusion, I think next year we got to be able to either pick up some of those mid-range guys that are like 5-year vets that are talented, but if that's not possible, then I think it's rebuild o'clock. Thank you.
Nice uptick.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
Rebuild a clock. They're not going to rebuild.
No, and
so we can have that conversation, but Joe Lacob's not doing that.
Well, honestly, if you were going to rebuild, that would take probably 2 to 5 years, and that would involve the departure of, well, everybody.
Yep.
And that would, you'd trade Steph, you'd trade Draymond, you wouldn't sign Klay. You probably would keep Wiggins just to have somebody around and let Wiggins go out there and, go 5 for 12 on an expansion style team, but you're just not going to rebuild. Joe Lacob's not doing the lottery.
And a lot of you don't
except for this year.
You say that, but you don't want that. Like, you could do this. This is an exercise you can do. Okay, let's rebuild. Let's go there. You're going to let Klay walk.
Yep.
You're going to trade Draymond.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to look for a way to trade Steph. Oh, now everybody's throat just locked up.
Yeah.
You're like, well, no, not that. Well, I'm sorry. That is rebuilding. You trade your people. You ever watch the Marlins win a World Series? Watch what they do the next year. Have you ever watched the Oakland A's in the offseason after somebody becomes good in their organization? You send them out. I don't care how big of a name they are or how fun they are to watch.
Yep.
They gone.
Boston Celtics did that after their title.
So you actually don't want that. You don't want a full rebuild. I don't think any of you, maybe a few of you, think that way, where it's literally like send everyone out the door. Plus, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. The idea of trading Steph Curry is just words. Like the matching of that number to find a team that wants to, an about to be 37-year-old, 50-something million a year contract with 2 years left. Who's giving you their star for that? And that doesn't mean rebuild. It's not doable.
Right.
So if your take today is trade Steph Curry, you're welcome on the show.
Of course.
But it's just not a viable conversation, I don't think.
And for me, the only thing that could possibly make this team a competitive title kind of contender next year would be some sort of a dramatic move, or you get one of these expiring vets like a LeBron James to just choose to come here for dirt cheap. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how likely or viable that is. It's not even worth discussing at this point, but I look at the path forward, and there really isn't a good path forward.
I don't know if I fully agree with that yet. This has to unfold, and we have to see what's available.
Right.
And we've got a ton of time to do it. We could dip our toe in the water for a second. You want the Warriors to compete next year? Lauri Markkanen needs to be your 2. That's like Lauri Markkanen. That's your 2. That's your number 2 option. Lauri Markkanen.
So you'll do just about anything in your power, short of Kuminga, because nobody wants to trade Kuminga.
Short of Kuminga.
And you're going to convince Utah to take Wiggins and Moody and 3 first-round picks for Lauri Markkanen, who's making $14 million next year, I believe.
$18 million next year. You take a bad contract of theirs, and it's a lot more people and assets than what you just put out there. But yeah, something along those lines. And you might need to squint or tighten your shoulders up. I don't know. I don't know if a Brandon Pajemski needs to be in the deal or a Poughkeepsie kid. I don't know. But yes, I do think there is a conversation that can be had in a way where Lauri Markkanen can be your second option next year. A front court scorer. Somebody that takes pressure off of these guys who are running around like fireflies in their mid-30s with major injuries out by the three-point line trying to come up with high percentage looks. They can't do it anymore. These other teams are all able to. That's, to me, the key to the whole deal. What happened to the Warriors this year? The other team's looks are a higher percentage shot. And Steph Curry is so amazing that you can still win on some nights by having the lower percentage look, but not enough.
Right.
Not enough nights.
Well, especially when you're talking about 82 games and a guy who's going to be 37 next year, and you don't have help.
And Kuminga is not ready to be Kevin Durant, where you're like, oh, there's 7 seconds left on the shot clock. You know what I call these guys? It's the, hey, dude, you take it guy. Hey, dude, you take it and go to the hole. Kuminga's not ready. Too many of his drives last night ended up with a ball that just shot straight up in the air. And with the officials not calling anything, they just whack him to the ground. The ball would go flying up to the top of the backboard, and the Kings are playing 5-on-4. Guess what they're going to get? A Keegan Murray open three-pointer.
Or Keon Ellis, from
whatever.
the corner.
And that's your game. So you need someone you can dump the ball into, play inside, outside. He's not had a 30th birthday. He can create a shot.
He can shoot the three.
And he can shoot the three. To me, option A. And there's probably 10 options.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can get it done, but if I'm sitting down and I'm making a to-do list for the Warriors, there's your first bullet point.
Yeah, and
acquire Lauri Markkanen without giving up Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, and then probably take 3 firsts. You don't have this year's, and Utah's already stockpiling first from the Donovan Mitchell trade, which is how they got Lauri Markkanen. So you're looking for a team like Utah and a player like Markkanen, a clearly rebuilding team, and you can shovel picks and young players too.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right. In the 3 o'clock hour, you'll hear from Kevon Looney and Klay Thompson, but it's all you coming up next. 888-957-9570. How'd you feel after last night? Steve Kerr's 2 hours away on Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess.
What happens this summer and going into next year, we'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm just thinking about our guys, how committed they were this year, the connection they had, the effort they put in to put us in a position to at least have a chance. We clearly weren't good enough, but not for a lack of effort or commitment from our guys. They were great all year.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You're going to hear him again in 2 hours. And you're going to hear Klay Thompson in about 15 minutes. His exit interview in full. And just a prediction. It's going to be must-listen radio.
No doubt. No doubt. And Klay's one to always, be honest with his emotions and how he's feeling in the moment. And I'm sure he'll be asked about his little 360 spin he did. I'm sure you saw that when he was exiting the court.
Oh, yeah.
He took a moment, did a full personal panorama, looked around and kind of gathered himself in the moment before exiting. It was reflection, and it was the kind of reflection that, when you see it, you think, oh, what's he thinking?
What's he thinking?
Yeah.
Is he thinking, I don't know if this is the last time I'm going to exit a court in a Warrior jersey?
Right.
It kind of looked like that.
It did.
It kind of looked like that.
Then you hear, Steve and Steph and Draymond all talking about how they can't imagine life without Klay, and I'm sure Klay will speak to that today in his exit interview about, life without Steve and Steph and Draymond as well, because it now could become a reality.
It's that kind of day, so I'm going to do it on the air. Ready?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Really? You drinking?
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Cheers to the 2023-24 season.
Yeah, and it was...
night.
It was a season. It was a season, all right. It was not a couple of years ago when it ended with confetti in my backpack at a parade that you and I presided over on Market Street. And it wasn't even last year where you had that fun-filled first-round upset, quote-unquote, over Sacramento in 7 with a Steph 50 burger and then a Laker disappointment. This was just it was just kind of an unseemly end to a very uneven season.
Dude, they lost the 9-10 game by 24 points.
And it wasn't that close.
No. The 9-10 game.
Yeah.
The Warriors missed the playoffs at full strength.
Klay Thompson went 0 for 10.
Oh, God.
0 for 10.
And that's why I keep saying, we will arrive at a spot where you're thankful for what happened last night. Because it was definitive. What I've been saying all year long, the Warriors lack definition. They don't know who their rotation is. They don't know who's supposed to start. They don't know who's supposed to finish. They don't know what everyone's role is. Well, we finally found our definition. They're not good.
Right.
And so there's no question about whether or not you need to completely change what you're doing. There's no question about that. And there's no boy, if Draymond had just not gotten suspended, I wonder if the answer's no. No, they definitively are not close. They missed the playoffs where more than half the league goes to the playoffs. I mean, that's as definitive as it gets. Let's go to Jonathan in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Just playing my drums a little bit until you guys put me on air. First of all, I would like to thank all parties involved for giving us the joyful memories, seeing these guys get drafted and develop and become champions 4 times over. And speaking of over, I think Sacramento really shut the door on us and showed us once again, last night is proof that Father Time's undefeated. Guys, our core is old. I don't know if there's a move in the off season that could put us back in this mix, but the way it looks like, hey now, don't dream it's over.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's a 4 for your crowded house.
But you don't need to dream it. You saw it.
Yeah.
That was not a dream. That was real.
But is it over? And some people will say it's not over, and some of those people may be Golden State Warriors themselves.
But what does that mean? What does that mean? It's not over. That's not as clear as maybe it sounds. What does that mean to you?
It's not, well, to me, and I don't believe this, but when I hear people say it's not over, I hear people say with a couple of things that might have gone differently this year, couple more breaks, and the emergence of the young players, you could be a 50-win team.
Like my 10-year-old.
Like some of the members of the Golden State Warriors. Bob Fitzgerald, for example, said this is a 50-win team. And this year they won 46. If they would have won 50, would they have been a team who made a deeper playoff run? I don't think so. But there are people who think this core, this group can come back and be a 50-win team. And if you're a 50-win team, then you're a playoff team.
Yeah, it's still not good enough.
I agree with you. But that's, to me, what I hear when people say they could still go on a run. This team is still, as composed, as comprised. This team could still be good enough to make a run.
Let's go next to JB in San Jose. Hey, JB, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I just want to say that the Warriors going into the this playing game, they were hot. They were really hot. They were playing really good.
They were?
They were in close games. They didn't get blown out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Keep going. Well, okay. Like, just look at their last 4 games. They had a huge game against New Orleans. They lost it. They went to Portland a few nights before that, needed it, barely won against a G League team. Played Utah with a bunch of non-players and pulled that out. They were fine. I wouldn't call them hot. That's just me. But go ahead, JB.
I'm saying, but towards the end of the season, they caught on fire. They were hot. So I think basically what I'm trying to say is that Steve Kerr started resting players, key players. They got cold and they were not hot, and he expected them to come out and be hot. And he shouldn't have rested them. He should have kept them playing because they were on the road. They were hot, and I think I put this all on Steve Kerr. Here's my question to you: do the Warriors need a high-paying coach in which they cannot make the playoffs? That's my question to you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, JB, thanks. I mean, there's 2 ways to answer it. Obviously, they are going to have Steve Kerr. So
right, 2 more years.
He's not going anywhere. Do you need him? I think so.
Yes, you need him.
But like the word need is I don't even know if that's the right word to put in there. Like,
I think it is because, like, what does Steph Curry want? Does Steph Curry want Steve Kerr to be his head coach? If Steph Curry thinks that he needs Steve Kerr to be his head coach, then guess what, Warrior fans? You also need Steve Kerr to be your head coach. And you can play that all the way down to Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and probably not every guy in that locker room, because Jonathan Kuminga, his camp, had words about Kerr maybe not having faith or Kuminga not having faith in Kerr and likewise. But the vets in this team, you bet your sweet bacon that they want Steve Kerr. They need Steve Kerr.
Yeah, you need a good coach. You need someone who understands this group of players. You're not going to start, again, like any of you who want to do these full reboot things, like, yes, there needs to be changes, but this overhaul, blow it up, change everything. No, it's not what they're going to do. It's not what they should do. I'm just spotlighting one thing that he said there, and this is maybe an unfair way to do it because he's talking about a bunch of players, but the idea that the Warrior veterans who rested were hot and therefore they should not have rested, I wonder if you could guess, Dibs. I'll just spotlight the months of March and April.
Okay.
How many 30-point games did Steph Curry have?
March and April?
March and April combined.
2? Maybe more than 2, but...
More than 2.
Probably not more than 5.
4.
Okay.
He not hot.
2 was a little hot. I was hot on him not being hot.
Steph Curry not hot.
4 30-point games. And none of those were 40-point games, were they?
None.
Yeah.
None of them were 35-point games.
Yep. Okay.
Klay Thompson has had moments of hot.
Yep.
He's been pretty good the last couple of months. But again, the rest is not, by my understanding, it's not even a Steve Kerr decision. That's a Celebrini decision. That's a Steph and Klay and Draymond themselves decision in some way, shape, or form. That's a discussion where those guys are asked, what's going to put you in the best position to play well next Tuesday? And organizationally, they came up with the idea of sit. And it didn't hurt them at all. They won the games when he sat.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, and again, I know this becomes a characteristic, I'm not giving the players that out. You can't blame Steve Kerr every time a player doesn't play well.
Yeah.
Like last night, like almost all the players played poorly.
Of Klay's 10 missed shots, I blame Kerr for 9 of them.
Which was the one that was on Klay?
I'd have to look it up.
All right.
Just trying to be funny. Trying to make light of it
We're
here.
sponsored by Prize Picks.
Come on, people.
888-957-9570. If you want to get whatever it is that's on your chest off your chest, stay right there. We promise we will get to you. However, coming up in the immediate term next, Klay Thompson's exit interview. You're going to want to hear this. It's next on Willard and Dibs.
Cash in on basketball.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we want Klay back. You know, we've been through a lot. You know, incredible highs, some lows. But the common denominator to both of them is that we've gone through each and every scenario together. You know, it's obvious that we want to continue what we've been doing, but I understand he got a decision to make. He's going to make the best decision for him. Team got a decision to make. They'll make the best decision for the team.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond, we want him back. Steve Kerr, got to have him back. Steph Curry cannot imagine life without him. So what does he think about that? Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us, and we will get back to your Warriors reaction phone calls shortly. But exit interviews happening throughout the day. Klay Thompson live on the podium after all of the discussion. Here it is, Klay Thompson today.
Your future with the Warriors heading into this offseason that feels obviously pretty unknown.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
About the future. I mean, obviously it's a pretty major topic. I mean, you're a franchise legend here who is an unrestricted free agent and certainly at this point has an unknown future here. I mean, how confident are you that you'll be back?
To be honest, I really haven't given it much thought because what I previously just said about the season we had and how much commitment it takes to play the games we did and give it our all. So I really haven't thought about that deep in the future because I still need to process the year we had, and it was one filled with ups and downs, but ultimately I personally and our team did everything we could to try and, win as many games as we possibly could.
Living in the present, what were some things
Place to be?
What were some things going through your head, last night when you were walking off the court? I know you lingered there a little bit longer than usual after the game.
Some of the things going through my head. Well, the first one, just disappointment because did not shoot the ball well, obviously. Big old donut, so that wasn't very fun. I did look up in the nosebleeds, though, and I did see a man wearing a number 11 jersey. That made me happy, considering my history in Sacramento from playing a state championship there to playing the Kings in the playoffs. That was kind of a full circle moment for me. So that was actually a good moment, just seeing that Warriors fan standing by his lonesome up in the 300 level, repping 11. That made me grateful.
Like Steph, Draymond, and Steve all basically said they want you back. They want to keep this thing rolling. What does it mean to you to hear that from those guys? And you probably already knew it, but what does it mean to hear that from those guys telling the public that?
It means a lot. I mean, we've been through the highest of highs and lows, whether it's losing a championship, winning a championship, missing the playoffs. We've been through everything together. So that does mean a lot. And makes me grateful to have the times I've had with them. Like, done some pretty historic stuff.
How do you view the next several weeks going? And I mean, it's clear, like you're not necessarily ready to think about the future this moment, but like, how quickly do you think you're going to have to kind of pivot and figure that out? And what conversations do you feel like you need to have?
Well, consider it's April 17th. I don't think I have to pivot that quickly. When is free agency? July 1st? Yeah. I got some time.
Klay, what do you think is the biggest lesson that you learned this past season?
The biggest lesson that I learned? Probably I learned that, you got to take
can't be a front runner. You can't shy away from the bad moments and just embrace the great ones. You got to embrace them all. That's for anything you do in life.
Klay, that was kind of along what I was going to ask, but what kind of growth did you see in yourself this season, specifically with different roles? You had, some ups and downs, and you shined and came back from some tough stretches and came off the bench and started, and just you did a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I think I learned that the best ability is availability, and I thought I did that very well this season. Playing through tough times or being available almost nightly, only missing a handful of games. So I learned that when you give yourself that shot of being out there every night, that's the best thing you can do for yourself, rather than just hanging on to those big scoring nights or whatever. It's about just competing nightly.
Were there any breakthroughs for you emotionally with, just everything you went through and just being able to handle everything you went through?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a strong person. You don't take a couple years off injury and come back and play that many games without being strong-willed and minded. So that's what I did learn about myself, is that it takes a lot of mental fortitude to play through injury and shooting slumps, all that. It takes a lot of willpower.
You're listening to Klay Thompson and his exit press conference on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs.
For yourself, kind of moving forward, what are your priorities?
Obviously you want to keep winning. I mean, when you've been a part of winning seasons, you don't really want to go away from that. So I would like to win again. One for the thumb would be nice. I still think it's in reach. It's just gonna, take a huge effort. But other than that, just gotta think about that. What will really make you happy in the last, few years of your career?
You just talked about kind of living in the moment, the best ability being availability. You played 77 games this year. What are you most proud about for this season?
That amount of games I played, and averaging 18 points and playing 77 games. It's not my career averages, but still pretty dang good for, it's still pretty dang good.
Klay, last night Draymond was saying that he doesn't see any scenario in which the ownership group of this team doesn't at least put forth the effort to take care of the guys that have taken care of this organization so much over the last 10 years. Do you feel that kind of effort and love, specifically in this scenario, but then also since your entire career here, but since 2019, going through the injuries, the extension after that, just that they've put in that effort to make you guys and you feel appreciated?
Oh, man. Well, 2019. Well, could you imagine if they didn't pay me after I got hurt? That would have been really bad. Went to 5 straight finals. You blew your knee out? Yeah. Sorry. So, no, I mean, that was very nice of them. I mean, I try. I mean, every year I give my best effort, and the ownership group has been great. I have nothing but positive things to say about them. They treat us with great respect and do all the little things for us to do our jobs at the highest level. So it's been, I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, it's up to them, but at the end of the day, whatever happens, it's all gravy. It's been such a freaking special run.
Klay, how much has your appreciation and love for the game grown, especially since the 2 injuries? Thinking about that first game you came back here at Chase Center to where we are today.
Yeah, that was one of the best moments of my life, to be honest. Before those injuries, I was really naive and thinking this is easy. Like all I got to do is do your routine and you just go out there and hoop. And yeah, it's that easy, but you know, playing that many years of basketball takes a toll on your body. And I think that's for any sportsman who plays a physical sport. There's going to be times where you might break. And like I said before about being a front runner, you don't want to be a front runner when things are great. You got to really dig deep when you go through injuries like that. That's just a part of the beast.
Klay, since you've proven you're still a quality scorer in this league, obviously teams are playing you differently. It looks like, you know, they're pressing up on you, being physical. How have you had to adjust? And moving forward, what do you think you need to do to kind of combat how teams are going to guard you?
I think I just need to keep doing what I've been doing, honestly. I think last night was just a bad shooting night. I mean, it happens. Unfortunately, it was in a one-game format, but that's the situation we were in, and much different than a 7-game series. So I just thought I had a off night from the office. Can't let that deter me from what I think of myself or what I'm capable of. I think I just need to continue to be in great shape and have fun, and the rest, and I'll be great.
Klay, you've talked about gratitude for just playing basketball, and obviously the connection with Draymond and Steph comes up a lot. But how much do you also sort of view this organization, your connection with Steve? I mean, he's the only coach you've had. You know, you talked about how the conversations with him this year that helped turn your season around. How, beyond just Steph and Draymond, how comfortable are you in this organization, and how does that sort of shape any decision this offseason?
Played for Mark Jackson too.
That's true. Sorry.
And yeah, I mean, I love everyone here, from the security who does the floor at the games to the security from the Oracle days. I'm still friends with them. To the community of Oakland. I mean, yeah, I grew up in the Bay Area, really. I've been here since I was 21. And I just always have loved it. E. Housen, even Ray Ritter. I've gotten to know these people on a way deeper level than just work life. So it is a really cool place to be.
You're listening to Klay Thompson with his exit press conference after the season on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did you put maybe too much on yourself and maybe raise your expectations too high when you came back, given what you've gone through?
I don't think so. Because when I came back, you know, I was a second leading scorer on a championship team. And when you've experienced that, you're like, I'm back. Then even that next year, led the league in threes, 41% from three. Like on 300 makes, that's very hard to do. So the moments were there, but maybe my burst wasn't what it was, and that happens. But at the end of the day, you know, I still feel like I can do it at a very high level, and I did have times where I did. Obviously, the way it ended this year wasn't what it was the last couple of years, but I'm not going to let one sour night or year ruin a decade plus of great work and success.
You've mentioned a couple times, you know, learning about not being a front runner.
Mm-hmm.
Could you elaborate on that? And is that like a personal thing? Is that a team thing? Could you just explain a little bit more?
It's more of a personal thing. You know, you sulk, you pout when you're not shooting up to your expected splits. And I think I did better with that this year, just trying to exude great body language at all times and think deeper than just stats. Think about your love for the game and why you do play this game. And, you know, at times I have been a front runner in the past when things don't go my way. I might point the finger rather than just taking ownership for your situation. So that's what I've learned, and I try to pass down to younger athletes, is because when you do great things over and over and you keep that high level of confidence and attitude in a great space, it'll eventually work out for you and you'll have no regrets when it's all said and done.
Klay, you were talking just now about the appreciation for everyone in the franchise, from security to all the way to the top. I wonder, can you take me back to when you were drafted, what your thoughts were then and what the hopes were you had for your NBA career and what you've been able to do?
Taking us back. Oh, man. Wow. Back in 2011, June of 2011, when I got drafted by the Dubs, that was probably, at the moment, that time, best moment of my life, just because the NBA was always a dream. Being able to be close to home. I have family in Oregon and in Southern California, so that made it even more special. And then, all the moments that have led me here, it's been awesome. Like, couldn't have ever dreamt of what we've been able to do and what we can still do. So we've elevated this team into a global club. And I mean, who saw that coming 20 years ago?
Hi, Klay. Hello here. So, do you want to say anything to the Dub Nation and the fans around the whole world, like, who support you all the time?
That's actually a great segue from my global brand talk. We love you guys and thank you for your unconditional support these last 10 years. I mean, it doesn't go unnoticed that there are Warrior fans across the globe, from, China to Tokyo to South America to Europe. I've seen Warrior fans everywhere I've went, and it always makes me feel good is what I'm trying to say.
Two quick ones. Looks like you got kind of a fat lip. Was that from the game last night?
Yeah.
Take an elbow or something?
That is correct.
You mentioned, a few years left. How much are you viewing kind of your next contract as your last one, or like where are you at on kind of like the bigger picture future?
Maybe, I don't know. When that time comes, I mean, I'm not trying to put a expiration date on my career. That's kind of something you just go by feel.
Klay Thompson's exit press conference the day after the season at Chase Center, and bookend questions from our Warriors insider, Anthony Slates.
Yep.
And sometimes with Klay, I can't tell if he's actually upset or if he's just being like aloof and sarcastic.
Yeah.
And so I don't even know. And for those of you who maybe joined in the middle, take a listen again to the initial response, and this is the one that people are batting around quite a bit here.
Your future with the Warriors heading into this offseason that feels obviously pretty unknown.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
Anyways.
I think he was trying to be funny.
Was he trying to be funny, or did that actually get under his skin a little bit? I can't tell with this guy.
I think it got under his skin a little bit, but then again, if you want to talk about like what is freshest on everyone's mind, let's talk about that big donut that he referenced.
Well, I mean, look, what is on everyone's mind is what is on everyone's mind. One thing I've learned, and this is the constant rub between players and media. Players want to tell the media, you don't know what it's like to be us. You're right. I'd argue right back, you don't know what it's like to be us. Our business is what people want to know and what people are thinking and talking about. And nobody is talking about, as you put it, Klay, the big accomplishment that you just had. Because what you just accomplished was the 10 seed and a one and done out with 0 points. I don't think that most people in the adult world think that that's much of an accomplishment. So that's not this is not to take a shot by any stretch.
Yeah.
But you can't coach the world into what they want to think about and talk about and know about. And the question of what you're going to do next today is way bigger than what you just did.
Right, but
what you just did is not very memorable.
Well, what he did in his mind is very memorable, and he played 77 of 82.
Okay.
He played more minutes than he had since his double devastating injury. So
great.
He's in a spot where he's looking to reflect at least on that 77 games, and he may not have played his best ball. He even mentioned it, to average 18 points a game is no small feat, even though it's not up to his career average. It still is 18 points a night in the association. So he was looking, I think, for a little bit more of an easy, hey, Klay, what do you make of your year this year? You played in 77 games. Pretty good for a guy, just a couple years removed from 2 devastating injuries.
Yeah, that's not even a question.
Right.
What's the question?
How you feeling?
Yeah.
No, the question that everybody wants answered is, what are you thinking? The offseason's here and you're a free agent.
I mean, we didn't even get I want to stay. I'm not thinking about that right now.
He hasn't thought about it.
Yes, he has.
Are you calling Klay Thompson a liar? His father said they haven't discussed it.
Right. And what did I do for 24 hours after that interview?
You unfriended him on Facebook?
No.
But
I told you that.
Called it into question.
Yeah, of course they've thought about it. Of course you can't turn down a contract in November, then admit that you had to go to Steve Kerr's office 4 times to talk about...
How many times?
4, because you were sort of offended based on playing time and standing within the organization, and then pop out in April and be like, haven't thought about it.
Right.
I'd argue you haven't thought about anything else. So, listen, I'm not trying to pin Klay Thompson. Let's just ask the question. Now that you've listened to that, what do you think?
I think that he is not coming back on a bargain. And I think that if he gets a deal that is better financially somewhere else, he will take that deal. And that's partly because of the answer he gave about, Klay, how did you feel when you got that extension after you tore your ACL?
It was interesting, wasn't
And he
it?
said, well, you go to the NBA Finals 5 straight times. I would expect, and I'm paraphrasing, I would expect them to make that offer. It'd be kind of shocking if they didn't.
Well, I mean, it's wild because he's up on stage a couple of years ago going, who does that? Who pays a guy in the hospital?
Right.
And today he goes, I mean, can you imagine if they didn't pay me after 5 straight trips to the finals? That was a different answer.
Yes, it was.
A very different answer. So I'm with you that Klay is not in a kumbaya warrior space. He might be in a kumbaya Steph and Draymond space, but he may get to the point where those two things don't match up.
He got paid $68 million those 2 years that he didn't play, and for his career, he's made $268 and change on the court, and he even referenced his Chinese shoe brand. I don't know how many millions he's made through that, but money's not an object or shouldn't be, but I got the sense from that answer, like, he's going to take whatever the best deal is and just, make Klay happy.
And more power to him if he does.
Exactly.
More power to him if he does. I've always had a hard time understanding if you truly, especially after that, money is no object ever again. If you truly want to be here, then just be here. I mean, you said you want to stay at Dub, but that doesn't mean all of the onus is on the player by any stretch. I don't think that at all. And if whatever prioritizes his situation, do it.
Right.
That's what being a free agent is all about. But how do you react to it? What do you think now that you've heard of that? How did last night make you feel? Back to your phone calls next. 888-957-9570, the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
And perhaps a team going through a rebuild.
or visit Prevnar20.com.
To be honest, I really haven't given it much thought because what I previously just said about the season we had and how much commitment it takes to play the games we did and give it our all. So I really haven't thought about that deep in the future because I still need to process the year we had. And it was one filled with ups and downs, but ultimately I personally and our team did everything we could to try and, win as many games as we possibly could.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'd argue that Klay Thompson's future absolutely is in the moment. That is exactly where people's heads are. That is this moment. But I get it. This isn't trying to pin Klay or anyone else. When you do this for a living, you sort of get used to the things people say when they just don't want to answer a question without saying, I don't want to answer the question. I haven't given it much thought is one of those things.
Right. Because we don't know if he's telling the truth or not. We're not inside his head. It feels like he probably has given it some thought.
I got a $100 bill that I would bet that he's given it plenty of thought.
Of course.
But he doesn't, this is true and this is fair. For people who have press conferences, by the way, already, just by virtue of you having a press conference, it means you're pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You get a podium and people want to know what you have to say.
How many press conferences have you held?
Zero.
I've been in a Q&A as a varsity sports coach.
Yeah, I've hosted press conferences for other people.
Yeah. I've had two reporters maybe asking me questions post-match, but that's about it.
That's it.
No podium, no dais.
No.
Yeah, I had a little dynasty up there, Grandy, but don't let that get in the way.
I've had them in my living room before, but nobody wants to attend them. Hey, kids, get up here. Oh, God, Dad wants to talk again. Anyway, if you're having a press conference, you're pretty cool. And no, you don't have to answer the question before you're ready to answer it. Them's the rules. We're going to try to ask. You answer it when you're ready to answer it. Klay Thompson doesn't need to answer the free agency question yet because it's not July 1st, so he didn't answer it. But in that world, we also get to take what our guess is when you don't answer it. Because how long was that, Grandy?
It's about 17
20 minutes?
Yeah.
About 16 and a half.
Did he ever say I want to be a Warrior?
If he did, I think we all missed it.
Did he say I want to stay?
If he said that, we all missed it.
It's an option.
Well, he doesn't have to say that.
No, he doesn't.
He can go full Brandon Ayuk and start releasing things through his camp, or go full Debo and scrub him from his IG.
Oh, my God.
What if Klay Thompson sold his boat?
If Klay scrubs his IG, I quit. I mean, my God. My goodness.
Klay Thompson's Tiburon estate is up for sale.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Right?
He could have said that. He chose not to. And that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's not
he
like
did reflect on his time here and how much he enjoyed it.
Yeah, but reflecting on his time here, that doesn't necessarily feel like a good thing.
Agreed.
I'm glad he was asked. What was that about when you stopped and started staring up into space before you walked off the floor? And his answer had a pretty hefty pause in it. And again, I translate that as, well, let me think about what part of that I'd like to share with you and which part I'd like to keep totally to myself. And then the conversation ended up in talking about a dude in a Warrior jersey up high in the stands.
In the 300 level.
Do you have it, or do you want me to hit it, Grandy? Let's play that for everybody. Here
Some of the things going through my head. Well, the first one, just disappointment because to not shoot the ball well, obviously. Big old donut, so that wasn't very fun. I did look up in the nosebleeds, though, and I did see a man wearing a number 11 jersey. That made me happy, considering my history in Sacramento, from playing a state championship there to playing the Kings in the playoffs. That was kind of a full circle moment for me. So that was actually a good moment, just seeing that Warriors fan standing by his lonesome up in the 300 level, repping 11. That made me grateful.
Okay. So again, every answer, what do I want to share with you? What do I not want to share with you? So first, I was disappointed I didn't play well. Then I saw a guy in my jersey, and I started to reflect on my connections to this area of the country and what have you. Do you buy that that's what was going through his head? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It absolutely looked like someone who was walking off the court and then had a thought, like a lightning bolt, shoot through his brain. Oh, hold on a second. This might be it. Let me soak it in for a second.
But that runs anathema or counter to what he said in the press conference where he said he hasn't even thought about free agency. So how can you pause and take it all in about possibly having the end be near and at the same time not have thought about free agency, which would lead you to the end perhaps being near? Huh. I'm making light of it.
No,
obviously he has thought of it. And walking off the court after that game, and he mentioned the donut, 0 for 10 from the floor. I'm sure he was having a moment of like, wow, this is not the way I wanted to end my time as a Warriors if I'm going to end it. But on my way out, let me look up top for somebody in an 11 jersey. That'll make me feel good.
Give me the odds.
Of him still being a Warriors? You know, we've done this so many times.
I know.
And I've been more of the camp that he's going to be gone. I would put it right now at a solid 50-50.
Oof.
That he's going to be gone. I think...
I'll go more 65-35 that he stays.
Okay. I think when push comes to shove, there will be some team out there that wants to give him a decent chunk of change that the Warriors maybe don't want to give him. For me, it's going to come down to Joe Lacob and the luxury tax.
Yeah, my issue with this conversation, and then we're going to come to the phones. My issue with this is it feels to me, and I don't know Klay Thompson, it feels to me like he is someone who operates with a very healthy dose of, I want respect from the people around me. That matters to him. First of all, he has it, but he may wrap that up into tangible things, such as the salary that is offered to you. And so, in other words, I would think normally someone who's achieved this much with this organization and apparently wants so badly for Steph, Klay, and Dre, for all of them to be together, that let's say someone did offer you 28 and the Warriors offered you 22. I think most human beings actually in Klay's position would go, I'll take the 22. If the rest of that stuff actually matters to you that much, how can you put a price on that?
Especially when you've made $260 million on the court.
On the court alone. Right. The guy is probably, I don't know, is he closing in on $500 million in terms of just overall earnings in his career? Whatever. It's well over $300 million for sure. Okay? So if money's no object and you love a place and it's home and you love your coworkers, would you take a little bit less to stay? I'd argue most humans would say yes, unless that human is highly attached to the meaning behind whatever those numbers are. And Klay strikes me as one of those people.
Right.
And that's why the percentage...
It's not a detriment.
No, not at all. It's not a criticism. Right. It's just an assessment of, I think the likelihood of him leaving becomes higher because of that perceived characteristic.
If they do offer him 22, and let's just play with that for a minute, he would be the Warriors' fourth highest paid player next year behind Wiggins and Draymond, assuming that everybody is still on the team. So Klay's going to make 22. If he gets, 25 from, and let's just pick Orlando, because the great Jimmy Shapiro, who inundates us with emails, he sent the email with Klay Thompson next team odds. Orlando is the favorite at 3-1, and their highest paid player next year will be Cole Anthony, making 12.9. Jonathan Isaac is making 17.4 next year, not fully guaranteed. Klay would go to Orlando, a team with a ton of cap room, and he would probably be the highest paid player. He'd be the most established. He'd be the veteran, and he could fulfill a lot of those respect quotients on a new team, being the OG, the four-time champ, making the most money and all the rest of it.
Yep.
And not have to go out there and carry the water, really.
It's also crazy to think of an NBA team having Klay Thompson as their highest paid player.
Right.
Like
Ben
that's
Carroll's only making 12 next year. Wendell Carter Jr. is making 12. I mean, they got a bunch of pups.
Yeah.
These guys are all team options.
They can afford it, and they need shooting, and that's why everybody
And they need
brings
veterans,
up.
yeah.
That's why everyone brings up the Orlando Magic. But again, my assessment of the quote unquote big three is that they can't have that label anymore unless you're simply talking about emotions. They emotionally will always be the big three.
Personalities,
they'll be that after they retire. But in terms of pecking order and responsibility, that number needs to go down for all of them. All of them. And so the idea of Klay Thompson going somewhere and having the pressure of being a 1 or a 2, like he probably doesn't see it this way, but if I were him, I don't want that. I don't want that because you can't do that anymore. You're not a 34-minute per game, 25-point per night person. You're just not that. That's what this year just proved.
And I think a team like Orlando would be one that would afford him to be in the role much more befitting of a player at his age and his minute restrictions because they do have so many young, talented players. Franz Wagner averaged 20 this year. They got Suggs and Carter Jr. and a bunch of other 23 and 24-year-old pupsters.
And they're in the playoffs.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're well into the playoffs.
Yeah, that was a cold reminder.
Sorry.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
you change the channel to whatever crap's coming up in this play-in tournament. You're going to make me watch it.
TNT was on because of the Laker game yesterday.
Yep.
And what show is this that was on 40 minutes ago? Look, naked people getting dragged around a living room.
Hello.
And it was no, not like that.
Oh.
Very unsettling.
Oh.
Very distracting.
Oh.
I'm trying to listen to Skinny
is
Dibs.
going on here?
Skinny Dibs.
Trying to listen to Skinny Dibs talk. We're trying to take
better be
calls.
careful.
Right? Our neighbor Chip is chiming in every now and again.
Love the chipper.
Right? Lucas booked an unbelievable guest today, Steve Kerr, in an hour.
And Klay Thompson.
Thank you. Trying to get all this laid out here, and I got naked men getting dragged through a living room and bent over a couch.
Whoa.
And seriously.
That show is definitely charming.
I'm like, this is all like what
it's a legendary show because this happens to all sports shows. They talk about it on radio all around the country.
but like and with no sound. We're in it's like sports bar style mentality here where it's just a TV. So all I get is the pictures.
Comes on and after, on and before and after, I should say. All sorts of games.
Like just a terrible visual. Terrible visual.
And it wasn't Naked and Afraid because they're naked
I don't know
and afraid.
what the hell it
they
was.
don't do a lot of living rooms on that show.
He was naked and I was afraid, but I have no idea what it was.
Look at
us. I was outside of that.
We're going with Charmed.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Steve Kerr, in 1 hour. Your phone calls. Let's do this. Thank you for the patience, Jesse in San Jose. Jesse, hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
How you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call. I think the thing that's most frustrating to me is just the portion of the fan base that seems to just be so dumbfounded at last night's results, right? And so that means one of two things. They either didn't pay attention to what was happening all season, or they were just in denial, and maybe that kind of magical run this team went on a few years ago when they won the chip and nobody really thought that was possible. People just kind of held on to that, and maybe that would happen again. But, the notion of, this isn't who this team is. We shouldn't have been a 10 seed. If Draymond doesn't get suspended, they're not in the play-in. But this is exactly who they are, because that's exactly who Draymond is. He does things like this that puts this franchise in bad spots, right? So this is exactly who they were. They were the 10th best team in the West. And they got run off the court by an average at best team that was missing 2 rotation pieces. And this is really what's the most concerning part. And this is what people really don't want to look at is instead of being disappointed and being the 10, we really need to see it as what it is. They're lucky they were the 10 this year. And what I mean by that is we all know that if Memphis has Ja Morant this year, they're better than the Warriors. So this team misses the play-in altogether. Right now, I don't know if that changes the discussion. I mean, this team is not competing for anything significant one way or another.
Yeah, your larger point is a good one, Jesse. I would stick with your what you said first though, which is let's remove ifs and should-haves and could-haves and would-haves, which also removes the if John Morant, because I don't know, John Morant might have played and then he might have brandished a gun. I have no clue what the hell, right? So like, yes, they were worthy of where they were, but you're right, Jesse. They're also worthy of where they are today, a couch. And Jesse's
Thanks,
gone. Okay, I thought Jesse was still there.
And I think that we've reached the was portion of the show because should and would and could, well, the should and the would and the could, it's all over because they weren't. And what they were is a 10 seed, and they were a team that had one of its best players unable to play for the majority of the first half because of anger management issues.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a number of other things that didn't go right, and it led you to the 10 seed, and then you had a chance to beat the 9, and you didn't show up. And you played a terrible game against your in-state rival, and now you're all making travel plans.
Draymond suspension or not, the Warriors had plenty opportunities, plenty of them, to simply be what we called themselves. And in other words, still win 50 games like a healthy team when they beat the Bucks at home at the beginning of that homestand a few weeks ago. And then who were the teams that came in the next couple of nights? It was the Bulls. Remember DeMar DeRozan night? And who was it?
The Spurs.
The Spurs.
Without Wembanyama.
No, right. And then without Steph also, right? But you had plenty of opportunities to quote unquote be themselves. What we realized in the lack of their ability to be themselves is that was themselves.
Ooh, speak on it.
Okay? I heard this from a professional golfer, I can't remember which, but years ago. The whole idea of mulligans. This is what goes through a golfer's head. You hit the ball and it goes into the woods, and you look at your playing partners and you go, hold on a second. That wasn't me. Let me take another one.
Shout out Shaggy.
And then you whack it right down the middle, and you go, there we go. That's me. No, they're both you. They're both you. And in fact, the first one is more you because the second one is coming where you've just had a live warm-up swing, which means the percentage of your next shot is going to be higher. You know how to correct it now. So we do that. This is a mental defect of human beings. Oh, that wasn't me. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. When you yell at your kids, oh, that wasn't. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Like, accept it, work on it.
That's right.
Be better, fix it, but don't act like it wasn't you.
Especially after 82 games.
Yeah, that was you. That is a part of you. Draymond being suspended, not showing up on certain games, needing to rest extra because guys are in their 30s. You can't do what we do on social media, which is only put our highlights up and go, that's me. No, that's not you. That's your vacation. That's not you. They're all you. So that's the message of this Warrior season. All of those things that you did, they're all you, including 0 for 10 last night in an elimination game.
They go 3-1 on that trip. It ends, you lose to Boston by 52. Who cares? None of us even batted an eye because you went 3-1 on the trip.
It was a great trip.
And you come home and you beat Milwaukee. Now you're 5 above. Lost to Chicago, lost to San Antonio. Nice bounce back to beat San Antonio. Yeah, you lose to Dallas. You beat the Lakers. You lose to New York. You beat Memphis. You lose to Indiana. You lose to Minnesota. All of a sudden, you're 2 games above. It's like in that little span, we went from they're back 3 in a row on the road. They beat Milwaukee. Oh, my God. They can't beat Chicago. They can't beat San Antonio without Wemby. But wait, there's more. They come back and they beat the Lakers. Nice little road win. They have been this team all year, up and down, up and down. The thing that gets me, and I'm still trying to get over it from last night, is, and I'm going to use my last should of the day.
Okay.
They should have won that game. You were playing better. They didn't have Malik Monk or the redheaded ninja. And yet, you got Keon Ellis.
It wasn't even close.
It was not even close.
It wasn't even close.
So all the shoulda, coulda, woulda we're now left with was and did.
And didn't.
Correct.
Yeah. Jim in San Rafael next with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jim, what's cooking?
Tim, but good.
Right. Whatever. You know what I mean? No, I'm kidding. Sorry, Tim.
I know.
That's all right.
You deserve better, Jim.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just tired of people trying to blame the coaches for what is a trash roster and thinking that they had a chance to actually do anything this year. They have sucked for 2 years. What world is this actually a contending team? I pray so hard that someone will give Klay a bag of money this year so that it takes it out of the Warriors' hands and they don't bring him back. Because if you keep him on the team, he is just going to suck the air out of the locker room and blockade the younger good players from playing, and he does not have the talent to back up his attitude anymore.
This is a very interesting concept, and thank you, Tim or Jim.
Yeah, a little bit of Ron Kroichick in his voice.
Or whoever you are.
Right. For those of you who are familiar with SF Chronicle writers and their voices, a lot of Kroichick in his game.
There is a little Kroichick there. But this is basically what Steiny was saying during the handoff thingy. Steiny was saying, and it's like the Brandon Crawford thing with Farhan, and we'll ask Steve this. I now want to ask Steve this. Is Klay's presence and standing within the organization too big to allow others to grow and move forward? Is that a thing? Because I have sat here and said, I hope for the Warriors to keep Klay Thompson, but I want the role adjusted. And some of you are responding, Steiny included, I don't think that's possible. And here's what I'll say. I might be wrong. I'm willing to find out.
Right.
But I might be wrong. I think the Warriors can do it. I think they can do it, but I might be wrong.
I don't think that it's whether or not the Warriors can do it, it's can Klay do it.
Yeah.
And just when you were laying that out, you had me thinking about a player that they recently got who had to do it. He had to come in and he had to do it. And it started with you coaching, and we thought in the offseason that maybe he wouldn't be able to do it. And Chris Paul played only 26 minutes a night, not as much as he's used to playing. He only started 18 games. He had never come off the bench before in his entire career in the regular season. So Chris Paul was able to, quote unquote, do it, but he's 38. Klay Thompson's not quite there. Klay will be 34. Is Klay ready to, quote unquote, do it? And by do it, that means take less than you can elsewhere, sublimate your ego, and have your role be diminished on a team where you made your bones as a 4-time champion and the rest of it. I don't know if he can do it. I know the team could do it. If the team got another 2-guard in who was younger and a better two-way player and more able to play 34 minutes, the team could do it, but could Klay?
I can't wait to talk to Steve Kerr. We're going to be doing this in about 45 minutes. Until then, we're talking just to you. Get it off your chest. How are you reacting to last night's loss? 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr at 5. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Replace your worn-out brakes and save now on Brake Best Select. Brake Best Select Pro are import direct.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
That's
great.
Just messing with each other.
Guy goes to get water, and next thing you know, he's out of work. My kind of partner.
Well, Dibs just walked in late from the break, and Matt Nahigian had popped his head in here and said something to me. And like any good employee, when the boss says something to one of your co-employees, it makes you nervous. It's just sort of like, it's a thing in life. So Dibs looks at me and goes,
You better be careful.
Hey, what did the boss have to say? And I go, oh, nothing much. He just asked, do you still want Dibs as your partner?
Oh, boy.
And
I could give him the hook.
I said, look, boss, let's, why don't we stay in the present? This is ridiculous.
Nice.
I don't need to answer that question yet. So, right, get out of here.
So I have until July 1st when free agency
That's
starts.
when free agency starts.
Okay.
And we'll see what's available.
Perfect.
No, dude, no.
Totally. Good Lord. I got a baby here, people.
You all right. You all right.
Don't call me Dan, because then we know it's on.
Willard and Dan, 95.7 The Game. Glad you're here. Stephen Kerr is going to join us here at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. And I don't know about you. I got some questions.
Yeah.
Some questions.
Steve, did we lose you? Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You got beat by 24.
It's like we lost us,
Steve,
too.
did we lose you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm here.
Yeah, sorry.
And how about Klay with a one for the thumb reference as well?
He did.
Which is pretty good. I thought that was my line, but
it was.
You know.
He took it.
Yeah.
He took it. So this is, and we're like, especially with Steve coming up, your calls, because it's that kind of day. If you got something on your chest, let's get it off. But this was the initial sit-down question from Anthony Slater, The Athletic, our insider, right here on 95.7 The Game. And he asked the obvious question to Klay, and listen to the answer.
Your future with the Warriors heading into this offseason that feels obviously pretty unknown.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
Okay.
I do think he was joking.
Do you think?
But
it's always hard in a press conference. It's like when Farhan's like, so just got off the phone with the White House. And everyone's like, this is not a comedy show.
Right.
Like we're not here to laugh. We're here to get some answers and talk to you about the things that people want to know. That's our job. That's the media. And so I don't know if he just didn't get a response or if he was actually a little annoyed. But he's like, what's up with y'all like thinking that way? It's like, well, there's only been one question. So I don't know what y'all are thinking about. But yeah, the other answer to that is, yeah, Klay, what do you think people are thinking about today?
Right.
What do you want to go game by game and talk about when you scored 14 against Indiana and be like, so what happened there? No.
And it's not a post-game presser where it's really appropriate to talk about his 0 for 10 last night. If you want to ask about his 0 for 10, you could ask him game-related questions. This is an exit interview, and during these exit interviews, the topics are generally more broad. They're bigger picture questions. And the number one question, not only around Klay Thompson, but the entire team is, what are you going to do with Klay Thompson?
What are you doing?
Right. So, and we're going to talk to Steve at 5 o'clock, and we'll ask him about last night and the season in general and many other things. But Klay Thompson, because Steve talked about it last night, and Steph did, and Draymond, everybody is.
We're going to ask Steve this because we don't have the opportunity to ask Klay this because he did his exit interview during our show.
Yeah.
And Steve may well say this is not a question for me, but I'd like the answer to this. You all expressed a desire to have Klay back. Do you have any idea what his desires are? What has he expressed to you? Because we didn't get that. To me, that stood out. Like, that does not lower your value or anything if you just give the stock. Like, of course I want to stay, but that's got to play out, and that's not for today. It's only April. He could have answered it that way, but he didn't.
Right.
He never said, I want to stay. I want to be a Warrior. I can't leave Steph and Dre. He never said anything like that, and that's fine. But it's of note. All right, Vince in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Vince, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Listening to Klay's whatever that post or interview, to me it just sounds like I don't know. I personally, just watching all of his interviews, I really think he hasn't thought too much about it. I mean, I'm sure he's given it thought, but I don't think he's really thought deep into it. But as far as what I took away from the loss last night was that's like you guys are saying, that's exactly who the Warriors have been this season. The roster never really mixed well. There was no direction. They looked lost, and they got handed last night. And you know what? It's the Kings. We got a hell of a fight out of them last season, and they came back and finished us off for a play-in. And I mean, it's a play-in, so who really cares? Because you weren't going to do anything this season. You weren't going to beat Denver. Be real. There's no way that our team was going to beat Denver this year with that roster and the way that they've been playing up and down the whole season. Now, since you guys got Coach Kerr coming on, I'm curious moving forward, since he did re-sign for 2 years. We know his philosophy. How much of that's going to stay the same, and how much do you guys think he's going to have to tweak it and change it and revamp it? Because small ball caught the whole league, off guard, and that's kind of what helped the dynasty. But now that teams have caught up, and like I've been saying this whole season, calling in, the league and the players have just gotten bigger, faster, stronger, and more athletic. It's going to be hard to try to outrun them with mid-30-year-old guys who just can't really. I mean, Steph maybe can do it. Draymond can't do it. Klay can't do it. And I don't know if the rest of the roster is going to be able to do it. So I'm just curious as to how much Coach Kerr is going to have to change it up, aside from roster moves and changes.
Well, Vince, here's what I would say. Dibs, I'm not sure what you think. Thanks, Vince. But I would say this. First of all, you don't know what changes you need to make as far as your coaching approach until you know who's on your roster.
Right.
Because any good coach is going to try to tailor things to put their players in the best position to succeed. So first you have to ask the question, who are your players? Once you know who your players are, and this is a very fair question for Steve because he's the one who said this last night. He said he thought a poor job this year of helping the guys basically move the ball on offense. He felt like the team fell into individual effort too often. And that is very much what I see when I look at Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga has become sort of their best, hey, dude, you take it guy. And he's pretty good at breaking down a defender, the little fall away there just inside the free throw line. He's gotten pretty good at that, but that is not sustainable, effective offense. That's not what made the Warriors who they are. What made the Warriors who they are, Steph and Klay never stopped moving, and that movement combined with the ball movement led to open threes and a very, very devastating offense. Well, they can't move the same way anymore. So the shots do not become as open, and you get Steph and Kuminga trying to break down a defense individually. That's not as effective. Steve wants to do a better job of helping his guys out of that. I definitely want to ask him, how do you go about doing that?
Right, and how do you go about doing it when you've got this roster composition and, Kevon Looney, not necessarily a pass and cut guy, TJD, more of a rim runner from the dunker spot. Jonathan Kuminga is getting better at that style of play, but he's still more of an ISO guy, ISO Joe. When he gets it, he wants to cook, as our earlier caller was saying. So you make a great point about you got to construct your offense around the personnel that you have, and we talk about this more in football than we do in basketball, but you don't have the same sort of pass and cut offense as you've had in the past. And think about when they had KD, they played more ISO ball when KD was on the court because that is more of a comfort zone for him.
The Warriors need a front court player. They need a new front court player.
Well, they need a front court player who can shoot the ball from three as well as get you a bucket in the mid-range and inside.
And by the way, this is one of the weirdest things. I'll scratch my head about this all year. Whenever the rebounding stats would suggest that the Warriors were one of the top rebounding teams in the NBA, seems like not when it matters. Last night, and maybe this is just a hustle thing, every loose ball went to Sacramento. The rebounding and the ball handling underneath was absolutely horrific. And it feels like that showed up in big moments, even though statistically things said that the Warriors were a good rebounding team. It looked like they went stretches where they were out of position on defense and allowed a lot of offensive rebounds. Last night was certainly one of those games.
Yeah.
And so, I think the Warriors need a new front court player who can score the basketball inside and out, and on the defensive side, take a little pressure off people like Draymond Green, who's going to be 35 soon and is asked to be 7 feet tall when he's 6'7". Like they need someone else.
And you need somebody who can guard the ball, because outside of GP2, you didn't have that. And last night was a great example. De'Aaron Fox got just about everything that he wanted. I know he's a tough cover no matter what, but your on-ball defense outside of GP2, almost non-existent.
Yep.
Wiggins can do it a little bit. Kuminga's getting better, but Steph is almost 37 and he can't do it. And Klay's talked about his lateral limitations now. So you're right about you need a versatile big, but you also need some help defensively in the backcourt.
Grandpa Daddy
GPD
is on the line with Willard and Dibs. GPD, what are you doing?
How you guys doing, man? Hey, you know what? Hey, I woke up breathing, man. And it's a good day, man. When you wake up breathing, you're vertical.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
All I want to say, man, is, hey, I mean, what do you expect from somebody who's been given all this wealth and all this fame at a young age? Of course they're going to have egos, man.
GPD, I got to stop you right there. Are you right next to a construction zone or something? And if you're not, tell that person to stop banging.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'm a general contractor, so. But, you know what? All I can say.
Yeah, that's painful. GPD, we love you so much. Please find a spot and call us back. And if you're in charge of those people, control your people.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
No construction during your call, GPD. You got 90 seconds to make your call. You go ahead and stop down on the construction site for just 90.
Like, oh my God.
Right?
I'm getting a migraine, and we're only about 13 seconds into this call. Let's go to Anthony in San Jose. Anthony, what are you doing?
Just driving home.
Okay. Good luck.
Look, people just forget where we were. Like, we believe Warriors got past the first round, and it was like the second coming, right? Last year we did that, and it was a failure. It's kind of absurd. The level of talent we had was unprecedented a few years ago when you're looking at number one picks like Bogut. We had Iguodala coming off the bench. You had Durant. Now the league is so good. It's impossible how good this league is. Have a better record, and then we can't get past the play-in. It's not the Warriors' fault. There's constraints. There's talent. There's what money is available based on the cap. And then there's age, execution, leadership, and then experience. We were so lucky to have the talent from Pods and Jackson Davis that we did. And my biggest concern was, like, is this enough time for these guys to show up for the playoffs and deliver? And clearly it wasn't. But it doesn't mean we have to be all upset and the Warriors suck and all this. It's like, it is what it is. I would love if we had Jaren Jackson Jr. or we had Halliburton. It didn't roll our way with drafts or trades, but we still had a great run, and these players are still great, and they'll always be part of the Warriors. We just have to see what can we do, how can we tweak things to add that one or two guys that make this the team that can compete like a couple of years ago where we just won a title and probably shouldn't have, but things broke right.
Yeah, this is what I'll give to Jordan Poole. Anthony, thank you. The year that he had 2 seasons ago, in many ways, is why the Warriors won. Now, it doesn't mean that he was their best player or their most important player. What it means is that the key guys who are getting older, you sort of need something else to throw at a defense to keep things fresh and keep their responsibilities down a little bit. You have to have that at this stage of their career. When things went south with Jordan Poole, for all the reasons and whichever ones you want to pick, it doesn't matter. He couldn't do that anymore. And I don't know if you remember this. You and I had a conversation one time where there was like this unnamed exec, and I don't even know, but he goes, if the Warriors are going to contend this year, and this is talking about last year, if they're going to contend this year, they would need someone else to surprisingly step forward and improve the same way Jordan Poole did the year before. Instead, what they got was a lessened Jordan Poole and no one else to step forward.
And Andrew Wiggins, who missed half the year, and a number of other things.
And so it's actually kind of amazing that they still went as far as they did. Then this year, you turn Jordan Poole into Chris Paul. Jonathan Kuminga takes a big step forward, but not that kind of a leap. And it wasn't until halfway through the year that he took his leap or even got his opportunity to take his leap. So this is what you get. Sure, you got 46 wins, but you end up in a play-in tournament, you get blown out, you're done. Okay, so what do you need next year? Well, now you need whatever you got 2 years ago, but you need even more of it because now these guys are 3 years older.
Right.
And so all of the things that were true then are doubly true for this coming year. And that's the kind of change I'm talking about. It doesn't mean this whole idea of fire everybody. No. First of all, you can't.
Right.
And second of all, to me, it's not about that. It's about reshuffling the responsibility of the people who are here and adding someone who gives you a completely new dynamic that the rest of the league has not seen. I don't know who that person will be. We have both talked about Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think there could be other names out there. Some of them who may be a total surprise. Some of them who may play deep into the playoffs, may not fit on their team anymore. We'll see. We'll see who's available. I'd argue there may be some people available that we don't know are going to be available. And one thing as a Warriors fan you can fall back on is Joe's going to try. You don't ever have to worry about that.
He's going to try, but I don't know how much he's going to be able to spend. It's going to have to be through trades because they're a repeat offender in the second apron, and he's already mentioned that he doesn't want to be there. His goal is to get underneath the tax threshold, and that's going to be difficult to do even with the players you have. So unless you can creatively turn Chris Paul into another player, so if you find a way to pick up his option and trade him and get $30 million back worth of player, you take a team who wants that $30 million expiring, and they'll take that on in exchange for a couple of picks, and you trade Wiggins and Moody, and you get $30 million worth of player back for those two. Now you're looking at the possibility to restart this thing. You might be above the tax, but that to me is really the only way you're going to be able to go about doing it.
And there's some quirky rules, and maybe we'll get Bobby Marks on sometime soon to talk it out a little bit because there's some quirky rules with regard to Chris Paul specifically and his style of contract. In that I think it's something to the effect of to trade him, at least one pick needs to be attached. And normally the rules about the salaries need to be within 80% of one another. Not this one. They need to be almost exact.
Right. And I think it's because they're in the second apron. And that's when you're up in the second apron, I don't think that you get that 80% buffer. The other question for Bobby Marks, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him tomorrow as we get deeper into contracts, is the bird rights for Klay Thompson. If you sign Klay, does all that money apply in the same way that a normal free agent would as it pertains to going over the tax?
My least favorite rule in the NBA.
Bird rights?
Well,
or just the luxury tax?
Not the bird rights. The fact that your own, and bird rights will transfer. That's not what I'm talking about. To me, there should be a reward for drafting a star. You drafted him. So, this would not have worked for Durant. But the fact that you are penalized on your salary cap for trying to keep your own drafted star, the NBA should be incentivized to have those players stay where they currently are. It would actually make the league more competitive, be less of an advantage for all the big markets. But secondarily, just reward teams who nail the draft. If you find Steph Curry at 7 and Klay Thompson at 11 and Draymond Green in the second round, dude, high five, you get to keep them without it penalizing you to the point where you can't have anyone else. I think that's the stupidest rule in the NBA. that you get penalized for that, basically. There's got to be a way to acknowledge teams that nail players in the draft. They're homegrown. They should be incentivized to stay.
Yeah, and I do think that having the players' bird rights is a partial workaround as it pertains to some of the tax penalties. I don't pretend to know all the minutia. I don't watch sports so that I can be an armchair capologist. That's a part of the job and a part of being a fan that sometimes makes my eyes roll back in my head. It is interesting at times, especially when you look at Klay and what can they pay Klay. What are they willing to pay him versus other teams? But we're now in off-season mode, and we have to all put on our amateur caps to start talking about the cap. Where's my cap?
Yeah, it's on your head. Let's go to David in the city. Hi, David. What's up?
Hello there.
Hello.
Yes. What I want to say is I believe that Klay will be back at something like 22. I doubt after 14 years with the Warriors that he's going to feel very comfortable really anywhere else. And, he's, as you guys pointed out, he's got a lot of money, and he got 2 years of pay from the Warriors while, he was injured too. So I think there's a lot of loyalty there. But last night, yes, was definitely disappointing. It felt like the day the music died. 24-point loss to Sacramento in this playoff. Klay 0 for 10. And Steph obviously exhausted in the last two games. He had 13 turnovers. I doubt he's ever had that in his entire career in 2 games in a row. So that's what we're, up against. Unfortunately, it didn't end with a splash, but more like a lot of bad dribbles, to put it a certain way.
No doubt, David. I mean, one of my thoughts in watching the way Steph Curry played the stretch of this season was to really think about the responsibility that's on his shoulders. And Steve Kerr talked about that in recent weeks, not just being too much this year, but being too much just over the last handful of years. The responsibility on Steph Curry's shoulders is too great. If he looks that tired in the first game of the postseason, after taking 2 rest days in the week leading up to it, if he looks that tired now, how are you going to expect that guy to take a team into June? So the whole order of responsibility, in my opinion, needs to be shuffled in this offseason with the Golden State Warriors. Does not mean all the people need to leave, but their responsibility needs to be reshuffled.
Well, at the very least, it's got to be lessened for Steph Curry. You can't expect him to go out there and have to carry the water as many times as he did this year and play as deep. And when they won the championship 2 years ago, he sat out the last 12 games of the regular season because you were able to. And I know he was hurt, but you had a little bit of a cushion. I think they started that year 18-2, Mark, if I'm not mistaken. And so you built up quite a cushion early in the year. This year, you kind of did the opposite, where you started out the year dreadful and you were chasing it for the majority of the season, so you didn't have a chance to really give guys quality rest.
All right, Steve Kerr is around the corner in less than 20 minutes. We got plenty more time for your phone calls as well. So whatever you're feeling after last night's loss, this is the place to get it out, get it on the table. We promise you that you'll feel better after you call us. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Steve Kerr at 5. The Warriors season has come to an end. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, speaking of feeling better, Mark, I'm feeling much better, down 20 pounds.
What happens this summer and going into next year, we'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm just thinking about our guys, how committed they were this year, the connection they had, the effort they put in to put us in a position to at least have a chance. We clearly weren't good enough, but not for a lack of effort or commitment from our guys. They were great all year.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But you're about to be listening to Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. He'll join us live in 12 minutes. And certainly, there's no doubt, and he knows this, there will be a healthy portion of the conversation that is about Klay Thompson. This is what Steve said about having Klay back last night.
We need Klay back. I mean, he's, I know he had a tough night tonight, but what he represents for us, the spacing, we're not a deep shooting team. We're a little top heavy. And, Klay's presence means so much to the spacing on the floor, to the flow of the offense. And he's still got good years left. And I know I speak for everybody in the organization. We want him back. Obviously, there's business at hand, and that has to be addressed with Klay's representatives and Mike and Joe. But what Klay has meant to this franchise, as good as he still is, we desperately want him back.
Okay, so he's got good years left, according to Steve Kerr. My question is not, do you want Klay back? Because, you just answered that. But in what role? And is it time, and this is a question that I think will extend to Steph and Draymond as well, is it time for their responsibility to lessen? Certainly feels that way to me.
And how do you go about lessening their responsibility without bringing in players who are better than them? And that becomes, for me, the much more difficult part of it. Yes, it'd be great to lessen Steph's responsibility because you have more talent, and Klay's as well, and Draymond's, because you're able to bring in two players who are as good as them while keeping Kuminga and keeping Andrew Wiggins in potential. But how do you go about doing that in an offseason where you're probably not going to have your first-round pick?
I've got a great idea.
Yeah?
We got to change their name. They're not the Big Three. They're the Big 415. So, first of all, that's obviously the area code of our wonderful city.
Yep.
But it's also the three numbers that they should represent in terms of responsibility on this team starting next year. Steph can be the 1, and Draymond and Klay, in whichever order or which side of the court you like, can be the 4 and the 5. Jonathan Kuminga needs to be the 3, and somebody who ain't here needs to be the 2.
Well, I still don't think that team is good enough to make noise.
No, you don't know who that number 2 is.
Right. And, I mean, I don't know, possibly, let's just say it's Lauri Markkanen, because we've thrown out that name so many times that we're trying to speak it into existence. I don't think that team of Steph, Markkanen, Kuminga, Draymond, and Klay, I don't think that team is good enough to be a top 4 seed in the West.
There would be other players as well. There would obviously be other players as well.
Of course, there'd be Pods and maybe Moody. You probably wouldn't have Wiggins.
No, I think...
you wouldn't have Moody.
Yeah, Moody and or Pods would probably be in the deal.
Right, so now you're left with Lester and Usman and
remember,
Gee.
Markkanen doesn't make that much. So even just Wiggins being in the deal means Utah needs to throw someone in, and I think that will probably need to be part of it. Like, send the Warriors your crap contract that you need to get rid of. Right? Like, let them attach someone to Markkanen. Their highest paid player is John Collins. It's a terrible contract.
Yeah.
Be open to it. Be open to it. Figure out a way. Or maybe Markkanen's not the guy. You know what I mean? What if it's somebody whose name rhymes with Farrell Tanthony Pounds?
Yeah.
What if?
It's possible.
I mean, I'm going to sit here all summer dreaming now. And I'm not going to let you tell me not to.
No, it's what we do.
It's what we do.
And the good thing about this, well, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is it's highly unlikely. The good news is there's an owner down there at Chase Center who's willing to do crazy things, dramatic, big things.
Why do you think it's highly unlikely? When I think highly unlikely, I think of the conversations I hear people having. Let's get Giannis or Embiid. That is not happening.
I think it's highly unlikely.
The ones I'm bringing up, I do not find highly unlikely.
Well, I mean, I don't know why Utah would be motivated to part with their best player
They
and
already
a guy
are.
who
Why
is
is he-
making only $18 million next year?
Because he isn't going into the final year of his deal, and they're going to need to break off a massive bank for him, and they're like the 13 seed every year, so why? Like they would be very motivated to get a bunch of picks, and the Warriors have them.
And just rebuild that thing again.
I mean,
as opposed to build it around. I mean, you got to pay somebody at some point.
But he's there now, and it's adding up to what? Like, that's the point.
Right.
I think organizations are smart when you realize that a guy might not be able to do it on his own, or whatever the concoction currently is. It's not working. Why break off this massive number? I mean, this is the conversation I was trying to have about Domas Sabonis yesterday. You broke off a max deal. How you doing? You're the 9.
Yeah.
Like, great. You beat the Warriors. Light your beam. It's very exciting. You slayed the dragon. Guess what? You're next. You about to get slayed. Whether it's Friday night or next week, you are about to get absolutely run out of these playoffs, and you locked yourself up financially with Domas Sabonis and Harrison Barnes. Good luck. Good luck. What's the goal? What's the goal? To me, if you're not in the dance and you're not close, you got to keep poking around to especially if you're Utah, you're not a free agent destination.
Right.
You got to do it through the draft. I mean, Markkanen has been thrown around as a trade target all year long.
Yeah.
So why? Probably because Utah's entertaining
And
it.
yeah, Utah may not want to pay him, but I think about if you're going to trade with the Warriors and you're going to try to acquire their first round picks, so you're going to give them a player that's going to probably take them out of the lottery.
Well, but
you're going to wind up with, you're going to wind up with picks in the teens and the late 20s.
Maybe, but these picks are well into the future, which could match up with Steph Curry's retirement. Or
depending on which picks you send.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the pick that is being conferred this year, Warriors have about a 3.8% chance of keeping it based on the draft lottery. So that's a pick that was conferred a long time ago.
How about Max in the city? Hey, Max, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Everything is great, Max. We'll let everybody know. Steve Kerr in 5 minutes, but right now, Max.
Yeah, so listen, Steve Kerr, he's a great coach, and I view him as a Greg Popovich protege, right? But what I see from him is like he's not managed to manage bigs very well. What he did with Looney is disgraceful. I mean, Looney, he's a not a starter. He's a backup, and when we had Bogut and Zaza, we were crushing it, right? And I feel like he has morphed this team into a team of his own design, where he thinks that it's all should be point guards and shooting guards and small forwards and people like Draymond Green, which can't compete with today's NBA, where bigs are shooting baskets and passing the ball. I don't know if it's all on Steve Kerr or maybe the management also, the GM.
So, Max, I'm going to jump in because your phone's a little bit rough to listen to, but I gathered that did he say it was disgraceful what he was doing with Kevon Looney, putting him out there as if he was Bogut or as if he was Zaza? And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm sorry, who was the center when they won a title 2 years ago?
It was,
Kevon Looney.
And before that, it was Bogut and Zaza.
Yeah, Bogut and Zaza and Looney are all the exact same thing. They are the center who was hanging out when Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and others were crushing the floor and were very, very good in that role. Kevon Looney's performance this year is not really Kevon Looney's fault. It is, again, it's a lessening of everything that happened around him that exposed all of the things that he can't do that he never really was great at. Kevon Looney's never been a finisher around the rim.
No.
He's a cleanup guy. Grab a bunch of, hard hat, rebounds, putbacks, whatever. He's not here, take the ball and go finish in contact and when being contested. So I don't know. The larger point can be that maybe it is time to move on from Kevon Looney. I don't know if he fits this next era of Warrior basketball, but I'm never going to forget that he certainly fit the last one.
Yeah, and he's a guy who's won 3 championships, so he's going to be a guy forever loved and adored here. It just felt like this year you could see the changes happening to the Warriors and the association on the whole, Mark. And players like Kevon Looney are having, trouble really fitting in with the speed and the skill and the three-point shot reliance that the NBA has come to be about.
Yeah, although, you look at that was an interesting thing I thought that Steve said last night, which is, and he was talking about it with Klay Thompson as the backdrop, but he talked about what Klay does for their spacing because they're too top-heavy with their three-point shooting. And you think about it. Look around the league and who they go up against and all the times that it feels like somebody's going off from three-point range who I've never heard of before. Why does that always happen against the Warriors? Well, because other teams are surrounding the arc with at least 4 players at a time who can knock that shot down. And it's not that the Warriors don't have guys who can knock it down, but be real. Draymond and Wiggins and Kuminga are not three-point shooters. They're not. They can hit them. I don't know what the hell was going on with Kuminga's three-point shot last night.
Oh, man.
Tried twice, and he barely touched anything.
Right.
But anyway, that's kind of the thing. You need to be sharper shooters out there. And you need guys who are just surrounding that, and the ball comes to them through movement. And right now, the Warriors don't have that movement because Steph is trying to break people down all by himself, and they're running 3 people at him because they're like, who else? Who else can shoot the ball that we're scared of? And the answer is no one.
No one. They shot 38% as a team. The Warriors did 7th in the association.
Which is fine.
Steph was 41. Klay was 39. And you'd be hard-pressed to find another guy who shot it above 38%. Wiggins had the next most attempts at 36%. CP was 37, which was a long climb back. You remember how bad he was early?
Yes.
He was down in the teens.
He missed like his first 15 or something like that.
Pods wound up at 38%.
Yeah, he's okay.
Draymond actually with a nice year shooting 39.5.
Very good for him, yes.
Right, especially early in games. But the guys who you rely on to score, Kuminga, Wiggins, not real reliable scorers from 3.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We expect Steve Kerr along in mere moments. Let's go to Joe in Walnut Creek. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
Hey, Mark.
Say hi to Dibs.
Hey, Dibber.
What's up, Joe?
So they're just old, man. All this stuff. It's just, and it's not anyone's fault. But this is 34 and 35-year-old guys running with 24 and 25-year-olds, and it's okay,
I mean, it's not a bad point. Kind of a little bit of an obvious one, but it does bear repeating. And for anybody who missed the top of the show, we probably should say it again, especially as we get ready for Steve to join us shortly. And that is this. When I watched last night, there's all of the angst and the frustration and the offseason and they need to this and they need to that. That's all there, just like everyone else. But after a night of sleep, I'll tell you what my first reaction was after last night's game, and it was 2 words. Thank you. Thank you, Golden State Warriors, and Steph and Klay and Dre and Steve and Joe Lacob and Bob Myers and Mike Dunleavy and all the role players. Fun watching some of those guys. Mike Brown on the other sideline, Barbosa, anybody involved in this. This was the most epic thing that I have ever seen in NBA basketball in my life. Some of the most special stuff I've ever experienced as a fan. And so I don't know if anybody's leaving, but I do think that this form, when people say it's over, I go, well, what's over? I don't know. They may all play together again next year. But to me, what's over is the big 3 and that era of Warrior basketball in this form. Like to go from a group that, remember that whole stat, gosh, when they're healthy, they've never lost a playoff series.
Right.
Well, now they're healthy and they didn't even make a playoff series.
First time in their history together.
That is a pretty epic turnaround. That is a big deal. This is not close. And so it has to be different on some form, but that's my number one takeaway is however it evolves or whatever, like, thank you for everything that it's been for the last 12 years because it's the best thing we've ever seen.
A great time to transition to our next guest and repeat that 45-second thank you because I'm sure Steve Kerr could use a little pick-me-up, Mark.
Well, he is brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Steve, thanks for coming on. I don't even know if you would take what we just said kindly because I know you think there's still a lot of meat on this bone, but that kind of was my first thought last night was just thankfulness to the whole organization for everything that this has been as it goes into some sort of an evolution. How do you feel about that? What is the next evolution of this?
I don't think we really know. I think it was a really interesting and difficult season in a lot of ways, but you have to put it in the context of where the league is right now too. And normally 46 wins is enough to get you in the playoffs. I would say that given the start we got off to, how many games we sort of gave away or lost at the end when we should have put it away. I mean, this felt like a 50-win team to me, and it feels to me like we should be down 1-0 in a series right now, not having the season finished. If you know what I mean. It's just it's really kind of surprising to me that it's over, but the nature of the Western Conference right now, it's deep and loaded, and we paid for our sins of the early season, unfortunately, and ended up in the play-in and one and done. It's a tough way to go out.
Is that where your personal lament lies in terms of not regrets, but things that you think went awry? Is it all the close games that got away from you early? Is it the Draymond suspension and maybe the injuries that you sustained later in the year? Where do you look to find some solace on what might go right in the future that didn't this year?
Well, a lot of good things happened. Klay really responded well to coming off the bench. Draymond, I thought, his career was on the line 2 months into the season, and the way he played, the way he responded the last few months was incredible. Our young guys really came alive, performed well. And, Steph, despite, not shooting it as well, in the last month or so of the season, he had another all-NBA year. And, you throw it all together, and we actually have a pretty good team. But there's some regret on losing some early games that put us behind the eight ball that we kind of paid for later. And when you have those types of games, and you look back on them later in the year, it's that's tough because you probably could have finished them off, should have finished them off, and we didn't do it.
Steve, it's interesting to hear you talk about the landscape of the West because I'm driving my 10-year-old son to school this morning, and he looks at me and goes, "Dad, they were just unlucky." And I said, why do you feel that way? And he goes, because 46 wins, he's like, last year that would have been like a 4 or a 5 seed. So like they just got unlucky. What would you have said to him? What word fits for you with regard to that?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. I mean, I think first of all, your son has a lot of wisdom. So let's
I didn't say that to him, Steve. I did not say that.
Clearly got it from his mom. So
yep.
No, I just think that there's some truth to that. I mean, this is the deepest the Western Conference has ever been. The bad news for us, it's only going to get deeper. Houston and San Antonio are going to get better as we go into next year. So I think this, we've got an off season of reflection and transition, but that doesn't mean this thing is over. And that's why, I love that you're thankful for what we've done, but that's great. But I still think we can do some stuff, but this off season is going to be different. It's the first time I think that I've really felt like there needs to be some change, but I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know that Mike knows yet. What we do have, though, is a lot of evidence and a lot of clarity on this year's team and some of the things we lacked and some of the things we need to improve upon.
You mentioned change, and everybody's curious about Klay Thompson, and you were pretty definitive last night about how much you need and want Klay to still be a part of it. Are you at all nervous about Klay perhaps deciding to take his talents elsewhere?
I'm really not. And of course, he has every right to do so. And one of the benefits of being a free agent is just the freedom that comes with it. And it'll be nice for Klay to have some options. And I think that's one of the things that freed him up a little bit at the end of the year. It's just, not having the burden of anything going forward. Just, hey, play it out and let's see what happens this summer. And so he's in a good spot in that regard. But I know Klay really well. I know he loves it here. I know how much we all love him. I think he should be a Warrior for life, and I just think that he's still got some good years left in him. And but what we have to figure out organizationally is what does that look like on the floor? The business stuff will be taken care of. That stuff will be negotiated, all that stuff, but what does our team look like next year? We have to put the pieces together because I think Klay's a part of it, and I think Draymond and Steph, I think they should be Warriors for life, and that's not just a sentimental thought. We still need all three guys. They're all three still very good players, but it's just different now than it was 3-4 years ago. So we have to piece together the roster and see how we can improve.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Steve, I don't want you to speak for him, but you've all expressed that you want him back. Has he expressed to you anything about what he wants?
Well, we had our exit meetings today, so I spoke with all the players, and it's so early. It's the shock of the loss and the season being over is still pretty raw. So it just doesn't feel like anybody is ready to, even express any thoughts about what comes next. So I encouraged everybody to get away and get some rest and take a vacation and a little time to think about the season and the future.
You've spent your whole time here with Steph, Klay, and Dre, and it's been an unbelievable run, as Mark was saying at the top of the interview. Have we gotten to a point where having those three as your best three players is no longer good enough in the West?
I think that all three guys are really still excellent players. We know that. I mean, Steph is still an all-star. Draymond, still one of the best defensive players in the league. And Klay, I mean, you guys watched the second half of the season. He was one of the best three-point shooters in the league. The first half, he struggled, but, this is a guy who's still got a beautiful stroke and, 6'7", and, size and fearlessness when it counts, when the game's on the line, and that stuff's all necessary. But, we've always had a lot of help for them in the past. We've always had great rosters, great talent here. And so that still remains, but it's even more important now because they're not as capable of doing it every single night just because of the wear and tear and the age. So we've got to keep improving the roster around them for sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Like when you said last night, we need Klay going forward, the first thought that went through my head was in what role, and that's not in any way meaning to diminish him, but even you, and I mean this for all three, you've talked about too much being on the shoulders of Steph Curry in recent weeks and maybe even in recent years. So how do you view that, Steve, in terms of what their role needs to be going forward if they're all here?
Well, I think we can't expect them to carry us like they have for so long. So we've got to lessen the burden. I think one of the best things that happened this year for Klay and for us was that he responded so well coming off the bench. So, that's definitely an option. And, that will be determined obviously next training camp. But, I just think that 82 games is a long haul. And unless you've actually been through it, I think it's hard to really understand how difficult it is emotionally, physically, and especially as you get older. So we definitely need to give these guys more support and more help. And I thought the young guys really emerged this year, and I expect them to be better next year. And, we'll see what we can do with the roster to make some more improvements.
You mentioned effort and commitment being there for the majority of the year, but what specifically were you missing this year that you'll look to address in the offseason?
I think we need more shooting. Our shooting is really top heavy. It's funny because we've always been known as this 2-point shooting organization, but we've always been kind of top heavy on that front. And if you look around the league, most teams now are putting shooting at almost every spot. And you watched last night the physicality of Sacramento's guards and, the speed, getting into the ball, disrupting our offense. The best way to create space is to put shooting all over the floor. And Sacramento was able to put pressure on the ball and protect the paint. And so there was nowhere for Steph to go. He really had to work hard for his points. And so I think we need more shooting, and I think that can come from within too. It can come from, the current players getting better with their shooting and giving us more spacing.
Steve, you've talked this year about math. You've talked about it being a good problem to have. All of the players who deserve rotation minutes. Moses Moody last night, he used the word frustrating when describing the fluctuation of his role. Did you guys reach a point where all of the guys deserving minutes and you trying to figure out the right mix actually became maybe a net negative as opposed to a positive?
No, it never became a net negative. It was frustrating for a lot of guys, but every single one of them responded well, and in a very team oriented fashion. And so, I think Moses is, he was probably the guy who went in and out of the rotation the most. Some of that was just the logjam in front of him, between J.K. and Wiggs and Klay and Harry Payton. We had a lot of guys who were just in front of Moses, and so it's not easy as a coach, you can't play all those guys. And so Moses took the brunt of that and handled it really well. But he's a guy who needs his opportunity to really, step forward and become an everyday contributor, maybe even a starter. And that, that opportunity, part of that comes from our side, but part of it comes from his side too. Emerging and grasping that role and running with it, like Brandon Podziemski did this year. And, that requires a lot. It requires, attention to detail, and it requires, moving the ball, becoming a connector offensively, keeping things going with the right cut, the right pass. And those are things that most young players struggle with. But Brandon has a good feel for it, and that's why he played as much as he did. So, there's a lot of young players are having to work on those things all around the league just because of the lack of experience coming in.
and that's what we're trying to teach our young guys here in our program.
Jonathan Kuminga made such great strides this year in offensive acumen and really off-ball defense as well. When you look at his game now, as part of maybe his exit interview today, what are you giving him for homework over the summer so he can be even better next year?
Well, I want him to become a more fundamentally sound passer, and that may not sound like much, but I think he's got pretty good vision. You know, he's a guy who can get the ball in transition, push it ahead, and see the floor pretty well. But like a lot of young players, you know, there can be a carelessness with passing and a kind of a take it for granted type feeling about passing. You might not believe this, but when I was in Chicago with the Bulls, we used to start out practice 15 feet apart with two-hand chest passes back and forth. You know, you see Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen throwing two-hand chest passes back and forth. That's when you realize, okay, fundamentals do matter, you know. And we've had one of the worst transition ratings in the league the last 2 years in terms of points per possession. And some of it is our passing. Our passing has to improve. We've got to be on time, on target. We've got to make the game easier for each other. So for Jonathan, for Moses, for our entire team, I want to see better passing, and those are some of the things we'll be focusing on this summer.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. This might be a stupid one, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it. Do you guys need to be taller?
I mean, you know, last night you could see we were overwhelmed physically. They were getting every long rebound, every loose ball. That's where we really missed Gary yesterday. He's a guy who gets a lot of extra possessions for us. But there are times, and some of it is, you know, when we're playing our best players, we tend to be on the small side. And so, you know, it's a tough combination when you know, if you're getting beat athletically and with size, you know, you got to be perfect to win games. And so I do think we need to be a little bigger, a little more athletic.
Does this mean that the Chris Paul era is coming to a close? And before you answer that part of it, what did you think about his 1 year with the Dubs and what he brought, especially when you're looking at, you know, $30 million for next year and in a situation where he may not be back?
Well, first of all, I love Chris. He was amazing all year, just the ultimate professional. The way he embraced coming off the bench, and you know, for a guy he's heading for the Hall of Fame. He's one of the all-time great point guards, and he had never come off the bench once in his entire career. So to embrace that, to be a mentor for our younger guys, to generate great chemistry in the locker room, Chris was amazing. And I've said this many times, this was the easiest job I've ever had in the non-Steph minutes. You know, in my 9 years, even when we were winning championships, there was always a feeling of, all right, we got to hang on here, you know, without Steph. And with Chris, it was the exact opposite. It was like, all right, we're going to get 8 minutes, 9 minutes with Steph on the bench. We're going to have a Hall of Fame point guard getting us organized and getting us good shots. What an incredible luxury. Now, the issue for Chris, I think he's still a starting point guard in the league. I think he can still play 30-plus minutes and run his own team. And, you know, on this team, on our team, that's just not available. I know he loved it here, and we loved having him, and I think we would love to have him back. And I think he'd like to be back. But, you know, there's a financial component, of course, with his salary, non-guaranteed contract. So that means there is financial flexibility, you know, available there. And that's what Mike and Joe in the front office has to determine is, you know, what's our roster going to look like. And, you know, I don't think it makes sense to have a massive payroll right now with our team. It just doesn't. You know, to spend that kind of money, and Joe has been incredibly generous and you know, so aggressive and you know, really attacking, looking for championships.
But at some point, you can't spend this much money for a team that didn't make the playoffs. So we have a lot of decisions to make and a lot of questions to answer. And so those things are all kind of thrown into the pot, and you have to figure it out.
Steve, that's an interesting one to say that it doesn't make sense right now to have a huge payroll. I get that you're saying looking back, it wasn't even a playoff team, but if the goal next year and the belief is there that you can still play at a high level, why does it not make sense to have a big payroll?
I didn't say it doesn't make sense to have a big payroll. I said it doesn't make sense to have a massive payroll.
Okay.
And I think, I think there's a difference. I think Joe is always going to do everything possible to put a good team on the floor. But I think at some point too, there has to be a sense of, what makes sense organizationally, and a $400 million payroll, the highest payroll in the league, and we don't make the playoffs. That's not a good business model, and so all the questions that are out there really have to do with, what's next, not just this coming year, but in the years beyond. And what does that mean for our team? What kind of transition will there be? Are there moves that we can make to get us into the championship contention conversation? And if there are not, then what does that mean? Do we lean into our younger guys? And so these are all the discussions that we'll be having this summer.
Steve, it's fascinating to listen to the way things sounded at the end of last year when you guys immediately sort of admitted, this was not a championship roster. And then this year, you guys sound very different. And you've admitted that you think you're better this year and that you love the connectivity of this roster. So that leads me to this question. As you sit here today, how far off from a championship contender do you feel like you guys are?
It would be hard for me sitting here with our season over on April 17th, whatever it is, to tell you that we are a championship contender. That would be that would be, I don't know. Let's just say not the brightest comment I could ever make. I mean, you have to prove that. You can't just say you're a contender. You have to prove it. So, right now we're not, but that's why we have an off season. That's why you talk to other teams. That's why you look at every possibility to build your roster back up. And you're always, every year, I'm always surprised at the deals that happen. Not for our team, but for any team. You just don't know. So you have to go into the summer with an open mind and who knows? There might be some deal that Mike and Joe feel like, gets us back into contention. Maybe there isn't. If there's not, then, what are we looking at? What's the goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And again, I mean, these are not easily answered questions. And so there's a long summer ahead of a lot of introspection, a lot of, studying the league and studying our options and figuring things out.
You've got a busy summer yourself, heading to Paris with Team USA at some point. But before then, and maybe during that time and after, how much input will you offer, or will you be asked to offer about that very thing in terms of getting this team back to championship caliber?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Mike already. We had a long conversation today about this summer and what's next. And I'm sure Joe and Mike and I will be connecting probably next week sometime. We get together at the end of every off season, and these discussions will begin. We have a format with the Warriors where I'm not in charge of personnel, and I don't want to be. I don't think it's a great format to have coach in charge of personnel. So I have influence, but these are Mike's decisions. These are Joe's decisions, the front office together, but they will definitely ask for my input.
Steve Kerr with us, 95.7 The Game. Coach, this is not going to surprise you. I know on our station, we have sat here and and talk to listener after listener about Draymond Green and the experience that, especially a year, like you said a few minutes ago, you thought a couple of minutes ago that his career was on the line. You also mentioned that you thought this was a 50-win team. What would you say to fans that are so frustrated because he said at the beginning of the year this is the most important season of his career? You guys maybe just needed 3, 4, 5 more wins to have a very different outlook, and then what happened in December and January happened. What would you say to fans that are just they don't know how to reason with that?
Well, I think life's not easy. You know, it's none of us are perfect. Everybody's flawed. And what I will tell you about Draymond is he's maybe the most competitive person I've ever been around, maybe the most loyal. I will stick with him forever because I know who he is as a human being. And he's very complex. And part of that complexity is his constant quest to find the right balance between being ultra competitive and walking the line and not crossing it. And he crossed it. Over the last year, he crossed it several times. And if he could have it back, you better believe he would want to have it back and do it. But life doesn't work that way. And so, everyone was upset when he got kicked out of the game in Orlando. That didn't even bother me. Like, Draymond is so competitive and so emotional. I'm fine if he gets tossed a few times a year because that's the price you pay for having the guy who is the driver of your defense, the driver of your competitive fire as a team. Without Draymond, we have 0 championships. I hope people realize that. But with Draymond, you've got a complex human being who is incredibly strong and loyal and emotional and competitive and also can go too far. And so that package is what we've had here for 12 years, and it's been incredible. And he's made mistakes, and he's had to pay for them, and he's constantly trying to find that balance, and that's who he is. And that's one of the things I love about him. But so for our fans, I would say be lucky, be fortunate, be grateful that you've had Draymond Green for 12 years and you have 4 championships and 2 finals appearances beyond that. And Draymond is fighting to be the best version of himself now. And I'm embracing it. I think our whole organization is embracing it because we love him. And I think our fans do too.
You're right, Steve, but I do think that there's a fan sentiment of frustration in the Orlando game kind of crystallizes that, where he's ejected in the opening minutes of a game that it felt like was an important one. Do you have any concern about his career going forward and the frustration level building as his skills diminish?
I had a lot of concerns during the suspension, after the Nurkic incident, after the Gobert incident. I had a lot of concerns because those were acts that were going to lead him to being, basically to his career ending. And I think the suspension was probably the best thing that happened to Draymond because it forced him to reckon with his behavior and the difference between getting kicked out of a game and actually physically attacking someone. So that's why I'm saying, we've been together for 10 years. He's been kicked out of tons of games. That never bothered me. The other stuff bothered me and bothered a lot of people. And so he found his way through the second half of the season to be the best version of himself. He got kicked out of a game, yeah, but he also turned our defense around. And if you're a fan and you want everything, you want him to be the best defender in the league and be on perfect behavior, you're not going to get
it. Fair enough. Steve, you entered into the conversation with us talking about thankfulness for the last 12 years. I'd like to express some thankfulness for the time that you've taken with us this year. The answers that you've given, the inside look that you've provided to yourself and to Warrior basketball. We very, very much enjoyed it. So thank you for coming on as you did every week. Thank you for the half hour you just spent with us today.
Thank you guys for a great year. I've enjoyed coming on with you every week, and we're so lucky to play here in the Bay with incredible fans and so much interest in our team. And so I want to say thanks to you guys for a great show, and to all of our fans out there for supporting us year after year. I'm lucky to be here.
Thank you, Steve. Well said. And on behalf of the fans thinking about the Olympics, feel free to keep Steph on the bench and give the chef some rest if you could.
All right, we'll see about that. We kind of want to win a gold medal.
Yeah, there is that.
Okay. Oh, that too. That too.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Coach. Thank you.
Okay. See you guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There he is. Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
What's French for load management? I'm going to look it up.
Load management.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. That's terrible. I mean.
It's two. I like it. It's a deux. It works.
Stupid and predictable.
Thank you for thanking Steve on behalf of, at least our staff and our show, because he's a good interview, and
he's the best.
He gives you good, solid, forthright answers, and you never feel rushed. He's going to sit here and answer our questions, and I appreciate that.
That was an interesting conversation, I thought.
In many ways.
There was a lot in there.
Yep.
There's a lot in there. I mean, from him saying it doesn't make sense to have a massive payroll, from him saying they're going to make every effort to become a championship contender, but the deal might not be there, so you might have to lean into the young players. He absolutely freely admitted that Steph, Klay, and Dre's roles need to be diminished. They need a higher level of help around them. I know that some of you caught this. We did too. And look, I think what he's saying there about Draymond Green, that is the Draymond Green experience. If you're going to work with the guy, if you're going to have him as a key piece to what you're doing, the bottom line is I think there's going to be a time or two where you talk out of both sides of your mouth. And so I know some of you caught the fact that he said, I will totally ride or die with Draymond Green, and it didn't bother me when he got thrown out of Orlando, yet it was the very next day that he came on this show and called it unforgivable. So was it unforgivable, or did it not bother you? But that, I reason with that by saying what he just said. That's the Draymond Green experience. You are not going to get a perfect person. You are going to have to ride the wave. And the Warriors, and I get this, you can call it making excuses if you want, but if you're trying to win, you're going to have to put up with some crap. And that's the decision that they've made. I personally think they're right on that.
Yeah.
And you got to deal with a bunch of migraine headaches. Some of you have decided it's not worth it, and I get that. They think they're a better basketball team with him. I think they're still right. But freely acknowledge that, sometimes it's a pain in the rear.
Especially as the skills diminish, and that's why I wanted to ask him about the frustration level and his concern going forward, because as the skills diminish and the frustration level maybe goes up, would more of these incidents pop up? And he gave a good answer. I also think, based on his answers about Moses Moody, that they're going to trade Moses Moody. They're going to move off of Moses Moody, because Steve talked about Moses needing an opportunity. Moses needs a chance to go out and play. He needs the opportunity to play and get better. And I wasn't sensing from Steve that opportunity was going to be here.
Well, although he also at one point did talk about Kuminga and Moody getting more run if Klay and Steph and Dre's role kind of diminishes, but you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Is Moses Moody available in trade talks? Yes.
And Andrew Wiggins, similarly, based on the answer he gave.
Absolutely. And Chris Paul is gone.
Yeah, Chris Paul's gone.
Gone.
He used only past tense phrases.
Yes, and he said, we'd love to have him, and he wants to stay, but there was immediately a but, and it's a big one. It's a $30 million but.
Right.
I mean, when you get the head coach, like, we're not 24 hours after the end of the season, and how many times did he talk about the payroll? and the financial aspect of this, like no less than 5 times.
And you followed up wonderfully, and he actually semantics you. He hit you with the semantics. I didn't say it wouldn't be big.
We could have a big
It
payroll.
just wouldn't be
can't have
huge
a
or massive.
We can't have a massive
so
payroll,
funny.
which is true.
Captain Semantics. I love it. Score one for the thesaurus.
Listen, that's why I think that option A is what option A is. Option A is Andrew Wiggins and Moses Moody and maybe another piece somewhere on the team packaged with picks to see if there's a player or two that changes the calculus of this team.
Yeah.
That's option 1. They don't know if they're going to be able to get it done. They're going to try.
Yeah.
But I thought, my God, for a guy that just scored a 2-year extension, he admitted that, like, we might not be a championship contender next year. We might not even, like, we may see that the deal's not there, and we sort of, we go youth. That might happen.
You might not have another choice.
That's quite right, but that's quite an admission when you're the coach of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
That's an admission.
Well, it's not a rebuild. It's just the reality of, if there's not a deal out there and you have to come back with everybody except Chris Paul and maybe Kevon or who knows who else, then you may not have another choice but to, quote, run it back.
Okay. What stood out to all of you from the conversation you just heard? We got time for some calls on the way out. 888-957-9570. And by the way, it's not the way out because as soon as we leave, Mark Grandy's going to hop in here. And Grandy, what are you going to be starting with at 6 o'clock?
Maybe what you guys just heard. Maybe Steve Kerr.
A little bit of Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is around the corner. So if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app because, our jobs get more secure when you do. That's not what the read says. While you're there, check out the other shows, and we like their job security as well. Say hi to Steiny and Goo and the Morning Roast and all of their wonderful content, especially on a day like today, reacting to the end of the Warriors season. So, Willard and Dibs, free Odyssey app. And by the way, QR code, you can get that app on our Twitch and YouTube feeds right there in the bottom right-hand corner. More of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area communities is a #1 priority.
a massive payroll right now with our team. It just doesn't. You know, to spend that kind of money, and Joe has been incredibly generous and you know, so aggressive and you know, really attacking, looking for championships. But at some point, you can't spend this much money for a team that didn't make the playoffs. So we have a lot of decisions to make and a lot of questions to answer. So you know, those things are all kind of thrown into the pot, and you have to figure it out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, that was, I thought that was an interesting conversation. And when he says that sentence, I do think that everybody who wants to form any sort of a Warriors opinion for the next few months, let that sink in, okay? Let that sink in. They didn't make the playoffs. We have sat here for the better part of 6 months talking about going on a run, some even believing to the point of championship contention for a team that in the NBA didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
That's a new one.
And they weren't even really close to making the playoffs.
As it turns out.
You had to win 2 games in the play-in just to make the playoffs, and in the first play-in game, you got blown out. So you didn't even make it like where Sacramento is.
Got blown out by a wounded team.
Right. In a place where you had good muscle memory and against a team, even when they were fully whole, you were better than for the majority of the time.
I thought there was honesty in some of what Steve was saying there. And again, I'm just going to read between the lines. These aren't quotes. He didn't directly say these things, but when you really just break down what he said, it is, yes, this will be a new offseason. Some change is needed. And that was a direct quote. Some change is needed. He freely admitted that the responsibility level of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson is too high. We asked him directly about Klay. He said it was great that Klay did a good job coming off of the bench this year. That is an option next year. He's saying that the day after the season. How does that help negotiations? I don't know. Does it hurt him? I don't know. I have no idea what Klay, that's one thing we don't know is what Klay wants. What a Klay wants. We have no idea what's making him tick. Is it money, respect, a new role, staying with Steph and Dre? I have no idea. So that's really interesting. But their responsibility level has to go down. And then what you also just heard about payroll, like there's no reason to hide it anymore. Joe Lacob has said it a bunch of times, and I think people have reached a point of not really believing him. They're like, yeah, that's Joe. He always says, he's kind of like your parents at Christmas. We're saving this year. We've had enough. No, there'll be 20 presents under the tree.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's Joe. And now I think others are going to pick up the torch and run with it because, yes, that is actually a priority. You're going to spend less. For God's sakes, you're the 10 seed.
Right. It was $380 million. It was a record payroll, the most in history of the association, and you got a 10 seed. So to expect him to go ahead and rack up another $380 million worth of contract debt is foolish to even think that they would do that. So easy to take off Chris Paul's $30 million off the books. Klay goes from 42. Maybe it gets cut in about half.
Yep.
So there's a $50 million savings, and Kavon's 8 maybe comes off, and you start to pick off little pieces, and you figure out how you can get new players in and spend even less than you did this year.
What's Moses make?
Moses is making $5 next year, I believe.
And GP2 can opt into a 9.
9.1.
And Andrews a 26.
0.2, yeah, 0.3 basically.
Right, so add those up for me.
Andrews 26, GP is 9, that's 35.
So you're at
35, and you throw in Moses who'll be making.
So you're at 40.
641 basically. 41.
Hang on, let me look at something real quick here.
So if you're looking at,
and by the way, here's something I should know this, and I don't. What is the value, and this is if Bobby Marks, who I think is coming on tomorrow.
Good.
What's the value of a draft pick in the whole salary matching thing?
Depends on the pick. It's all slotted.
Okay.
So it depends on where you're drafted. Like Kuminga at 7, next year he'll make 7.636.
Okay.
Moody at 14 in the same draft is making 5.8 next year. And if I went back to the history of their salaries, it's all slotted based on where you're picked.
Wiggins, Peyton, Moody, 2 picks. John Collins, Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
How you feel about it?
I feel good about it.
I mean,
How do they feel
I can't
about
believe the 20 hours after the game I'm sitting here with trade proposals. But I don't mean that is something that could or would happen.
No, but Steve basically said it in that interview that big changes are coming.
That's the exploration I think that will be underway. That's the kind of thing that financially is possible, where you would bring in somebody who really would change the structure of how the ball moves and who's got responsibility on their shoulders, people who have not had their 30th birthday yet. Collins and Markkanen are both 26.
Wow.
And Collins is making, more money than they would like him to make. And Markkanen is going to be due for a big old payday soon, and Utah probably doesn't want to pay it. So that would clear a truckload of money off of their books and turn it into a young asset plus 2 picks. And sure, there's Wiggins. That's still got some money on the bone, but it's not crazy. Same for GP2, who is a player that travels. It's one more year, and you can fit a player that plays defense like that onto any roster. So when we go, hey, how could they even do it? I'm not saying that's perfect. I'm not saying Utah would love that, but I don't know. I
don't know if the Warriors would love it because Markkanen would be expiring, and you're probably not going to be able to afford to give him what he's going to be commanding if he continues to play like he has.
I don't know.
He's a max player, darn near it.
I don't know.
Average about 24 a game this year.
Yeah.
So, it becomes maybe a rental if you make that move. But depends on how aggressive you want to be.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a deal breaker. I'm just saying that would be the downside of giving up 2 picks and 3 players.
But is it a downside? You also could look at it as the flexibility of, let's see if this works. And if it doesn't, well, then you can just wiggle right out of it. It is what they did with Chris Paul this year.
Yeah, and that's the thing I want to ask Bobby tomorrow is, what's the sign and trade ability based on his contract terms? I know his contract's a little bit different. It's not fully guaranteed, but I think back to how they even got Wiggins in the first place. It was because KD did a sign and trade, and then you were able to trade Russell for Wiggins. It was all precipitated by a sign and trade. So might you be able to have him opt in and trade Chris Paul if a team would be willing to take on his 30?
I think you're allowed to, but again, you do have to attach a pick to it.
Right.
So it's not just salary for salary. You'd have to attach a pick to Chris Paul to move him. So that is a consideration.
It's a consideration.
You know what that is?
Yeah. It's a consideration sensation, Mark, is what that is.
There one
buzzer.
More time.
Yep.
One more time.
One more.
All right. Did you miss any of Steve Kerr? He said a lot. And Grandy is going to bring a lot of that to you in the best of the game. A full hour of today's best content hosted by our own Grandy man coming up here in just a moment. And it is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Great engagement today. Thank you all for the calls and the YouTube and the tweets and the Twitch and the everything. We'll keep doing it. Bobby Marks joins us tomorrow, and we'll start looking at what's possible for these Dubs. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I do, yeah.
Okay. All right. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. April is Earth Month, and Stevens Creek Subaru
pretty raw. So it just doesn't feel like anybody is ready to, even express any thoughts about what comes next. So I encouraged everybody to get away and get some rest and take a vacation and a little time to think about the season and the future.
You've spent your whole time here with Steph, Klay, and Dre, and it's been an unbelievable run, as Mark was saying at the top of the interview. Have we gotten to a point where having those three as your best three players is no longer good enough in the West?
I think that all three guys are really still excellent players. We know that. I mean, Steph is still an all-star. Draymond, still one of the best defensive players in the league. And Klay, I mean, you guys watched the second half of the season. He was one of the best three-point shooters in the league. The first half, he struggled, but, this is a guy who's still got a beautiful stroke and, 6'7", and, size and fearlessness when it counts, when the game's on the line. And that stuff's all necessary. But, we've always had a lot of help for them in the past. We've always had great rosters, great talent here. And so that still remains, but it's even more important now because they're not as capable of doing it every single night just because of the wear and tear and the age. So we've got to keep improving the roster around them for sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Like when you said last night, we need Klay going forward, the first thought that went through my head was in what role? And that's not in any way meaning to diminish him, but even you, and I mean this for all three, you've talked about too much being on the shoulders of Steph Curry in recent weeks and maybe even in recent years. So how do you view that, Steve, in terms of what their role needs to be going forward if they're all here?
Well, I think we can't expect them to carry us like they have for so long. So we've got to lessen the burden. I think one of the best things that happened this year for Klay and for us was that he responded so well coming off the bench. So, that's definitely an option. And, that will be determined obviously next training camp. But, I just think that 82 games is a long haul. And unless you've actually been through it, I think it's hard to really understand how difficult it is emotionally, physically, and especially as you get older. So we definitely need to give these guys more support and more help. And I thought the young guys really emerged this year, and I expect them to be better next year. And, we'll see what we can do with the roster to make some more improvements.
Steve, you've talked this year about math. You've talked about it being a good problem to have. All of the players who deserve rotation minutes. Moses Moody last night, he used the word frustrating when describing the fluctuation of his role. Did you guys reach a point where all of the guys deserving minutes and you trying to figure out the right mix actually became maybe a net negative as opposed to a positive?
No, it never became a net negative. It was frustrating for a lot of guys, but every single one of them responded well and in a very team oriented fashion. And so, I think Moses is, he was probably the guy who went in and out of the rotation the most. Some of that was just the logjam in front of him, between J.K. and Wiggs and Klay and Harry Payton. We had a lot of guys who were just in front of Moses. And so it's not easy as a coach, you can't play all those guys. And so Moses took the brunt of that and handled it really well. But he's a guy who needs his opportunity to really, step forward and become an everyday contributor, maybe even a starter. And that, that opportunity, part of that comes from our side, but part of it comes from his side too. Emerging and grasping that role and running with it. like Brandon Podziemski did this year. And, that requires a lot. It requires, attention to detail, and it requires, moving the ball, becoming a connector offensively, keeping things going with the right cut, the right pass. And those are things that most young players struggle with. But Brandon has a good feel for it, and that's why he played as much as he did. So, there's a lot of young players are having to work on those things all around the league just because of the lack of experience coming in, and that's what we're trying to teach our young guys here in our program.
Jonathan Kuminga made such great strides this year in offensive acumen and really off-ball defense as well. When you look at his game now, as part of maybe his exit interview today, what are you giving him for homework over the summer so he can be even better next year?
Well, I want him to become a more fundamentally sound passer, and that may not sound like much, but I think he's got pretty good vision. He's a guy who can get the ball in transition, push it ahead, and see the floor pretty well. But like a lot of young players, there can be a carelessness with passing and a kind of a take it for granted type feeling about passing. You might not believe this, but when I was in Chicago with the Bulls, we used to start out practice 15 feet apart with two-hand chest passes back and forth. You see Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen throwing two-hand chest passes back and forth. That's when you realize, okay, fundamentals do matter, And we've had one of the worst transition ratings in the league the last 2 years in terms of points per possession. And some of it is our passing. Our passing has to improve. We've got to be on time, on target. We've got to make the game easier for each other. So for Jonathan, for Moses, for our entire team, I want to see better passing, and those are some of the things we'll be focusing on this summer.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. This might be a stupid one, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it. Do you guys need to be taller?
I mean, last night you could see we were overwhelmed physically. They were getting every long rebound, every loose ball. That's where we really missed Gary yesterday. He's a guy who gets a lot of extra possessions for us. But there are times, and some of it is, when we're playing our best players, we tend to be on the small side, and so it's a tough combination when if you're getting beat athletically and with size, you got to be perfect to win games. And so I do think we need to be a little bigger, a little more athletic.
Does this mean that the Chris Paul era is coming to a close? And before you answer that part of it, what did you think about his 1 year with the Dubs and what he brought, especially when you're looking at, $30 million for next year and in a situation where he may not be back?
Well, first of all, I love Chris. He was amazing all year, just the ultimate professional. The way he embraced coming off the bench, and for a guy he's heading for the Hall of Fame. He's one of the all-time great point guards, and he had never come off the bench once in his entire career. So to embrace that, to be a mentor for our younger guys, to generate great chemistry in the locker room, Chris was amazing. And I've said this many times, this was the easiest job I've ever had in the non-Steph minutes. In my 9 years, even when we were winning championships, there was always a feeling of, all right, we got to hang on here, without Steph. And with Chris, it was the exact opposite. It was like, all right, we're going to get 8 minutes, 9 minutes with Steph on the bench. We're going to have a Hall of Fame point guard getting us organized and getting us good shots. What an incredible luxury. Now, the issue for Chris, I think he's still a starting point guard in the league. I think he can still play 30-plus minutes and run his own team. And, on this team, on our team, that's just not available. I know he loved it here, and we loved having him, and I think we would love to have him back. And I think he'd like to be back. But, there's a financial component, of course, with his salary, non-guaranteed contract. So that means there is financial flexibility, available there. And that's what Mike and Joe in the front office has to determine is, what's our roster going to look like? And, I don't think it makes sense to have a massive payroll right now with our team. It just doesn't. To spend that kind of money, and Joe has been incredibly generous and so aggressive and really attacking, looking for championships. But at some point, you can't spend this much money for a team that didn't make the playoffs. So we have a lot of decisions to make and a lot of questions to answer, and so those things are all kind of thrown into the pot, and you have to figure it out.
Steve, that's an interesting one to say that it doesn't make sense right now to have a huge payroll. I get that you're saying looking back, it wasn't even a playoff team, but if the goal next year and the belief is there that you can still play at a high level, why does it not make sense to have a big payroll?
I didn't say it doesn't make sense to have a big payroll. I said it doesn't make sense to have a massive payroll.
Okay.
And I think, I think there's a difference. I think Joe is always going to do everything possible to put a good team on the floor. But I think at some point too, there has to be a sense of, what makes sense organizationally, and a $400 million payroll, the highest payroll in the league, and we don't make the playoffs. That's not a good business model, and so all the questions that are out there really have to do with what's next, not just this coming year, but in the years beyond. And what does that mean for our team? What kind of transition will there be? Are there moves that we can make to get us into the championship contention conversation? And if there are not, then what does that mean? Do we lean into our younger guys and so these are all the discussions that we'll be having this summer.
Steve, it's fascinating to listen to the way things sounded at the end of last year when you guys immediately sort of admitted, this was not a championship roster. And then this year, you guys sound very different, and you've admitted that you think you're better this year and that you loved the connectivity of this roster. So that leads me to this question. As you sit here today, how far off from a championship contender do you feel like you guys are?
It would be hard for me sitting here with our season over on April 17th, whatever it is, to tell you that we are a championship contender. That would be that would be, I don't know. Let's just say not the brightest comment I could ever make. I mean, you have to prove that. You can't just say you're a contender. You have to prove it. So right now we're not, but that's why we have an off season. That's why you talk to other teams. That's why you look at every possibility to build your roster back up. And you're always, every year I'm always surprised at the deals that happen. Not for our team, but for any team. You just don't know. So you have to go into the summer with an open mind and who knows? There might be some deal that Mike and Joe feel like, gets us back into contention. Maybe there isn't. If there's not, then, what are we looking at? What's the goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And again, I mean, these are not easily answered questions. And so there's a long summer ahead of a lot of introspection, a lot of, studying the league and studying our options and figuring things out.
Steve Kerr with us, 95.7 The Game. Coach, this is not going to surprise you. I know you know. On our station, we have sat here and talked to listener after listener about Draymond Green and the experience that, especially a year, like you said a few minutes ago, you thought a couple of minutes ago that his career was on the line. You also mentioned that you thought this was a 50-win team. What would you say to fans that are so frustrated because he said at the beginning of the year, this is the most important season of his career. You guys maybe just needed 3, 4, 5 more wins to have a very different outlook. And then what happened in December and January happened. What would you say to fans that are just they don't know how to reason with that?
Well, I think life's not easy. You know, it's none of us are perfect. Everybody's flawed. And what I will tell you about Draymond is he's maybe the most competitive person I've ever been around. Maybe the most loyal. I will stick with him forever because I know who he is as a human being. And he's very complex. And part of that complexity is his constant quest to find the right balance between being ultra competitive and walking the line and not crossing it. And he crossed it. Over the last year, he crossed it several times, and if he could have it back, you better believe he would want to have it back and do it. But life doesn't work that way, and so everyone was upset when he got kicked out of the game in Orlando. That didn't even bother me. Like, Draymond is so competitive and so emotional. I'm fine if he gets tossed a few times a year, because that's the price you pay for having the guy who is the driver of your defense, the driver of your competitive fire as a team. Without Draymond, we have 0 championships. I hope people realize that. But with Draymond, you've got a complex human being who is incredibly strong and loyal and emotional and competitive, and also can go too far. And so that package is what we've had here for 12 years, and it's been incredible. And he's made mistakes, and he's had to pay for them, and he's constantly trying to find that balance, and that's who he is. And that's one of the things I love about him. But so for our fans, I would say be lucky, be fortunate, be grateful that you've had Draymond Green for 12 years, and you have 4 championships and 2 finals appearances beyond that. And Draymond is fighting to be the best version of himself now. And I'm embracing it. I think our whole organization is embracing it because we love him, and I think our fans do too.
You're right, Steve, but I do think that there's a fan sentiment of frustration, and the Orlando game kind of crystallizes that, where he's ejected in the opening minutes of a game that it felt like was an important one. Do you have any concern about his career going forward and the frustration level building as his skills diminish?
I had a lot of concerns during the suspension, after the Nurkic incident, after the Gobert incident. I had a lot of concerns because those were acts that were going to lead him to being, basically to his career ending. And I think the suspension was probably the best thing that happened to Draymond, because it forced him to reckon with his behavior and the difference between getting kicked out of a game and actually physically attacking someone. So that's why I'm saying, we've been together for 10 years. He's been kicked out of tons of games. That never bothered me. The other stuff bothered me and bothered a lot of people. And he found his way through the second half of the season to be the best version of himself. Got kicked out of a game, yeah, but he also turned our defense around. And if you're a fan and you want everything, you want him to be the best defender in the league and be on perfect behavior, you're not going to get it.
That's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on earlier today with Willard and Dibs. Warriors players doing their exit interviews after the Warriors season ended yesterday in Sacramento. The players were doing it live from Chase Center. You heard some of that earlier throughout the day here on 95.7 The Game. We'll hear a little bit more about that as well here on Best of the Game. But this was Steve Kerr doing his exit interview, his end-of-season interview on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. And, of course, everyone here at 95.7 The Game very appreciative for Steve's time all season long. And this was a long one. It was nearly a 30-minute interview. I had to chop it down just a little bit to make it fit into this first segment here on Best of the Game. So if you do want to make sure you didn't miss a single second of what Steve Kerr said today and his whole conversation on Willard and Dibs, there's a number of places you can get it. Anywhere you get your podcast, just search Willard and Dibs, or you can visit the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game. All right, time for a break here on Best of the Game. When we come back, we'll hear from Klay Thompson doing his exit interview from Chase Center. That's coming up on the other side. You won't want to miss it right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. Head to Safeway this week for amazing member deals. Signature Farms Chicken Picnic Pack, drumsticks, thighs, or leg quarters. Buy one, get one. Red seedless grapes for $1.88 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details and see you in the aisles.
Another happy Safelite customer.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. There I was, driving down the highway, and a rock flies up and cracks my windshield. Are you kidding me? I asked for recommendations, and everyone sang the same thing. Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. I booked an appointment at safelite.com, and they came to me for free. It was that easy.
Cracked windshield? Go to safelite.com now to schedule your free mobile service and let Safelite come to you. Conditions may apply.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise to the Bay Area. Whether it's service plumbing or new construction, residential or commercial projects, they've got you covered. Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain provides free estimates with no show-up fees, and you have the option to choose between hourly or flat rate pricing. Call 8444-FLO-H2O. That's 8444-FLO-H2O. Tell them the Morning Roast sent you and receive 15% off. 8444-FLO-H2O.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer with great deals on trucks that work hard, play hard, and break every rule on what a truck should be. Right now, qualified commercial customers get $3,500 total bonus cash allowance on the 2024 Ram, 2,500 and 3,500 Tradesman Crew Cab. Don't miss Ram Truck Month. Go to ram.com to find your local Ram dealer today and take advantage of this great offer. Must show proof of eligible commercial business. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by April 30th, 2024. Ram is a registered trademark.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 5/5/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Unraveling life's mysteries. At Stanford Medicine, it's in our DNA. Every day, our world-class School of Medicine and adult and children's health systems work together, expanding what we know and sharing what we discover to make breakthroughs both possible and accessible. Stanford Medicine, advancing knowledge, improving lives. StanfordMedicine.org.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Bosch appliances. From refrigerators with their trademark Farm Fresh system that extends food freshness so you can make less trips to the grocery store, or dishwashers with precision wash technology that helps to clean, sanitize, and dry dishes and eliminate up to 99.9% of bacteria. You can see all of the Bosch appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again, free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you on a Wednesday, the first day of the Warriors offseason, officially, because the Warriors fell in the 9-10 play-in game last night to the Kings in Sacramento. It was close at halftime. Kind of surprisingly, it felt like the Warriors were getting thoroughly outplayed, but they trailed by just 4 at the break. They got back within 1 early in the third quarter, but it was all Kings the rest of the way, and they end the Warriors season just about 1 year to the day, nearly exactly, a little less, a couple of weeks shy of 1 full year from when the Warriors ended the Kings season in the very same building at Golden One Center in Sacramento. So the Kings get a little bit of revenge on the Warriors. They end the Warriors season last night. You just heard from Steve Kerr doing his final season interview with Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Meanwhile, Warriors players, nearly every single player, did not see Steph Curry do an end-of-season exit interview today at Chase Center, but nearly everybody else did, including Klay Thompson. And this was an interesting one. Nearly a 17-minute conversation. Klay Thompson and the assembled media at Chase Center meeting for one final time this season and potentially for the final time in Klay Thompson's Warriors career. He is officially a free agent now. We'll see what this offseason does have in store for both Klay and the Warriors, but this is a chance, an opportunity, there's a potential chance that this is Klay Thompson's last time addressing the media as a member of the Golden State Warriors. And it's on everybody's mind, so it's obvious, at least to most people, that was going to be the first question that Klay was asked. But he was not so happy about it. We're going to hear everything that Klay Thompson said. Here is that conversation, the interview. Klay Thompson's exit interview live from Chase Center. You'll hear from Anthony Slater, Monty Poole, a number of others, the media that you know that covers the Warriors all season long. They were there today at Chase Center asking Klay Thompson about his future with the Golden State Warriors, and I figured this was best to close out Best of the Game today here on 95.7 The Game. It's Klay Thompson from earlier today, live from Chase Center.
Your future with the Warriors heading into this offseason that feels obviously pretty unknown.
We don't want to talk about the season first. You want to talk about the future? That was a lot of games played, man. That was a pretty big accomplishment. What's up with y'all not wanting to live in the present, bro? It's ridiculous. Anyways, what was your question?
About the future. I mean, obviously it's a pretty major topic. I mean, you're a franchise legend here who is an unrestricted free agent and certainly at this point has an unknown future here. I mean, how confident are you that you'll be back?
To be honest, I really haven't given it much thought because what I previously just said about the season we had and how much commitment it takes to play the games we did and give it our all. So I really haven't thought about that deep in the future because I still need to process the year we had, and it was one filled with ups and downs, but ultimately I personally and our team did everything we could to try and, win as many games as we possibly could.
Living in the present, what were some things
Place to be?
What were some things going through your head, last night when you were walking off the court? I know you lingered there a little bit longer than usual after the game.
Some of the things going through my head. Well, the first one, just disappointment because did not shoot the ball well, obviously. Big old donut, so that wasn't very fun. I did look up in the nosebleeds, though, and I did see a man wearing a number 11 jersey. That made me happy, considering my history in Sacramento from playing a state championship there to playing the Kings in the playoffs. That was kind of a full circle moment for me. So that was actually a good moment, just seeing that Warriors fan standing by his lonesome up in the 300 level, repping 11. That made me grateful.
Like Steph, Draymond, and Steve all basically said they want you back. They want to keep this thing rolling. What does it mean to you to hear that from those guys? And you probably already knew it, but what does it mean to hear that from those guys telling the public that?
It means a lot. I mean, we've been through the highest of highs and lows, whether it's losing a championship, winning a championship, missing the playoffs. We've been through everything together. So that does mean a lot. And makes me grateful to have the times I've had with them. Like, done some pretty historic stuff.
How do you view the next several weeks going? And I mean, it's clear, like you're not necessarily ready to think about the future at this moment, but like, how quickly do you think you're going to have to kind of pivot and figure that out? And what conversations do you feel like you need to have?
Well, consider it's April 17th. I don't think I have to pivot that quickly. When is free agency? July 1st? Yeah. I got some time.
Klay, what do you think is the biggest lesson that you learned this past season?
The biggest lesson that I learned? Probably I learned that, you got to you can't be a front runner. You can't shy away from the bad moments and just embrace the great ones. You got to embrace them all. That's for anything you do in life.
Klay, that was kind of along what I was going to ask, but what kind of growth did you see in yourself this season, specifically with different roles? You had, some ups and downs, and you shined and came back from some tough stretches and came off the bench and started and just, you did a little bit of everything.
Yeah. I think I learned that the best ability is availability. And I thought I did that very well this season, playing through tough times or being available almost nightly, only missing a handful of games. So I learned that when you give yourself that shot of being out there every night, that's the best thing you can do for yourself rather than just hanging on to those big scoring nights or whatever. It's about just competing nightly.
Were there any breakthroughs for you emotionally with, just everything you went through and just being able to handle everything you went through?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a strong person. You don't take a couple years off injury and come back and play that many games without being strong-willed and minded. So that's what I did learn about myself, is that it takes a lot of mental fortitude to play through injury and shooting slumps, all that. It takes a lot of willpower.
I know you'll have time to obviously think about, what you want to do next, but what do you want to prioritize, for yourself kind of moving forward? What are your priorities?
Obviously you want to keep winning. I mean, when you've been a part of winning seasons, you don't really want to go away from that. So would like to win again. One for the thumb would be nice. I still think it's in reach. It's just gonna, take a huge effort. But other than that, just gotta think about that. What will really make you happy in the last, few years of your career?
You just talked about kind of living in the moment, the best ability being availability. You played 77 games this year. What are you most proud about for this season?
That amount of games I played, and averaging 18 points and playing 77 games. It's not my career averages, but still pretty dang good for, it's still pretty dang good.
Klay, last night Draymond was saying that he doesn't see any scenario in which the ownership group of this team doesn't at least put forth the effort to take care of the guys that have taken care of this organization so much over the last 10 years. Do you feel that kind of effort and love specifically in this scenario, but then also since your entire career here, but since 2019, going through the injuries, the extension after that, just that they've put in that effort to make you guys and you feel appreciated?
Oh man. Well, 2019. Well, could you imagine if they didn't pay me after I got hurt? That would have been really bad. Went to 5 straight finals. You blew your knee out? Yeah. Sorry. So no, I mean, that was very nice of them. I mean, I try. I mean, every year I give my best effort, and the ownership group has been great. I have nothing but positive things to say about them. They treat us with great respect and do all the little things for us to do our jobs at the highest level. So it's been, I mean, I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, it's up to them, but at the end of the day, whatever happens, it's all gravy. It's been such a freaking special run.
Klay, how much has your appreciation and love for the game grown, especially since the 2 injuries? Thinking about that first game you came back here at Chase Center to where we are today.
Yeah, that was one of the best moments of my life, to be honest. Before those injuries, I was really naive and thinking this is easy. All I got to do is do your routine and you just go out there and hoop. And yeah, it's that easy, but playing that many years of basketball takes a toll on your body. And I think that's for any sportsman who plays a physical sport. There's going to be times where you might break. And like I said before about being a front runner, you don't want to be a front runner when things are great. You got to really dig deep when you go through injuries like that. That's just a part of the beast.
Klay, since you've proven you're still a quality scorer in this league, obviously teams are playing you differently. It looks like, they're pressing up on you, being physical. How have you had to adjust? And moving forward, what do you think you need to do to kind of combat how teams are going to guard you?
I think I just need to keep doing what I've been doing, honestly. I think last night was just a bad shooting night. I mean, it happens. Unfortunately, it was in a 1-game format, but that's the situation we were in, and much different than a 7-game series. So I just thought I had a off night from the office. Can't let that deter me from what I think of myself or what I'm capable of. I think I just need to continue to be in great shape and have fun, and the rest, and I'll be great.
Klay, you've talked about gratitude for just playing basketball, and obviously the connection with Draymond and Steph comes up a lot. But how much do you also sort of view this organization, your connection with Steve? I mean, he's the only coach you've had. You know, you talked about how the conversations with him this year that helped turn your season around. How, beyond just Steph and Draymond, how comfortable are you in this organization, and how does that sort of shape any decision this offseason?
Played for Mark Jackson too.
That's true. All right.
And yeah, I mean, I love everyone here, from the security who does the floor at the games to the security from the Oracle days. Still friends with them. To the community of Oakland. I mean, yeah, I grew up in the Bay Area, really. I've been here since I was 21. And I just always have loved it. E. Housen, even Ray Ritter. I've gotten to know these people on a way deeper level than just work life. So it is a really cool place to be.
Klay, when you missed obviously more than 2 years, and when you came back, I mean, looking back now, did you put maybe too much on yourself and maybe raise your expectations too high when you came back, given what you've gone through?
I don't think so. Because when I came back, you know, I was a second leading scorer on a championship team. And when you've experienced that, you're like, I'm back. Then even that next year, led the league in threes, 41% from three. Like, on 300 makes, that's very hard to do. So the moments were there, but maybe my burst wasn't what it was, and that happens. But at the end of the day, you know, I still feel like I can do it at a very high level, and I did have times where I did. Obviously, the way it ended this year wasn't what it was the last couple of years, but I'm not going to let one sour night or beer ruin a decade plus of great work and success.
You've mentioned a couple times, learning about not being a front runner.
Mm-hmm.
Could you elaborate on that? And is that like a personal thing? Is that a team thing? Could you just explain a little bit more?
It's more of a personal thing. You know, you sulk, you pout when you're not shooting up to your expected splits. And I think I did better with that this year, just trying to exude great body language at all times and think deeper than just stats. Think about your love for the game and why you do play this game. And, you know, at times I have been a front runner in the past when things don't go my way. I might point the finger rather than just taking ownership for your situation. So that's what I've learned. And I try to pass down to younger athletes, is because when you do great things over and over and you keep that high level of confidence and attitude in a great space, it'll eventually work out for you and you'll have no regrets when it's all said and done.
Klay, you were talking just now about the appreciation for everyone in the franchise, from security to all the way to the top. I wonder, can you take me back to when you were drafted, what your thoughts were then and what the hopes were you had for your NBA career and what you've been able to do?
Taking us back. Oh, man. Wow. Back in 2011, June of 2011, when I got drafted by the Dubs, that was probably, at the moment, that time, best moment of my life, just because the NBA was always a dream. Being able to be close to home. You know, I have family in Oregon and in Southern California, so that made it even more special. And then, all the moments that have led me here, it's been awesome. Like, couldn't have ever dreamt of what we've been able to do and what we can still do. So we've elevated this team into a global club. And I mean, who saw that coming 20 years ago?
Hi, Klay. Hello here. So, do you want to say anything to the Dub Nation and the fans around the whole world, like, who support you all the time?
That's actually a great segue from my global brand talk. just we love you guys and thank you for your unconditional support these last 10 years. I mean, it doesn't go unnoticed that there are Warrior fans across the globe, from, China to Tokyo to South America to Europe. I've seen Warrior fans everywhere I've went, and it always makes me feel good is what I'm trying to say.
Two quick ones. Looks like you got kind of a fat lip. Was that from the game last night?
Yeah.
Take an elbow or something?
That is correct.
You mentioned, a few years left. How much are you viewing kind of your next contract as your last one, or like where are you at on kind of like the bigger picture future?
Maybe, I don't know. When that time comes, I mean, I'm not trying to put a expiration date on my career. That's kind of something you just go by feel.
All right, there's Klay Thompson at Chase Center earlier today. His exit interview with the assembled media, Anthony Slater, and a number of others. Of course, Slater, our Warriors insider. You heard the back and forth at the very beginning when Klay was upset that the first question he fielded was about his future and not about the season that he just wrapped up. And, I think Klay, understandably, a little bit frustrated. He just put together 77 regular season games out of the 82 possible. But the elephant in the room is that Klay is no longer under contract with the Warriors, and potentially, there is a chance that last night was his last game as a Golden State Warrior. If you missed any portion of Klay's exit interview or a number of the other Warriors exit interviews, it is available for you in a couple of different places. Wherever you get your podcast, search 95.7 The Game. They'll pop up there. You can also visit our YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game. The full Klay Thompson exit interview is up there. Andrew Wiggins' end of season presser is also up there. Same with Chris Paul. So Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, and Klay Thompson all up there for you to hear. They were all interesting. And those are three guys who potentially might not be Warriors next year. The easiest path is for, of course, Klay Thompson and Chris Paul, considering Klay's not under contract and there's an out for the Warriors. Chris Paul's contract is not fully guaranteed. They could waive him and they wouldn't have to pay anything. Andrew Wiggins is under contract. But of Warriors that are under contract, there's a decent chance that he's the most likely to be on the move if the Warriors do decide to shake things up this offseason. So interesting things said by all three of those guys, and you can visit our YouTube channel, youtube.com/957 The Game, to take a listen to all of those exit interviews held earlier today at Chase Center. All right, that'll do it for Best of the Game today. We'll be back tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking a lot more Dubs. I can guarantee you that tomorrow here on 95.7 The Game, beginning bright and early in the morning with Spadoni, with the pregame show, and then Bonte and Shasky on the morning roast, followed as always by Steiny and Goo, and then Willard and Dibs. All right, that'll do it for Best of the Game today. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Mark Randy. Have a great rest of your Wednesday evening.
The Agape Charity Golf Tournament, brought to you by Atco Pest Control and Eclipse Insurance, is coming up on April 22nd. They're grateful to their platinum sponsors, National E&S, Marin Pool Service, and Select Environmental. This tournament benefits those served by the North Bay Regional Center and Golden Gate Regional Center, who provide advocacy and support to children and adults diagnosed